good evening. Episode 265 of the longest running episodic, whatever it is, we don't know.
We know.
The Burrell in the Garage of Knowledge, Eric in the Cave of Crap. Yannick's already getting festive. He's got lighting back there. Do you see that? There's lighting.
You boys knows. You guys knows.
Yannick knows.
All I have to say to that, Yannick, is ho ho ho.
Yeah.
Is that your Maurice Chevalier?
No, you missed out, Bobby. Literally, he got that little laugh, like the stereotypical like French laugh right before we started. It was like ho ho ho. There was a little bit of that. We heard it just before you came on.
I think that
We're
was
talking about doctorship.
Yeah. Oh, we're gonna get into all that.
Maurice Chevalier way back. That was he was known for that. A lot of cartoons did it back in the day, so that's why a lot of people remember it. So yeah.
So actually, the first comment was a little bit earlier today. Now, StreamYard is a little bit weird about this. I'm still trying to figure out why it does this sometimes. Like there'll be a comment earlier in the day and I'll see it, and then I'll come back into the studio, so to speak, before I go live, and the comment will disappear. But it'll be there like for a while. So anyway, I did grab it and I got it on here. It was VTG Sports Pursuit, so I'll quickly share it since it was the first comment that was actually posted today on the live stream. So we'll make sure we include it here. So it's got happy post Expo. Nice meeting you, Carlos. Takeaway, I heard rumors of another hall being added going forward and a possible third mini Toronto Expo. Thoughts from the Titans of the hobby and Eric. So thank you. Pleasure chatting with you. Everybody that I got a chance to speak with, all fantastic folks. So appreciate you all participating.
Or another show too, I heard.
Oh, yes. I did hear about that. The hall thing, usually Menzie will work some stuff out. It just depends on how they want to configure it. The mini expo thing I also did hear. I don't have too many details on that. So that'd be one of those things that I probably have to pass over to Mikey Singer or Menzie, because we've had conversations with them on the channel before, and also conversations like at the show and stuff like that. Everything's always on the table. He's always looking for different ways of adding something or doing, because right now, like this past show, it was the busiest Thursday that I can remember. It was a very busy Friday. Saturday was very strong. So the reality is we've got enough room where if you want to do a little more, you're going to want a little more space. So if there's something they can do that opens it up a little bit, maybe you can make those aisles just a little bit wider for like a Saturday when it gets a little busier. Everybody would enjoy that. And it would give you just a little more breathing space to allow people to maneuver back and forth. That's not a bad thing. So if there's any way they can, finagle a little more room in one of the other halls, that would add a little more foot space, and it would give everybody a little more room to maneuver.
Well, there is the hall 1. There's no other going. We're at the furthest extent because hall 5 is the airport hangar. So that's where we used to always have the show. So the only room left is hall 1. And remember, it was kind of sectional. It was long run, and then it kind of branched off. So taking that other piece, that'd be pretty big addition. Yeah, but it would help. Sure.
Yeah, it's just making sure you don't put it in a way that's uncomfortable. The only problem with that long hallway is the long hallway would become the congestion point.
We wouldn't. They would cut off the hallway and just go with that back part of the room, so where it split in and went off. Yeah, that could be done as long as nobody's taking it, I guess. So
we can't go back into that hallway. That was
no hallway. You wouldn't even have access. It would just be drawn across.
Yeah. So I think there are ways to get around it. Like that's the reason why the International Center has been the location for it for so many years, is because they've got a lot of halls and a lot of the halls are interconnected. So it does allow you to maneuver a little. It's just a matter of what's available though, because obviously, they like to book that hall well in advance, and there are a lot of other places that use it, sometimes for storage, sometimes for conventions. I gave the story that during the trade night, I did attend the one trade night this time, and there was an import car show right beside the trade night happening at the same time. So there's a lot of stuff going on there all the time. It's not the card. We always think about the card show, but it's like, no, they've got other halls and other things going on. And if those other people rented it, they have a right to it too.
Last spring on the Saturday night, there was like a rave party right across.
Yes, that was crazy. That was nuts.
People were dressed up weird, and I'm going, well, this.
And all you can hear,
there's a lot of stuff in the morning around the parking lots, and as you guys know, I'm there early. So.
All right, you can see the lights flashing out the windows and everything, and the open doors, and
right? All I thought about while that was going on is like that looks like what's going on with Eric in the pre-show. Lasers got
crazy.
I tell him to cut it out. All of you are being spared that because I tell him to cut it out. Like, Eric, we got a show to do. Focus, man.
But I got to get pumped up. So that's
all right,
what I do.
Carlos says, I'm getting impatient. I may have to start without you. Do what you must, buddy. Josh says, Friday night, you know what that means because I'm Carlos Live. Facts, sir. Facts. Philly Joe, good evening, Carlson gang. Thank you, Philly Joe. Hodges, give video a like. Always hit the like button. Eric pays for it.
Mm.
Paul C, good evening. Jeff, good evening. And Eric. That's right. Good evening, everyone, including you, Eric. See? A lot of inclusion.
Yeah.
Including.
Good evening, name. Michael says, Yannick, I have to know, did you pick up anything at the expo? Yannick wasn't at the expo.
I was digging.
Digging.
He was.
Yes.
If he found something at the expo, I'd be very impressed because he wasn't there.
Don't even get me started on that.
Yep. Brad's Vintage Collection. Good evening to you. Evening, fellas. Glad you all had a great show. Happy to catch one of these live for the first time in a while. Good evening, Dom. Thank you for that. Eric say rave. He does say rave.
Rave.
We say the R at the beginning of words. It's the end of the words that we forget.
The
I can
R's
say
are
rave. I don't call it an ave. It's a rave. But if it ends with an R, I get lazy and I don't say it.
So be a raver.
Get sleepy.
You could say that. Oh, dude, it was a wicked raver. Yeah, I can definitely say that. And then
It all comes together.
And then, the food that they served at the Rava was pizza.
Pizza. Yeah.
That's where the R goes.
IER.
The R just all of a sudden
Like
appears
French.
at the end of pizza, and it's now pizza.
What flavor, Eric? Cheese.
Cheese. I like cheese.
That's it. Boring
That's it.
cheese.
Oh, a special boy you are. Yeah. So anyway, Sad Fiend here says, where else is everyone selling cars besides 30% eBay? What not either. Eric's house. Everything is 70% off. Everything.
Yep.
Bobby knows.
Now, 70% off is still like 10 times full book value, but different conversation. It is what it is. You can get all the lemons you want.
No, you can't. Those are my lemons.
Yes. Who's this guy giving a lesson in Massachusetts speak? Says Dan's Vintage Baseball. Good evening, Dan. Now, real quick, I'm going to check a couple of things here that I wanted to do. Wanted to start off at the top. We're going to talk about the little expo stuff in a little while, but I do have some potential guests that may be joining us. However, before I do, I wanted to start off the top, Bobby. I was originally going to start off with, so what do you all want to talk about? Last couple of videos, there have been a couple of videos on the channel that have done very well. And obviously they discussed one specific thing. Yes, one specific thing. However, I do want to focus on one specific thing. And to me, the singular most important thing, the thing that I am most passionate about, Bobby, the thing that matters to me the most, there have been shout outs to the channel. There have been people pointing at the conversation that Dan and I had, which absolutely I appreciate. And the video is done extremely well. It is right now on pace to become the highest viewed sports card. I make the caveat because we're not getting into the marine territory. That's a completely different conversation, another level. But for the sports card related stuff, it is on track right now. Only the Chasing Cardboard Rock Auto controversy of back in the day is currently ahead of it. And Bobby, it is like 100 views ahead. Like the gap is narrowing rapidly as we speak.
Totally amazing.
Out of all the shout outs, we got mentioned on Sports Card Radio. I heard it. On EDI Sports Cards, TPott was interviewed. I'm going to talk about that in a little bit. I'm going to talk about it. But in there, he name dropped this channel. That was included in there. But out of all the mentions, out of all the references, there is one that stands above them all. I've got two clips that I want to play for you. But first, I'm going to do the short one because it is important. It is something that I am passionate about, Bobby. It's something I care about more than anything else. Here, let me play this for you.
Carlos says it perfectly in that podcast episode. He says, "Thou shall not bid on one's own shit. Period. Simple, easy."
That's the easy one. That's the easiest one.
That's the easy one.
Vindication.
Yes. Our list
they have acknowledged the rules.
We have the rules for a reason, folks.
Rule number 7. Rule number 7. Yep. Eric, that was verbatim. That is rule number 7. Verbatim.
Verbatim. Thou shalt not bid on one's own shit.
I'm getting a shirt for the next expo for that one.
Bam. So, like I said, there will be another clip after. There'll be another clip after, but I got to tell you, like right there, Yannick, I felt the vindication. The vindication surrounded me like a halo.
Well, I've always liked Chris, and I think obviously he's got he's very intelligent and sensible, and he watches great content on the YouTubes, and I'm glad that we were able to help him, and he was able to pass that information along to his followers. And so I've always liked the Hoj, and I'm glad that he is watching the show. That's fantastic.
Rule number 7: live it, absorb it into your soul. Damir says, Eric is a mule for Canadian postage. Always. Went to the expo and all the dealers thought it was a charity when selling. So it would seem. Lonely Basement. Good evening, Keith. You seem to be the only one who didn't remove your video from what I've seen. Well, there was really nothing there was nothing that created an issue. The reality is that Dan and I talked about this a little bit offline as well. The reality is we commented on the entire video. There's no out of context. There's no missing components. It's the entire thing. If there's an issue, take it up with Beckett. Because we basically because we played the entire thing. If there's something missing, go talk to Beckett about it. And Beckett had a part 2. And Beckett had a part 3. And then then Dan and I took care of part 1. I spared you all part 2 because part 2 would have literally been just me snarking for half an hour because there's no analysis to be done on part 2. Part 2 is basically just me making fun of it. That's all part 2 would have been. Part 3, there was some fun stuff when everybody's favorite other doctor, not like the hobby doctor like myself, but other doctor, tried to double, triple, quadruple, quintuple down, and he came up with a whole bunch. I learned about reverse shilling, which apparently is a thing. We learned about defensive shilling. We got that. There's more.
Whatever the weather is.
So we need 7A, 7B, and 7C.
Yeah.
Thou shalt not reverse. Yeah.
Yeah. There's a lot that by the time we were done, he was giving percentages, and I was starting to feel like Eric and not feeling like doing the maths.
No maths.
I just wasn't feeling it. No, I was like, we don't need maths here. Not for this. No. Did I mention rule number 7 is really concise? It's a nice and tight rule. It's a great rule. It's just there's a period at the end of it, and we're done.
Yeah.
All right, real quick. I'll get caught up in all the comments here. Hagi says, Garrick, why didn't you pose with Mary gambling at the expo? Mary wouldn't pay Eric retainer.
Honestly, listen, I heard her name mentioned by a couple of people that I'm not going to mention that had some kind of fascination with her. I swear on my eyes, on my children's eyes, I have no idea who this woman is. I wouldn't know her if she fell on me. I don't know what her connection is.
How many women fall on you?
I'd like to know.
Is this a regular occurrence for you?
I don't know what she does, who she is, or why she is. But I did hear people talking about.
All right, that's a really long-winded way of saying she wouldn't pay his retainer. Moving on. Name says Eric's been a Hoj fan since day one. Facts. Dan and Carlos aren't scared of no husky man. Apparently not. So it would seem. Carlos, why didn't you make a clickbait title? Video like Dustin, who could have mentioned SCR endorsing your discussion with Dip Daniel? Because I didn't care.
And see what happened when you do.
Well, the funny thing, Bobby, is that I chatted with Dan about it. I could have made a clickbaity title. Like I could have made it more sensationalistic.
Oh, you could have. There's so much there to use.
Why don't you do the silly faces, Carlos?
You should.
I already have. Like I could have put Eric on there holding the jar of mayonnaise.
Had have been it. Well, yeah.
Next level. Think about it.
And then
think about it.
And then Jimbo dip it. No.
Yeah. Here's the thing. Without me doing anything, keeping it very straightforward, it's still got thousands of views.
Yep.
I let everybody else decide for themselves, and then hey, you watch this, and that happened a lot. They passed it along to other people, who passed it along to other people, and then other people watched it. And I went in. I've been following. I cannot possibly reply with the amount of comments that were on it. I cannot possibly reply to all. It's approaching 100 comments. Like it's a ridiculous amount of stuff going on. I did try to at least read through all of them. But look, we had the Hoj in the comment section, and I also played you a clip. So we got the shout out there. We got the shout out on Sports Card Radio. We got the shout out on the EDI conversation with TPott that was aired earlier today. We got that on there. And then on top of everything else. Now, although like none of these outlets, none of them have figured out how to actually link. I literally put links in the description. It's like, it's not that hard. You copy and paste the link in there, and that's all you got to do. But anyway, whatever. So, but nonetheless, people found the video, so that's cool. And look, Eric will appreciate this. Sports Card Nonsense YouTube commented on there too.
Nice.
There you go.
Everybody.
Did Gio mention me?
I don't. So is he the one actually in control of the account though, or are there multiple people who have it?
I think
because
he's a
it's sports
major
card nonsense.
component.
Is it just him, or are there other people?
No, there's other people.
Oh, there's a few people. He has people he has people for that.
That's kind of what I assumed. That's kind of what I figured.
Mm-hmm.
So, look, if you want to see how far and wide this goes, like I'm just scamming it right now. Like obviously, like Hodges was there, Brad is here in the chat, and everybody. So thank you all, appreciate it. But here's a good one. And again, all the worlds colliding, right? One of the comments here is WB Gelman. WB Gelman is one of the folks in the wrestling side of things. So he's not normally in the sports card side of things, and he even commented on this one. Because it's gotten to a lot of varied places. Like a lot of different folks have seen it, and of course they had their own thoughts and what they want to put. And like I said, I've tried my best to read through a lot of these. There's a lot, but it's good. It worked out nice. Like no complaints on that. But I appreciate that the folks that took the time to put in a comment. And some of them are very thoughtful comments. So like I said, but that's without a clickbait title. That's without a clickbait thumbnail. I didn't have to do any of that.
Faces.
Yeah, exactly.
You'll still be reading them.
Yeah, we'd be there till the end of time. I think he did a post about Beckett, lols, maybe. Evening, gents, and Booby. Good evening, Paul.
Booby.
Implicit reserve. That's right, Dan. You know it. Mike here says, "It's time to rake Yannick over the coals." Like coals notes? There's different kinds of coals. These are Cole's notes. So we got to drag him over the books.
I think so.
Yep. I keep hearing him say, "I'll pick up the cards at the Expo for my vintage set." And I go and I find out he didn't go to the Expo. What? I know.
I can show a vintage. I got a vintage while I was out in the boonies. So
yeah. Yannick is trying to make it up to us with early Christmas decorations. That's what he's doing right now.
Yeah.
He's got light up in backgrounds back there. He's all
it's the rave back there. Dun, dun,
right.
dun, 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 dun.
Everybody my word. When Frenchie comes down for American Thanksgiving in a couple of weeks, I'm gonna rough him up a little bit for missing the
little bit.
There you go. So Dom here says, tinfoil hat time. Eric is ready. Beckett did this, so when you think Shilling scandal, you don't immediately think about Kurt scandalous. Same angle as Disney naming Frozen to avoid Walt's body coming up in Google searches. Scandalous. Twice. Safin says, pretty sure I got chilled when selling on eBay. 3 complaints from 3 buyers. It's unfortunate. Emmanuel in Space fell into Eric's DVD player. True.
Not true.
These are facts.
Magically.
And
that's a lie.
Eric Gamble was there too.
I don't know who
it all fell into place. It all fell into place. Shill. Incentive Shilling. Is Yannick in Quebec? Indeed.
Oui.
Oui. All the 33 Hamilton gum, hockey gum, I swear, are printed in Quebec basements. We're not talking about Yannick's printing his basement. How dare you?
What?
Those Christmas decorations aren't only they're right on time. No name, they're not. Let's see.
The Hamilton gum is kind of one of those sets that it never came out as a complete set. I think there's only 21 of the numbers going up to what's 50 or 60. I don't know what happened. No one knows that. So maybe he has something to that.
I just liked Eric's face. I don't want you to answer it. I just wanted you to enjoy the face of it.
Yeah.
I actually know who Ivanka Osmak is. And the answer is, people are just being creepy. Eric is creepy. People are creepy. There's a lot of creepiness to go around.
I don't know who that is.
A lady who's named Ivanka Osmak.
And if she was treated inappropriately while at the show, anyone that participated in that should have got a punch in the mouth. But I don't know who that is.
Who got punched in the mouth?
Well, Eric, I bet you would recognize her if she was standing beside an anchor chair at Sportsnet beside Ken Reed. She worked for Ken Reed.
Ken Reed, I talked to. I didn't talk to.
Well, Ken Reed sits beside Ivanka Osmak oftentimes on Sportsnet.
Yeah, I don't know who that is. Ken, I do, and I had a nice conversation with him. Very nice guy. Had his little daughter there with him, I think, and she seemed nice doing her thing. So, but I don't know who that other person is.
Mm-hmm. Indeed.
But if somebody did something inappropriate, somebody should have smashed him in the mouth.
I volunteer you, Eric.
I would have.
Star Sports Collectibles. Rather than circular sniping, I would like to see hobby influencers like Eric pressure auction platforms to do more combat shilling. Are we talking about Thunderdome? Because I'm into Thunderdome. Thunderdome is exciting. Combat shilling and market manipulation. No transparency or accountability. This is sounding like a cross between Thunderdome and Psychocross.
Yeah, we haven't invoked Thunderdome for quite some time. It's good to bring it back.
Yeah, once in a while, Bobby. It felt like the right time. That's a lie. Emmanuel in Space fell into his VHS player. True. Good to be Baz. There are 12 days of Christmas. None of them are in November. Facts.
Yeah.
Ken Reed is an awesome dude. I did get a chance to chat with him briefly. He was a very nice guy.
I see.
And he's good buddies with Brad. So,
no, he can't.
Brad co-signs for him. Good enough for me.
He can't be blamed for that.
Do we have to invoke the Booby or rookie again?
Maybe.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I've noticed recently. Eric wants to put the boxing gloves on all the time. What's up with that? He's a very strange man.
Some people need a punch in the mouth, and you can tell the people that have gone through this world that have never been punched in the mouth. And I think everyone should get punched in the mouth at least once, so they know what it feels like. So they'll keep their mouth.
Yeah, Nick. What I'm hearing. And again, remember from recent videos.
Volunteers.
This is what I'm saying, Yannick. From recent videos, I am an expert in reading between the lines. I have spent extensive time doing so. What I'm hearing from Eric is that everyone should punch Eric in the mouth. So we should have like a procession, a lineup outside of the house. Michelle can be at the front of the line, followed by Eric's children, followed by basically the neighbors and everybody else. But then right after that, the Burrell, myself, and Yannick got dibs. Brad can come by. Dan from Saugus can come by. Matt from Providence can come by. Everybody from Jesus from Nazareth, everybody can come by and give him a punch in the mouth.
Oh, God.
That's what I'm hearing Eric saying.
Okay.
That's what happened when you hate America.
Yeah. Eric.
See what happens.
Your hatred of America, freedom, and the troops. And then the things you said about Marcel, I can't even repeat in mixed company.
Oof.
Moving on.
That's not true.
I think Eric's VCR tripped and fell on Emmanuel in space. It's getting more complicated.
We'll be getting to Paul a little bit later.
Eric got punched from Dan from Saugus at Shriners. Deservedly so.
Oh, yeah. Shriners.
Yep. I want to hang with Eric. We're the same people. Hopefully you don't get punched by people, but other than that, I wish you well.
Okay.
Bill Ranford can come by. True.
Oh,
we'll get to the Bill Ranford situation. We'll get there. Mouth is the only place I have not been punched, hit, or kicked. There you go, Bob Boozle. Look at you. Who's got the Saskatchewan in the Grey Cup this weekend? Saskatchewan. It'll be good. We're gonna ask Eric to spell Saskatchewan later. It's gonna be very exciting.
I can't even pronounce it.
Yeah. Mike Tyson wants to punch Eric in the mouth. Everyone in creation. RBSC friends get 2 shots at Eric. How's that for an incentive?
Ooh.
Amazing. All the pals? All the pals?
Go to 48 kids. Don't you got things to do? Go make some hot dogs. Go find something to do. Leave me alone.
Hot dog.
When you're good, Dan, just give me a thumbs up. I can see you.
What? Why don't
we got Dan's Vintage Baseball, known associate of Dan from Saugus. Good evening, Dan. How are you?
Saugus guy at all. He does hit people and he's mean.
I have some bad news about Dan from Saugus. He's taking a break from the hobby.
Good.
After he hit Eric, he decided that he had gone too far and he's taking a break from the hobby. He had a meltdown on IG, and that was the end of it.
My understanding, Dan, is it's probably residual anger from the whole Beckett situation. Great disappointment. A lot of disappointment built up in that man, resentment, and it just boiled over. It's unbelievable.
Like the hobby therapist vanished.
Yeah.
We'll see. We'll see if Dan from Saugus makes a return someday.
I hope not. I don't like him.
Eric can't stand that guy.
No, I can't stand that guy.
Robert says, just tuned in, still getting over the Expo hangover. Got to take your time with it.
Yeah.
Eric lost his khakis.
Yes.
Yeah, you get the joke? That's an old Boston joke.
Khakis.
Well, Eric, why are you explaining to me? I need Dan from Saugus to explain.
Well, he's not here.
He's not. So,
because we cannot say car keys correctly. When we say car keys, it sounds like we're talking about the pants. So I can't find my khakis.
You don't have to worry about that now because none of them really have keys anymore. It's push start.
Yeah,
so
Bob's.
Got rid of that.
That's an old Boston joke. Yeah.
So Dan, what I want to do is I want to chat with you a little bit. Obviously, the video was a hit. The people clamored. The ravenous praise. The critics were full of nothing but ravenous praise. It was incredible. They have, and I already played the Hoj, the infamous Hoj. Invoked rule number 7, which honestly was my big takeaway. When he invoked rule number 7, I was like, and quoted it correctly. That was all the validation that I needed. But I do have another clip that I would like to play because prior to that, so I'll play this first and then we'll chat with Dan here a little bit. But it was from the same crossover episode, so this is how we got introed into it. So I want to make sure I play this for us because I didn't forget. I didn't miss it. I was at the expo, but I did catch it. But now we have time to expand upon it a little bit.
So there is a terrific podcast that was hosted by Because I'm Carlos, who is an exceptionally sharp guy. I haven't always seen eye to eye with him on everything, but he is a quick, smart individual. And he was just the perfect host, I think, for this discussion. And then he had on as a guest Dan from Dan's Vintage Baseball PC, who is just an all around thoughtful, intelligent, really interesting content creator and collector that I follow a lot of his work. And he also happens to be an attorney with a background in criminal defense of 35 years experience. And so these two teamed up to make a podcast that broke down the Dr. Beckett's interview of Patrick Ryan. And,
now I actually have like another 2 minutes of that. I could have kept playing it, but I honestly, Dan, I was really focused. Like, I appreciated that he had nice words to say about you, but for the first section, no, keep going. Like, you're doing great. Just keep going. Yeah. I'm with you so far. I've never agreed with you more. Like the first 20 seconds of that, Eric, I've never agreed with the host more on anything in my life.
I've always said Chris is a good guy. I like Chris a lot.
And he had some nice stuff to say about you too, Dan. So it worked out, I think, very well.
Sometimes.
Carlos, I actually watched the video with you and Dan a second time. It was that good. Appreciate it. Thank you for that.
Wow.
Thank you for that. Hopefully you use the burner and hit a thumbs up because I did charge Eric for all those likes. And there were a lot of likes, Dan. There was a lot of liking happening.
Not a lot of dislikes too, right?
So right now, as it stands, Eric will have to figure out how to use burners. If he ever figures it out, we'll probably get a couple more. But for the moment, the ratio stands at 129 likes to one person getting it wrong.
One.
There's always
I figured it would be at least two since Ryan and the good doctor were spoken about. But
the doctor wouldn't stoop to that. Come on.
I did come on to speak about a guy who spent years and years of hard work putting together a hobby price guide. Guy who's well respected in the hobby.
You're talking about me.
Great humility, great sense of humor, friends to everybody. I came on to talk about him. Bobby Burrell.
See, Dan, I was going to say something, but Bobby ruined it. His lack of humility is not like the humbleness that I admit all the time. Bobby was like, "No, you must be talking about me." Like,
got it.
He was already all over it before he even finished. He was already like, "No, it's me."
Did somebody clue him into the joke? I don't know.
No. It's just Bobby's ego. Bobby's ego run amok with Dan all by itself. Like, we didn't have to do a damn thing. Nope.
I'm putting out a couple videos lately. I didn't get the press that you guys did, but I'm putting stuff out.
Next time, call yourself Dr. Bobby or Dr. Burrell.
He deserves it.
I've heard that works.
Bobby.
I've heard that works.
Dr. Burrell.
Yes.
Maybe.
Yes.
It might.
Just saying. Think about it. Bob Boozle says, Carlos cut off the video before Hoj went on a 10-minute rant about Eric being bad for the hobby. Well, that was actually like an hour, but I agree with you.
Everyone knows that.
Yeah. We spend like approximately 4 hours a week beating that drum. Let me tell you.
So I promised Bob Boozle that I would explain why I've been so mean to Dustin lately. So when we come around to that, we can talk.
All right, hold on. Listen, Dan, I'm here for this. But before I do, I'll finish reading these comments. So Rob Star Sports here says, "Thank you, Carlos and Dan, for your hobby service. Your breakdown was a great watch. Thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate the kind words. Thank you for that." Later said, "Carlos, you complete me." These are all facts. Like, honestly, These are all just facts. Unfortunately, that was left on the cutting room floor, I think. But I read between the lines. I understood. I got it. Yep. We stand with Dan and Carlos Sharp, guys. There you go. I love the hashtag. Thank you, Baz.
He didn't call me Sharp. He called Carlos Sharp.
You got plenty of praise there, Dan. Like if I played another minute or so, he did not sell you short. You got plenty of good mileage in there. Let me know if you need the clip because I can give you the rest, and there's some good stuff in there for you too. So Dr. Bobby doesn't have quite the same ring as Dr. Beckett.
Well, we're using a first name and a last name, so if we flip that around, maybe it does work. Dr. Burrell and Dr. Jim.
Yeah, good old Jimbo.
Dr. Burrell, I like the way that sounds. That's not too bad.
Mm-hmm.
Danny Yannick looks to be enjoying a rum and coke. That'd be good.
No alcohol yet.
Not yet.
Yet.
All right.
Oh, there's plenty of alcohol in there.
There you go. Carlos Sharp, Dan is blunt. Yes. They're heading to Dominican Republic vacation. He's going to check out Jesus Made at the Brewers camp that he got going on. Nice. Well, enjoy. Hopefully he has a good time. All right. So let's have a little bit of fun. I do want to talk about, for the most part, by the way, I feel the two videos do stand on their own. They kind of cover the main groundwork. I will touch on some of the posts. So Dan, I resisted the urge because again, going back to the sensationalistic thing, now that you're here, we can talk about. We did actually have a side conversation about that, and I made the call not to make it sensationalistic. I could have done a whole dramatic thing with with Beckett on the page with burning flames and all kinds of crazy stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And I was like, it's not really necessary. I think it'll get there on its own. You just let the content do the heavy lifting. And look, again, for all the jokes. And in that clip, I let it run the perfection. He goes, even Ho says, we don't always see eye to eye, which is a very nice way of saying it. I agree with that. But nonetheless, the video, I think, stood on its own. And that was the important thing. The video, and I was very happy with the result and the way it actually came off. And we put it together really quickly because we were actually chatting while I was on my way back. And the timing worked out. And it, just to let behind the scenes. And I don't know if you heard this story, Dan. During one of the lives during the Expo, I gave people the behind the scenes. And we had recorded, and it was all good. But for whatever reason, the recording the StreamYard gave me went full roboto about 40 minutes in, and then there was all the rest of it. And I ended up having to take 3 separate audio tracks, both of ours, and then the recording audio track, and basically rebuild it to sync everything back up. It took me like an extra 2 hours to edit the damn thing to get it. That's why it showed up in the middle of the night.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
But in the end, I'm glad people enjoyed the video because I actually put a lot more work into that than I usually do for one of those. Usually it's straightforward. I can just upload it. But in this case, no, not so much on that one.
Well, you cursed yourself because right before I signed off, you said, "Oh, this one went pretty well. I think it's just going to go straight up."
And it would have if the audio had just. I will say, Dan, it is testament though. I always listen to it all the way through before I hit the upload. So I always double check. And in this case, I did take the precaution to record the extra tracks just in case, because this is an example of why you want to do that. In the case of a rainy day, I had the backup tracks, and on the backup tracks, if you listen to it, the audio should have gone all the way through, no problem. But it was taking that extra step. So always have insurance, people. Always record backups. Always a good idea. Just good advice.
Yes. Especially on important topics. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was great. Oh shit.
Yeah, could you imagine? Like, no, you have no idea how bad the audio got. All of a sudden, it was crackling, static all the way through. Like it was unlistenable. But nothing anybody said came through. It was horrible.
What causes that to happen then?
It was random because, like I said, for the first 40 minutes, it was fine. It was just after that, it was just suddenly went, like it just suddenly broke, and I have no idea why.
Internet connections, maybe.
Yeah. Dr. Bobby sounds like a heartthrob on General Hospital, maybe. Jill and I were pleased to meet you, Bobby. Hope you had a great expo. Thank you, Rob. Good stuff. So, like I said, so that was part of the issue with that one. So those two videos stand on their own. I did skip part 2 because honestly, there really wasn't anything new added. It was just kind of like 2 rich guys bragging about it. It would have been full snark. It would have just been me being snarky and making fun of it. It would have been fun. Like I'm not gonna lie, I would have enjoyed it. But it would have been 45 minutes of me making fun of it. Not much in the way of analysis. Part 3, I think, actually had a little more meat to actually be able to, because it's no, you doubled down, you tripled down, you really went for it. And I learned about reverse shilling. I didn't realize it was a Baskin Robbins set of flavors. There was a lot, Dan. There was a lot going on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, you did a terrific job on the third one. I did think you were a little easy on him when it came to the Probstein story completely changing.
I really wasn't too worried about it, Dan, because I'm used to the stories changing. I went back with Probstein. I did a video forever ago where Probstein interviewed Bill Mastro. And you know, and Brian Gray like magically forgot about that one. It's like I didn't forget about it. Here's the thing, Dan. It's not for me to be hard or not hard on it. It's like these are just the facts. You change the story a bunch of times. And again, you being Beckett have more to lose than I do. I wanted to kind of make the point with a couple of folks. It's like we can make the video, but we don't have the ability to draw up a grand jury. We do not have any enforcement power. We can point out like, hey, this sounds really messed up. Maybe someone should look into it, but that's about the extent of it. We can point it out. And I was able to give people the audio clip. Here's what he said before, and here's what he said right after. I'm literally going to play them right beside each other for you, one and then the other. And I felt that was the most effective way I could make the point. Rather than me quoting, why don't I just play them for you back to back?
Yeah.
That is the best way.
Yeah. But I mean, I really am at the point where I'm sort of moving forward from it, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm glad you were able to salvage with the audio, because I didn't have it in me to do that again. I mean, that was straight, you know, straight from the heart, you know, hard to do, and hard to call myself an idiot, and you know how I should have known. But I think moving forward, it's now more about like, what can we do now?
Sure.
And I think one of the things I want people to take away from it is that if you do this stuff, you could get in serious trouble. So stop doing it. You know, they talk about criminal law has a lot of different theories on why you punish people for stuff, but one of them is deterrence. The deterrence of not having people do this stuff would be great for the hobby, because now we got to realize like what's happened over the last few, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years to affect prices. Because how many of these comps are built on fake, fraudulent data? That's a problem moving forward.
It's hard to even put a percentage on that. You have to understand, in 2004, me and my friends, we spent $70,000 on the master auction, and that's the one that really got all the shillings.
Yeah.
So, I think he got 18 months or something like that, and everybody who got shilled didn't get anything back. So what incentive really is there at that point?
And I think I could be mistaken if memory serves me. I think Doug Allen also got like 5 years.
He did.
He was involved in it as well.
Mark Theodicus got about 3, and then Mastro, because he recorded Doug Allen. That's why Doug Allen got 5. He got a special offer of 18 months or something like that.
Yeah, Mastro cooperated. That's why his took so long from the time he took a plea to the time he got sentenced. He cooperated against 2 of the people. And he was going to testify at their trial, but they never went to trial. They also pled guilty.
No, I figured as much, yeah.
Yeah.
That's pretty much it. That's right. Let's see here. Sadfiend says, it's okay. For Eric, all of us find him guilty. Doesn't matter. It's all the same. Paul says, American Greed CNBC episode of Master, they estimated 20 to 25% reduction in prices of high-end stuff based on Master's shield bidding. I do remember the American Greed episode. Yeah, that was kind of a big one there. But yeah, no, I agree. I think, go ahead.
It was hard to tell because a lot of those items never have come to market. So you cannot really even guess shilling at that point. Like, honestly, all the wax boxes, there's a 52 full box there. How much is it worth? Nobody knows. No, none is ever sold prior or, one after. Yeah, so. Who knew? We were happy to get what we got for the price we got. I guess that's the end result, isn't it? You never know what you're going to pay as long as you paid enough. You seem like you're fine. Where we shill bid? Who knows? Probably. We'll never know.
Yeah, go ahead, Dan.
You were going to say something. There's a dealer that I know who estimates that between the bump in prices from what do they call mystery packs or whatever they call them, and shilling, that prices are probably about 40% higher than they really should be across the board.
Wow.
And that's somebody who's been in the business for like 30 or 40 years. So I think people know it. It's just the question is how is it going to affect the prices of cards as we move forward? As I said at the end of the video, it's like my final emotion was fear.
It's not going to stop though, Dan. Like,
worry.
How do you stop it?
Yeah.
I think
so actually go ahead.
Go ahead, Carlos. I'm sorry.
All I was going to say was I was just going to have a little fun with this comment here. It's like I'm aware the two criminal codes are not the same, but here's the thing you're forgetting. None of these people that we mentioned are going to face anything, because you guys are welcome to report it, but just for the record, it doesn't matter. It could be the criminal code of Timbuktu. Right now, a lot of the folks that do a lot of these things, they can admit to it. Okay, so we've got the podcast where they talked about it. What auction? What item? When? Where? What? That's where somebody has to actually take the initiative and actually decide to investigate it. Great. You could be like, oh no, I was joking. Like, now it's on you to like prove that that's the case and everything, but you still need someone to actually take the initiative. So don't take it too seriously. The reality is this. A lot of people get obsessed about this in terms of the criminal codes, and they want to give their agenda to complain about one set of criminal codes or another. Guess what? There's a lot of people in that position. Remember, Mastro admitted it, cooperated, and barely got anything. Mastro's still around. And by the way, he was selling stuff with Probstein a couple of years ago and admitted to that. Yep. And it was barely a ripple. He literally went to jail for it, and he was still selling. This hobby doesn't care. No. We've demonstrated that over time, many times.
I'd like for that to change, though. You know,
sure.
Maybe I'm an idiot about that too, but I think in this point, maybe it's going to change. I don't know.
I mean,
maybe not.
I hope so too. And and I'm I'm a nobody, and I don't spend millions of dollars or anything.
You're an idiot.
Yeah, and I'm an idiot.
All true.
After I used to do business with Probstein quite regularly, and once he did that interview with Mastro and defended him, and then on top of that admitted on the video that he's still in business with him and is hawking his wares, I have not purchased anything from Probstein since.
You probably got shilled on your Lemon cards, like $11, $12. That's why you had to pay more.
That's probably true. I had to pay $2 instead of $1. So if more people would use their wallet as to send messages to these things, to these situations, like Whatnot. I didn't like what happened at Whatnot. I deleted the app. Was I spending hundreds or thousands of dollars? No, but I was purchasing things on Whatnot, and now the app is off my phone. If you don't stand up for something, then you stand for nothing. So that's what I do. I use my wallet, and I'm sure other people have too, but unfortunately not enough do to make a dent. And I'm with Dan. I wish more people would.
There's no governing body our hobby has. So what are we going to do? Really, collectively, you can't. People are going to do what they're going to do. As long as you don't do it. It's just that they got caught, and it's been going on since over 20 years, over forever, right? So how do you stop something that's going on? I don't know. No idea on that one.
Right. So real quick, I'm going to get to Dan here in a comment, but let me quickly read these just to get caught up. Dylan here says, been listening and working. Thank you for keeping me entertained. Also, great video today, Carlos, about the number 3 video. Appreciate it. Thank you, Dylan. Explain how you need to save 30% discount. You want the card paid for it. Hey, tell Eric to pay more. He's cheap. Eric now does the like button fee type transactions on Snipe.
That's maybe.
Snipey.
45 years in the hobby, and the only thing that changes is the price of boxes. I want to buy Eric a drink. He needs don't give him a stiff drink. He can barely handle 2 Guinness. 2 Guinness to the wind, and he's hanging off the chandelier basically. He might need to give him a glass of water or something like that. That might be the strongest he can take.
I did almost fall asleep after 2. I didn't, but there was one night I was out with Carlos and some other and I think Brandon and his wife.
The best part is the fact that he can't remember tells you how he was 2 Guinness to the wind. Like it's over.
So by the time I finished the second one, I was starting to doze. But I managed to power through. But if I had a third one, I would have been asleep at the table.
So now you know, Dan, if you ever hang out with Eric and you want to go to drinks, you might want to stick to like hard tap. That might be about the strongest he can go.
Maybe red cap.
Milk. Yep. I like milk.
Damir says, Feds took 2.5 years to move on the Clays for his pitch betting channel, that much higher profile than our hobby. If anything comes of this, it'll be after the falling out of the hobby's news cycle. Think about how much taller Eric would be if he stood on his wallet. True. So Dan, just before we got to the comments.
Just much taller.
Yeah, just before we got to the comments there, you were saying that you'd like that to change. Did you have a follow-up thought on that?
I think we have to speak with our wallet is really what it boils down to. And how can that be measured? I don't know. I mean, I stopped using Heritage and Golden after Blue Jacket 66 did a video in like January. You know, and am I going to stop using REA because it just introduced, you know, hidden reserves? Probably, actually. So, I mean, I think we have to stop getting entrapped by shill bidders. We have to stop using auction companies that are essentially, you know, bidding behind our backs, and you know, not let them win. How is that going to affect the data? I don't know. We'll see. But I'd like to say I have, you know, a hope that it's going to happen, that things will change. But you know, years and years of the same crap over and over again in different guises, you know, it's going to be the same thing. But we'll see.
I think Carlos said this before, is that even if you do, if they do change the rules, people can still get their friends to do it. You can't get away from it, really. So does it really help?
Yeah.
The rules do help, changing the rules. I know Jeremy's working on something there, but really, as you know, most of the people have their best friend's brother, I don't know, whatever. And how do you do that, right? How do you,
I've got a question. I do have a thought here that kind of plays into what Dan just said, and also kind of what Bobby was talking about. One of the comments, again, to the best of my ability, I did read through most of the comments. So again, thanks to everybody who did comment on it. Again, great feedback. But there was just so much. I did my best to try to read through a lot of it. Theoretically, I have to pretend that I work sometimes. So, but the rest of the time, I did find some time to read. But there were some folks who were trying to get their head around. Not one of the justification, but one of the counter, because in their minds, they get in their head this idea, Dan, and I think you'll understand what I'm saying with this. See, for some of them in their head, they're like, well, if you intended to pay for it, well, intent, you can't judge intent. That's like, you can't get in somebody's head. And by the way, if you accept that, then isn't that a great defense? If you ever get caught, oh yeah, I totally intend to pay for that. Like I 100%, yeah.
Stand outside of Walmart.
Who's gonna say at that point, Dan? Shouldn't it be your default answer to be like, yes, I totally intended to pay. Yes, totally, I'll pay for that. No problem. That's a great excuse. That sounds like a wonderful cop out to anything if you happen to get caught. Now, quick side point to that. Even if you pay for it, you know, if somebody tries to get in their head, well, if you pay for it, then what's the harm? Well, the thing is, paying for it isn't really that impressive. You win an item. We'll use small numbers so that Eric doesn't get lost in here.
I don't like the
you buy it. I know. You buy an item for $100, whatever. You pushed it up. You were bidding on it through proxies or whatever avenue you wanted to do. So you win the thing instead of some sucker winning it. And you say, oh, but you know, if somebody pays for it, well, yeah, okay, fine, you pay for it. So then you get paid back the money minus the fee for the consignment house or whatever you're using. And in reality, all you're really out is just the difference between the final total and the percentage. It's not a big deal, especially if you were trying to avoid it going too low. Dan, if that's my concern, a couple of percentage points at the end of the day is not really a big deterrent. It didn't really cost me the full amount of the bid.
Yeah. And on $100 item,
I'm just using that to be an example. Make it $100,000.
It was a $20,000 or a $50,000 item.
But if you're concerned about the fee on that, Bobby, the reality is if you're concerned about going too low, okay, so you pay $2,000 in fee. Okay, but I still get my item back. And then down the road, I can try to relist. And I still have a comp at that number. So I can always try again down the road through a different avenue. So the point is, like, it's not really much of a punishment at that point, Dan, because then you're just paying a percentage, really. It's like a restocking fee. That's really what you did, is pay a restocking fee, and then you kind of stow it away somewhere for a while, and then eventually it comes back into the hobby somewhere else.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, one card, sure, but if it's systematic and it starts to become a problem, then it's not worth it, right? I mean, somebody made a joke
get away with it often enough.
That all these repacks are just guys trying to get rid of the stuff that they shilled on and had to pay for. I didn't make that joke. I don't know where it came from, but it's very funny.
Chill pack. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Let's buy one.
Yeah, I think it's interesting there is that a lot of folks were trying to talk about the whole idea that, oh, well, you know, if you pay for it, then it's, but you didn't really do anything. You're just paying a percentage. It's not a big deal. Like, again, to your point, if it's systematic, I get that. But if you're doing systematic, then
it was Mangini. It was Mangini. There you go.
Okay.
Oh,
I got it.
Good joke.
I'll scroll down here. I'll get caught up. Yep. I'm just going to quickly go through here. But yeah, that's kind of my big thought about that. Like, really, the idea here is that I don't think it's as much of a, that's not really a good excuse, and it's not much of a deterrent. Like, it's like, so for folks that are trying to do that, their goal is to be the second highest bidder or to be the third highest bidder. They don't actually want to be the highest bidder, But if it happens to happen and you did it through an intermediary, then do you really care necessarily? Because then you just didn't get a bad comp and you got away with it.
What do you think about this, Carlos? The CIA auction house doesn't allow something to be posted. You have to wait
for 6 months. Yeah,
to repost something.
Well, whatever.
I think it's a good policy to prevent the ease to be able to do that. You prevent somebody from flipping it, so to speak. But then again, you could just use a different auction house. Like you could try it one time, one place, and just shop it around, right? Find a different, take it to Golden the second time, take it to REA the third time, or however many times you need to play this game in order to make it work for you.
Yeah, I mean, it's a start though. So
sure, I don't have any problem. It goes back. I joked about it in the video, Dan. I have no problem with somebody documenting the policies because I think it's good for people to have a reference to be able to know what they are.
Yes.
Then they can as consumers, they can make more informed decisions. There is nothing wrong with that. That's perfectly fine. Again, fun that I was having with the source that was working on that at the time. But the reality is there's nothing wrong with a reference. Having the reference is not a bad thing. Having a policy in place is not a bad thing. I just think it was the only reason, and I'll actually have a little bit of a quick thought on this. I was chatting during the Gong Show, was doing their Slab Sharks watch along kind of thing. I hang in the chat a little bit and kind of poke some fun at some of the guys there and hang out. They weren't completely up on it. They're a segment of the hobby that kind of is peripherally aware of this. But then when Josh was trying to explain it, it became very clear that he only kind of read the headline. And I was like, okay, but because in their mind, they're thinking, oh, okay, so I don't know who this Patrick Ryan is. He got caught shill bidding. Why is the hobby focusing in on this for so long compared to the regular news cycle? Oh, but, and then somebody says the Becca thing. It's like, oh, yeah, but the Becca thing. It's like the problem isn't the Becca thing or the Patrick Ryan thing. The problem is that they brought in the idea that there are so many people that are willing to talk about it openly. They've gotten to the point that they're not even trying to hide it very well. Yes, shill bidding has been around since auctions have existed. That is true. But Eric, stealing has been around since time of existence. Murder has been around since time of existence. We don't stop talking about it because it doesn't. You still need to at least be aware and bring it up from time to time. And also, though, if it wasn't Beckett, if it was some random guy on a podcast that Patrick Ryan happened to be doing it, it would have already extinguished by now.
Yeah.
Beckett being there, Beckett having a part 2 and having a part 3 took the ember of the flames that were about to go out and then threw gasoline on top of it. He extended the life cycle of this particular news. Otherwise, we would have moved on by now.
Basically,
I would say to anybody who doesn't think that this is a big deal, or Shilling's not a big deal, or they just want to accept it as part of the hobby, I would say to them, please generously give me access to your bank account. And every once in a while, I'm just going to go in and take $10, take $50, take $100, just because I have no right to it, but I'm just going to take it because that's what's happening. Do you not understand that that is what's being done to you? That you are trying to bid on a card honestly. You're bidding $10. All of a sudden it goes up to 20. So now you got to bid 25 and you win the card. Well, come to find out that, the owner of the card is the one that made the price go up. He just stole that $15 from you.
But you were willing to pay it.
But if he had not,
it's one of those things, right?
If he had not, and I don't know if to me it should be illegal. Dan's the lawyer here. If he didn't quote illegally shill his card, you would have only paid $10. He stole $15 from you. So if you don't have a problem,
did you give it to him?
If you don't, you were conned. People get conned all the time.
It's called fraud, yeah.
Out of their money. And if people are okay with this or don't think it's a big deal, again, I say, please give me access to your bank account. And every once in a while, I'm just going to go in and take a little here, take a little there. And it's no big deal because that's what's happening.
You kind of do anyways, but
Yeah, well, only because you gave me access to your bank account, fool.
That'll teach him. That'll teach him. So now y'all know, if you ever sell anything to Bobby, charge him double.
Please.
Zach says,
and don't tell me.
Don't tell him. Guessing you saw Dustin's comments on why he and Neo deleted their videos. Yes. I also, to be fair, I did know.
Can we talk about that?
Yeah. To be fair.
So now this is my segue. Like I waited for this moment. So Dan, listen.
I have not seen
Talk
this
to
yet.
us.
So
I know the answer to this, but I want to get Dan. This is Dan's opportunity here. This is a great chance.
So this is the sort of chronology of it. We recorded on Wednesday night, and you posted that video early in the morning on Thursday. Right.
Yeah.
So, and as I said on the video, I felt like we went out on a limb here. I mean, we really sort of, went full throttle, went through everything. We didn't do anything illegally. We didn't violate anybody's rights, but we went out on a limb. And I said, if this is the end of my hobby life and, I'm shunned, then so be it. But so I felt that when Neo's video and Dustin's video gave us a little bit of cover, like it was like we were sort of part of a group of people who were talking about this. And when you texted me, Carlos, on, I guess it was Thursday afternoon,
probably,
to say that Neo had taken his down, and then I later on found, I don't know if you had said Dustin also, or I don't remember, but that they had sort of, that kind of left us out, like floating in the breeze with just us out there. And, we didn't know how the reaction was going to be. I mean, now we know hundreds of comments, thousands of views, praise here and there and there. But like at the time that they took their videos down, I felt like we were absolutely on our own, out on a limb, and anything could happen. And it was about a half a day that was my feeling. And I was very much unhappy with that at the time. I mean, I've had sort of a different feeling about Neo because I've been, information has been given to me. He's come out and said some of the things, and I feel like, and I wrote a not nice comment on his explanation video, and I took it down because I felt like it was kind of unfair. And he asked me to reach out to him, which we haven't spoken, but I kind of feel like it's unnecessary at this point. But I feel like Neo, okay, I wasn't happy that you took your video down. It would have been nice for us to all go into this together, but I get it. But Dustin was a different story because nobody contacted Dustin. Dustin didn't get any kind of lawyers, no threats, whatever. And then, he took his video down, and it seemed to me like, I said some mean things to Dustin, and I left the comment up because I still feel that way. And then the sports card radio guys lit into Neo unfairly.
Did they ever?
Really lit into him. But then they left Dustin alone completely. And the reason for that is because Dustin paid them money. He essentially paid them money to not, it was an ad thing or some sort of,
a Rolex
exchanging links or whatever.
No, I think it was like a promotional thing or like
some kind of promotional thing. But the reality is with those two guys, they're not shy about it. Money changes the game for them. And in that scenario, it changed the game, and Dustin got, off the hook. And so that pissed, and then he puts a video out, and I know he's kind of joking, but it's in the title that, Sports Card Radio endorses Dustin. It's like, yeah, okay. You paid them to get off your back. Meanwhile, you left Carlos and I like, floating in the breeze and, took your video down. And I feel pretty strongly about that. And, if you want to know how I feel about Dustin, read the comment that I made on the video that, that he tried to explain why he took his video down. And no one threatened him. But, I guess if you breathe strongly in his direction, he'll fall over. So whatever. That if Bob Boozle is watching, that's why I was so mean to Dustin. So there you go.
So Dan, what's your hypothesis behind Dustin pulling his video down?
I think he heard that Neo heard from a lawyer. He didn't want to hear from
so he
a lawyer.
avoided it quickly. I get it.
Yeah.
I didn't know
But
who
what
came up
happened was
first.
afterwards, and now it's like Hoge put up that video on Friday night, so that was like more cover for us. Mike Junkwax Hero put up a video with John Keating Friday night. That was more cover for us, and then it started just more and more people started putting up at that point, and it was not a situation where we were floating in the breeze on our own. And at that point, I felt like we had plenty of cover. And then when Ryan had his meltdown on Instagram on Saturday and Sunday, at that point, I think we were all safe. But there was a point there, like I said, where Dustin really Neo, like I said, I can understand, but Dustin left us out hanging.
I think everybody was looking for someone to take charge and lead the brigade, and you guys did. And then everybody was going, oh, great, and it was a good video. So, everybody was behind you on it because they couldn't deny it. So it was really well done. So there you go.
Yep.
So I'll quickly add a couple of things that I feel. I'm showing the comments. I'm reading them, but I also want to make sure that I kind of touch on Dan's comment here. Okay, so I've got Dan's comment here. It's too good not to share. I feel like it's a good thing to do.
Please,
it's in the comment section, so you guys can see for yourself. So anyway, it's in the video where the title on this one. Let me make sure I get this right. SCR endorses SCD plus Beckett Chill Bidding Podcast Part 3 reaction. By the way, it's not a reaction. I did a reaction. For the record. So here's the thing. So here's full disclosure.
Action.
Full disclosure. I don't really have as much of a problem with Dustin as Dan does, but in fairness, hold on. To be fair. Good. I'm on a Discord with Neo and Dustin and those guys, and every time Dustin does an ad, we ridicule him without mercy. So in fairness, I make fun of Dustin all the time on days that end in Y. So for me, it's just part of the standard course. So we do have we're not good buddies, but we do have a different relationship in the sense that we communicate on a semi-regular basis. And again, every time he does an ad, we make fun of him. So again, without mercy. So again, just to clarify that. But I don't have an issue with what Dan's saying because I understand his perspective and what he's going with, and that's where the comment comes into play. So now let me read this comment. So it's like, you have absolutely no shame. It's breathtaking. I appreciate the breathtaking. That's nice. I'm beginning to think this is some kind of performance art piece where you portray the most spineless, dishonest, tasteless milquetoast dude. I like the milquetoast.
Milquetoast, love it.
Milquetoast dude with no convictions or morals, and see how people react. Like Pee Wee Herman, only entirely without any character whatsoever.
Wow, that's creative, Dan. Holy shit! I think you should be a writer. Get off the video and be a writer.
I thought Dustin was going to respond, and someone I put that comment in one of my the text threads with friends in the hobby, and they thought it was funny. And one of them responded with the meme of Pee Wee Herman saying, "I know you are, but what am I?" And I thought Dustin was going to say that, but he wasn't smart enough. So, oh well.
So on the comment, hang on. I want to make sure we at least cover this. Eric, we're going to use all our production values. We got all of it. Very nice. Very nice. Want to make sure we cover that. Yeah. So overall, when it comes to a lot of that stuff, the guys I know really do enjoy the engagement side of it. I don't have a problem with Dan said because he's certainly entitled to his opinion on that. I think also, but let me add this. I do think also part of what I think created a bigger problem for those guys, at least for a while there, is that they do have bigger platforms. I've got a platform. There are folks that do have like a lot of folks that I watch and participate with and chat with and all that. Again, there's like, I've talked about this before. There's like these levels, these tiers. Again, a lot of my subscribers came from a lot of the old content and such, but over time, slowly the people that are watching for the sports card stuff has grown over time. And to be honest, the last couple of weeks have actually bumped the subscriber base quite a bit from those videos. But the reality is that my platform is a fraction of the size of their platform. So I think a lot of people were looking to it, hoping that saying, hey, you got like 20,000 subscribers or 25,000 or whatever thereabouts, you're a little bit bigger in the space. We're not going to be hearing from Pac-Man. Geoff isn't going to necessarily go on a big, controversial stance on anything. And we'll get to that whole thing in a minute. Those are the bigger ones in the space. But Card Collector 2 isn't going to comment on this to that degree. But they also don't cover news. Somebody like that doesn't cover news. So I can't necessarily expect them to. Where we're looking at two folks in the space who do cover news. Like it's almost daily news videos.
Two more things when you're done. I have
to finish.
And Zach actually reminds me here that one of my other points was that there is no basis to be scared of a lawyer. It's an empty threat. And that was the other thing that I wanted to say. But there's one more thing, because we'll read it. We can read that second. Eric's favorite guy in the hobby, his goat in the hobby, we come to find out that Patrick Ryan told them to take the video down, and that's why he went after those guys with his ridiculous threats that have now been debunked. That Jeff Wilson stood his ground. So there you go.
He's a goat.
To go.
There you go. I think it also, to be honest, like again, just speaking truthfully, I think it also helped that their coverage was very light. Like in the grand scheme of things, they probably sat there and looked at like, what are you complaining about? Like we didn't fall that far. Like we're basically sticking to literally what's recorded, nothing else. We're keeping it very base level. We're not really digging in too deep, overly accusing anybody of anything. So they probably just sitting there going like, what are you talking about? Like, no, get out of here. So he did have a very legitimate point to say like, no, man, like we didn't say anything that should be problematic for anybody. He went about as light as he could with somebody he actually had a relationship with. And he goes like, no. So yeah, to your point, I think that does then create that contrast. That's the other side of it. I'll quickly touch on Bob Boozle's comment here, because again, one of the other ones that's kind of funny. Also, by the way, I will credit Baseball Collector on this. So Mike, he did also quote me in his video. Dan, this has been a good week for me.
Right. Yes, he did.
He did quote me on this one too. So I'm like, Bobby, this is good. This is working out great. All of my favorites and all of the ones that love me are quoting me this week.
This just proves that I am not needed here. You guys come off, it's your thing. You're getting 2,000 views, tons of compliments, pats on the back. I'm not needed here. I really think this would be a great time for me to exit the show, move on with my life, and you guys can take it from here.
Eric, what does it say there?
Perpetuity.
So anyway, moving on. So as I was saying, I'll finish reading the comment here. I understand Dan. Right before I commented on Dan's comment saying he was too harsh, I saw a video from Baseball Collector about why bother. So my take is at least Dustin tried. So I get kind of that general idea. It was funny because Mike decided to go with the, and the thing is, I don't blame Mike, but if somebody wanted to, Dan, they could almost make the same argument. Like, well, Dan, Mike also does have a little bit of a bigger platform. And here's the thing, to be clear, Mike and I don't really have an issue with each other. I do enjoy poking fun at him because he will put his foot in his mouth all the time. It's incredible, his capacity to do this. And he's given me great content, and we've acknowledged that, and we had that conversation. Go ahead, Dan.
Mike's video, Mike is Mike. Yes. I'm friends with the guy. I don't have any beef or qualms with him.
Yeah.
And to be fair,
anybody can invoke that.
Wow, wait, that was a little extra juice and gas on that one. Okay,
it was.
Mike was in Europe while all this was going down. So he, I got, you guys were at Expo, but he was out vacationing with his wife and I don't know who else. But he flew back, and watched our video, Carlos, and sent me a nice positive text, and that was it for him. He was done. So that whole thing that he put out saying, why bother? I'm just going to, stay with the positive part of the hobby. I don't know. I don't hold that against him. I mean, by that, but if he had done a video at that point, he was way behind the curve. So,
no, to be clear, I don't have an issue with that. I genuinely have no problem with it. The only thing I would say, though, is that Mike does occasionally comment on things in situations like, so he kind of picks and chooses his spots a little bit. But again, I'm being clear. The reason why I say I think Neo and Dustin get the brunt of this, and again, for Neo's situation, I understand it more. And I also understand why somebody would have an issue with Dustin's approach. So I get that. I have no issue with that. But again, I chat with both of those guys. I have no problem with what they're doing. The fact, though, is that once you position yourself as being more of a news outlet, then you're almost creating a different set of, I'm not going to quite go as far as to say a standard, but you kind of are forcing yourself into a corner. Yeah. I'm kind of a commentary channel, Dan. I still focus predominantly on my collecting side of things, but I don't mind talking about certain news topics. But I made very clear early on, a long time ago, because during the pandemic, it felt like I was making videos almost daily. I made very clear, I don't want to cover every topic. I want to cover ones that interest me. And then I've got time during the Friday lives and such to maybe catch some other stuff in case there's some additional things that are interesting to me. But there's so much stuff that goes on all the time that I don't bother making a video on. I don't make any posts on. I don't cover it. but I'm also not trying to be a news channel. But I will occasionally comment. There are things that I'm interested in commenting on. So if it moves me, if the spirit moves me, and I feel like, yeah, I didn't have to make a video on part 3, but I heard part 3 and I thought it was hysterically funny, and I was like, oh, the content gods called my name, and I said, I'm there.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yeah. But if something happens tomorrow that doesn't catch my interest, then don't expect a video from me. But I've already established that in advance. But if you are making daily videos and you are covering news all the time, then there is an expectation that, hey, are you going to cover this? And like I said, with Mike's case, again, he's not a news channel either. He focuses predominantly on his own collecting stuff, but he also does like to chime in on certain topics. So I understood why some people would have been interested, maybe, if he had wanted to chime in his 2 cents. But I'm not going to blame him. He's welcome to abstain. It is his right if he wishes, and if he's somebody he doesn't want to add into it, that's perfectly within his rights. So I'm going to scroll through here. I'm not really sure what they're so afraid of getting sued over. As long as you stick to facts and don't make stuff up, who cares? I think what helped a lot of what we were talking about is that we focused not only on what was said specifically, we played the whole thing. Front to back, left nothing out, didn't edit. And then when we were talking about a point, I actually rewinded a couple of seconds to make sure that we went back over the ground we covered. So we actually covered the entire thing multiple times. So just to make sure we absolutely hit on it.
Mm-hmm.
Also, anything Kay's lawyer suggesting sellers use a reserve. That's actually one thing that we talked about. That is an option. I know a lot of people don't like it, but if you really want to make sure something doesn't sell for a price you're not happy with, the reserve is available in certain auction houses. Use it. Yeah, that is a way of making sure you hit whatever you want.
It's a slight deterrent. Yes, sure.
I mean, how about, it's the same thing. Starting bid. That's your reserve, right? You don't need to start at $1 and have a reserve for 500. I always thought that was stupid. Just start it at $500. I've never understood the reserve. Starting it low and you have to hit a hidden reserve number as a bidder. I've never understood that. I've never been in favor of that.
It's protection.
It does not make any sense to me. To me makes no sense.
Well, because you don't play in that realm of money that you'd lose, right? Like, who cares if you lose $10 on?
Start the bid at the money that the lowest number you'll accept.
There you go. That's a good way of doing it. No reserve. Start it high.
That's it.
Anybody beyond there, go for it.
That's my reserve. I will not take. I want $500. The first person who bids 500, I'm happy. Now you guys can go from there.
But that takes a lot of people out of the game. Bidding is emotional, and if you have more competition, you know how somebody outbids you and you go, screw that guy, I'm going higher, I don't care, and you do it, and it happens to everybody. You get emotionally tied in. So the lower the opening, the more people get involved, the more emotional part you have on that, and the more higher the price will go. So
yeah, I mean, that's a good point. I don't think you're wrong.
You don't think?
I get it. I'm listening to your point. I said I didn't understand.
Are you listening to his point though? Are you sure?
Is he really? I don't know.
I'm hit. No, I think
no, he's not listening. See,
your sentence didn't start with indifference to the bro. I didn't hear that.
So I understand his point. I still think
I need a lawyer. Dan,
start.
I'm not admitted in Canada.
Well, it's a kind of a between two countries, so
Well, Eric is in a rolling truck in Manila, so do we have jurisdiction there? Like,
true.
I don't know. That's a different thing. It's a third category. It's a big problem. Let me just see here. I am reading this, and I'm also leaving it on the screen so you guys can check it out. Did I want those items to go for more? Hell yes, but no way would jeopardize my rep for that. And last my auctions consignments like they did my IG and other stuff. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I get you.
Yeah, Dan's famous. He was on he was on Victor's show. See, he's really revving it up there. Jeez, he's been.
I've never been on
it.
Victor never asked me.
I should have got his autograph before.
Well, Eric, I would love to know what would you want Victor to bring you on the show to talk about? Eric, can we talk about what the Reggie Lemon rookies are? Like, what are we talking about? What are we discussing?
There you go.
Amazing. Incredible. Thank you, Dylan. Sold in the COVID bubble. Great video games. We're holding on before the boom. There you go. That's fair enough. Let me just scroll through here. Zach here says, that's what sucks for baseball collector. He picks and chooses what he wants to talk about news-wise. Completely fair, but the moment he doesn't have a strong opinion, he gets blasted in the comments. It's one of the downsides of it. Mike has built up a good platform. Like, he's over 10,000 subscribers now. For better or worse, I've talked about this before though, and this is kind of a thing. I don't know if you've ever heard this from me, Dan. I've said this multiple times, and I've said it to Mike actually separately. Sometimes when Mike puts his foot in his mouth, and it happens on a semi-regular basis, you can set your clock to it. What happens though, is I told him, if you had 10 subscribers, you could say whatever the hell you wanted. No one would give a damn. Your problem is that you don't have 10 subscribers. Your problem is that you have 10,000. So when you decide to say something, people actually hear it.
He also, I think he reads the comments and it affects him more than maybe some other people. He's a little more sensitive to it. And then, he responds, and that gets, more nonsense going back and forth. And, he's texted me and called me to talk about like some comment somebody made. And I'm just like, Mike, just ignore them. You don't have to answer. You don't have to let it affect you. And I didn't see any negative comments to that video that where he said, like, I'm just staying out of it. Of course, I didn't read that many of them. Was it in fact a tough comment section on that video?
So I'll be honest, I saw the video, but I didn't scan that one for me. I got like, I'll go back to what I said a moment ago. I understood. But I also have at least chatted with Mike separate at different times, so I kind of get it. Again, I'm not holding him to some unfair standard. So I understand generally what his channel's about.
I commented on it. I made a joke, which people liked. So there you go.
Yeah. One of the tricks, though, and this is the reason I mentioned it, Dan, is that it is tricky. Hold on. I'll zoom in on it. Can you show it again?
That's a nice
you don't have to zoom. My point is that this is a 1949 Eureka stamp of a completely obscure pitcher named Nelson Potter, whose half a season with the Braves in 48 helped them win the pennant. And I collect 48 Braves. And this is the only issue that exists with Nelson Potter in a Braves uniform, because he's not in the 49 Bowman set for some reason. And then he left baseball. But I got this on eBay in an auction. There is a $50 like PSA 6 for this, but this was a 99-cent auction. And I was the only bidder, so I paid 99 cents for this.
So you didn't get shilled.
I know. This is the problem. Bobby, I don't know. Have you ever had this instance? Because I have.
Yes.
Where you put something in a 99-cent auction, and no one bids, one person bids on it, and you end up giving away like a $20 or $30 card for 99 cents.
Yeah, it happens all the time. And then sometimes when you win an auction at 99 cents, you sit there and go, did I read it correctly? Is that a reprint? Like, what happened? So it's timing, right? You ever get on the highway and there's no one there and you go, did the world end? Like, and then the traffic starts coming.
There's a section in Prince Edward Island, speaking of Canada. I spent 3 different summers on Prince Edward Island in like the early 2000s. And it's like the west part of Prince Edward Island. You're driving up a hill and you can't see anything in front of you, like, because it's the ocean and it's the sky. And it's like you feel like you're just about to drive into the ocean. So it's like the perspective is really what it's all about. And if you are not afraid to win or lose a 99-cent auction, then you don't have to shill, and you don't have to be a victim of shill.
So you won that for 99 cents?
If every auction has to get to the comp or the value of the card, then it's not a fair game,
Yeah.
So thank you for bringing that up. Thank you for bringing that up, because I mentioned that kind of at the tail end. Was again in the part 3, I was talking about Beckett was making his pitch and talking about a couple of different aspects of it. He was talking about like, I want fair auctions and everything, and I was kind of being a little bit snarky, but also kind of pushing back. Go, do you though? Because in the earlier conversation. Like you were worried about, people getting a good deal. Like the reality is this: sometimes people will get a good deal.
P. Ryan doesn't watch it too.
If it's working correctly, sometimes stuff slips through the cracks. You get a good deal. By the way, I figured Carlisle would respond to that. He just says here, "I need that Nelson Potter for my collection." I figured you would catch that one. I figured you. So Dan, I did it for his benefit. I figured he'd be interested in that one.
There is another Nels Potter on eBay that's also like $3, but it's got a rip in it. So that's the one I wouldn't. And then one popped up. I had in saved searches. One popped up, 99 cents.
Yeah.
So
Bubbles
you got to get on.
Watching case lawyers. Yeah, watching Big Cage Lawyer's video, I came to the conclusion the only thing worth bidding on is high-end auction houses, ultra-rare collectibles, like a good Boston Bruin. Those
That's
are rare.
it.
Zach says Mike asks people to block him. Seems to happen, yeah. I agree with Dan's assessment that, Mike does get in his feels a little bit sometimes and reacts, and you can see when the video goes in that direction, that's what happens. Will here has got a good comment. Guys, in honor of Carlos's dedication to these lives, I'll be donating $20,000 in his name to the Hospital for Sick Children in Colorado. A good cause.
I was thinking somebody else bid 40, was going to do 45, but P. Ryan had to get above him and did 50.
Yeah, I was going to say he needed to bump it up a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Let's see here.
I didn't want to make
mentally
a
Shilling
joke about children, though. Wait, what was that last one?
Dan got mentally shilled on a 99-cent auction. He knew it should have been 1 cent, but paid the 99-cent anyway. That's right. Yeah.
The shipping was more.
Yeah, the shipping wasn't even that much. It was like $2. I think all in with tax, it was less than $4.
So you got shilled on the shipping? Damn it, Dan.
I think so.
Lord.
No, it wasn't like a $5 shipping. It was $2.
Yeah, but it was only
was it a plain white envelope with a stamp? Was it a plain white envelope with a stamp?
PWE with a stamp, yeah.
Yeah. So real quick, since Will brought it up,
74 cents. So
yeah,
I got shilled an extra $1.
It's $2.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
I'm not complaining.
Yeah. Since Will brought it up, actually. So real quick, I wanted to touch on this, but I'll combine it all into one little section here. It could have been its own video, honestly. It's just like I said, I wasn't interested in just creating 10 videos about it. So obviously, you had the original podcast episodes, the third podcast, which created its own thing that I definitely made a video on. But then you had, Patrick Ryan had suddenly, and the weird thing is that the first set of screenshots, and I sent Dan all the screenshots so you can look at them over. Like, it was quite the wild scene, all the stuff going on there. The first set of screenshots was actually from his second Instagram account. But he does label it as him, but for some reason he used his second Instagram account instead of his first Instagram account. And in the second Instagram account, he starts throwing out a bunch of accusations, including the TPott, Geoff, and all kinds of people. And still hasn't substantiated any of those, and I'll get to the follow-up on that in a second. But that all happens, then those get taken down. And then there is a follow-up where he's got about 20 different posts, or close to 20 posts, apologizing to everybody in creation, except for Eric. He didn't apologize to Eric. I think he should have apologized.
I'm still waiting. No apologies.
Still waiting.
Yeah. Apologize to all these people, and then says he's going to take a social media, siesta. He's going to take a break. Fine. Okay. Again, very odd. The entire sequence of events leading up to all this, very strange, but fine. Whatever you're going to do, you do you. But what I thought was very strange beyond that is that obviously then TPott and Geoff are out there kind of on the lurch, because at the end of the day, it's kind of a serious accusation. One of them we assume is Geoff, but the other one very clearly is showing TPott. Like, very clearly is pointing into, and it's accusing him.
And why pick on him?
I don't know. So
Jeff, I could see, but not him.
So anyway, then what happens is TPott goes on Sports Card Radio's live and kind of gives his side of the deal, gives his whole explanation, and then he also goes on to the Edi Sportscards Channel earlier today and and has a discussion that's on there. And actually, I've got the screen grab here for you. I'm actually going to read it. So this is actually what was included in there. And like I said, I'll take it at face value because this is what they're saying they pulled. So here. So this apparently is the statement, presumably from Patrick Ryan. Again, I'll take him at his word. It says, on Sunday night, I posted unsubstantiated claims against TPott and Jeff Wilson, being individuals who protected the value of their cards they owned by having others bid on them. That was wrong, and I apologize to them. As a sign of sincerity, so this is Will's reference here, as a sign of sincerity and as a sign of appreciation for the great work the Sports Card Investor team has done in the world of nonprofits, I made a $50,000 donation to the Children's Healthcare of Atlanta in their honor. This is the second $50,000 plus donation he's made in the last couple of days as well. During my hiatus from the Sports Card social media, I like to remind people to not let moments of vulnerability make them subject to compromising their moral grounds. The good news is that this hobby is full of many great people. I consider Jeff and TPott squarely in the category. The bad news is that there are some unethical people in this hobby who will try to take advantage of you. Also, I'd like to share, since many texted asking, that my mom is well on her way to full recovery after being in a life-threatening car accident last weekend. Be there for your family whenever possible. The prayers and well wishes of so many was very powerful. Again, my apologies to Jeff and TPott. I'm excited to continue to watch the great charity work they do as an example of everyone, myself especially. Now, quick point. You'll notice I read the whole thing.
You did.
The last section is not really pertinent to our discussion, but in the spirit of fairness and in the spirit of, this is the whole statement. I read you the whole thing. And if you want to see it, you can pause and like make your screen big and read it yourself. That was what was on there. And I'll leave a link in the description to the video where, again, Dan, a lot of people referenced it, but like people don't seem to know how to actually put the link in the description. Like it seems to be a challenge. I'm actually going to put a link in the description to the conversation that he had with TPott so that you can watch it if you would like and see that piece and all the rest of it. And again, he name dropped the channel. So Eric, we're getting all the free pub.
Mm-hmm. He called me Vintage Dan, which is a joke that my friends have because I'm older than everyone else. So they call me Vintage Dan. Wait, what? Oh, and Eric uses that joke too, I think.
Yeah. He probably does.
So TPott insulted me while he was trying to say nice things about me. But, TPott did have a video a few months ago. It was on, I don't know which channel it was on, where he was going off about vintage. He was having a problem with Mangini, back and forth with Mangini. Mm-hmm. And he said that, all these vintage YouTubers, they have bad microphones and not enough lighting. So I got upset with him for that. And he still hasn't apologized. So I have pretty good lighting. And this microphone, $800 microphone.
Oh, you could probably get an apology out of him now, Dan.
Yeah, I was going to say. Now he knows. But so for the record, again,
hey, I'm a lawyer.
I didn't buy this microphone for YouTube. I've owned it for years, but it has to do with music production.
You sing that?
Maybe.
Oh, the other thing is Patrick Ryan and Dylan has a great point here. It's like the $50,000 charity thing is kind of a flex. And also, like, it's nice to have that kind of money that you can just go give $50,000 and write a check. But also didn't like the beginning of that thing where he says that he accused them of trying to protect the value of their cards. Yeah. Like, come on, man. Just protect the value. That's the kind of language they were using in the podcast.
So I would say one thing that I appreciated that is that at least it sounded consistent with the type of language he had used, because the problem that I have is that I don't know EDI at all, but I've seen some of his videos in the past and all that, and he talks about having a background in journalism and all that. So I'm going to take him at his word. But one thing that I did find funny, though, and I think you'll appreciate this, Dan, I found it amusing. So you decide to make the statement, which fine, the statement is what it is. People can take it at face value, do with it as you will. But I'm sitting there like, but you didn't even post the statement yourself. You handed it to a third party on another YouTube channel, completely unrelated to all of this. So that luckily TPott was at least there, and of course he took the screenshot of it and at least posted it himself. But on your avenues, on your social medias, you posted the accusation out to everybody, and the retraction, so to speak, that it seems like that apology is in the smaller venue.
Yeah,
of course.
It would be nice if the retraction was in the same venue as the original headline.
Did Eric quit?
I think Eric just ran away. Yannick, when you go there, you may have to set the rest of it on fire. The set may need to be replaced.
I will.
Yep.
I will.
Don't even know how to watch items? You think you can put a link in the description? Yes. Nice to have money tossed around. Any problems you've created? That is true. Yes. Let's see here. Yeah, Shield Pistons common cards. I know. Carlos says the meaning of loquacious. It might be a compliment. A compillant in this case. Compillant.
Oh. Is loquacious spelled correctly too?
I'd have to double check that, but that was the word being
I don't think
implied.
You have to capitalize it though.
Listen, I don't know. Bit of Isaiah Stewart from 50 cents to 25 cents. I know. Listen, you got to do what you got to do. You got to do what you got to do. Dan, here's kind of an interesting question.
Sorry, guys. That's all the time I got for tonight. I got to step out, so just want to
step out of where?
What's that?
He's got to work on the rest of his Christmas decorations. Yannick, have yourself a good night. We'll talk later.
Peace out, guys. Take it easy.
Sounds good. So what I was going to say is I did think it was interesting because Zach was kind of trying to get his head around a couple. Like I said, what it goes back to, and that's the reason why I played that clip from the Hoge, because it was a lot of fun that he invoked my rule number 7. Thou shalt not bid on one's own chat. Period. End of story. Yeah. I think a lot of people, though, and I saw this in the comments, I think some people did get confused, Dan, and maybe you can weigh in on this. I've got some thoughts, but I'll give you first crack. Some people get confused with the idea, and Beckett kind of muddied the waters in the part 3. One of the things he was trying to play at was he was trying to make all these weird distinctions and edge cases and this, that, and the other thing. And one of the ones he played that has come up before, and Zach kind of invoked this similarly. I'm paraphrasing, but you'll get what I'm talking about. You go and list some stuff for auction. And maybe your friends know it's your stuff or whatever the case may be. But they say to themselves, again, people play the scenario of these head games with it. And they say, well, actually, I wouldn't mind having that. My thought is always, and this is, so I'm going to lead with this just to start. If that situation comes up, I would always prefer that somebody just reach out to me and I can always just make a deal with you separate.
Yeah.
I can always just pull the day. Because as far as I'm concerned, when we put it in auction, you're putting it out into the universe and you're letting the universe take care of it and it's going to do what it's going to do. But for me, it's like, well, don't tell me. I don't care. Like, if you want the thing, then talk to me, tell me what you'd like to pay for it, and maybe I agree with it. I just pull the damn thing down and sell it to you directly. But as soon as you're leaving it in the hands of eBay and whatever, then I don't care what you intend on bidding on it. I don't want to know. I'm not interested. Have a good day. But, and I gave him an example. I said, if I go and do my safe searches and I'm looking and I see an item that interests me and I bid on it and all the, especially if you go through a consignor or something, I don't know whose stuff it is, and I buy it and it happens to be yours, well then whatever, that happens. But because I did it normally. It came up in my safe search. I found it. I made a bid. I won the bid. I paid the bid. I got my item. I didn't even know it had anything to do with you because there was a third party involved. But you try to muddy the waters with this stuff, and it's a little strange when you try to incorporate that element of it.
I have a great example for that. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
There's something happening this weekend with that coming up with me. I'm not the consigner or the owner of the, but CIA Auctions has items from three people that I'm friends with. Mike Petty, Mike Junkwax Hero, and a guy named Matt who has a channel called The Card Story. He and I have done multiple videos together about Warren Spahn, and he's actually putting some of his Warren Spahn stuff into CIA Auctions. And I'm like, there's a card in there that I kind of want. And I'm like, why didn't you just come to me?
Yeah, right.
Now I got to pay the buyer's premium. You got to get whatever off there. You put a middleman in there, and yeah, it completely changes the equation. But to be clear, or to be fair,
no, you can't do that. You can't double down.
Yeah, well, let it go. Keep going. Keep going.
I'm not going to bid on it. It's an item that I want, but I'm not going to bid on it. Just because I want to avoid the appearance of impropriety.
Yeah.
So there you go.
And that's the reason I posed the question. And I understood Zach's comment, and I understood what he was trying to get. Because in reality, because again, Zach is regular commenter here. He was just trying to get his head around the idea. And kind of what I was alluding to it. And I said, the reality is, in a situation like that, you should then just try to make the deal with the person directly. I don't want to be involved. If you're the seller in the auction, you don't want to be involved in anything related. I don't want to know what you intend to bid. I don't want to know how much. Yeah. Like, I'm not interested in that information, because as soon as we enter in that information, now you're messing with the dynamics. If you just are a participant in the auction, I don't know you're a participant in the auction, and people bid normally, and the thing winds up wherever it winds up, you pay for it, whatever. Because at that point, I've handed it off to consignor. I'm not even dealing with that at that stage. Whatever. You paid whatever the market bared at that point, and I'm not dealing with it. I don't want to hear about your pricing or anything ahead of time, because as soon as we're discussing pricing ahead of time and then still participating in auction, we're starting to mess with, we're entering into that area that now we're starting to mess with things that shouldn't have been messed with.
Here, I got a good example of something.
Bob Boozle has a really good point here. Selling to your friends means you have to give them a discount, which is kind of true with these guys. Like, if I went to Matt and I said, I would really like this Spawn thing, he would give it to me for probably what he paid for it, which is probably less than it's worth. So now, if I go into the auction and I bid on it at, let's say, $50, and that's what I would have paid if he and I had gone together, now I've bumped it up. And I'm never going to get it for that amount because it's going to go up. So that's not a shill bid, but it's a problematic thing. And I think there's ethical issues there. So I'm just going to stay away from this item. You know, it's not the only one in the world. I'll be able to get it someday at some point. But it's one of those things where, again, if I'm going into this auction to buy something from one of my friends, it's a bad idea because we're paying a middleman, and I'm paying more than I would have otherwise. And if I get involved in the bidding, I'm screwing up the fairness of the bidding. So there you go. I think that's a really good point that Bob made.
There is an example I do have for that. So, so about 20-something years ago, I found a 1967 hockey wrapper. They had never really been found before. And what was going for at that price, the 68s would be about $300, something like that. So my friend said, "Hey, I really want that wrapper." I said, he goes, well, I go, "What do you want to pay for it?" And he goes, "I'll give you 300. That's it." And I said, "Come on, man. I really want it. I really want it." And okay. So I said, "All right, I'll do the deal. There you go, buddy." And then all of a sudden, 2 or 3 months down the road, a 67 wrapper came up, surprisingly, because they rarely ever never came up. What's it go for? I sold it 300 Canadian. It went for 1,500 USD. So which is almost at that time, I would say pretty close to $2,000. So
Wow.
you do, yeah. This happens a
Yeah.
lot because
Yeah.
when you have friends and you have items and that you do sell, which I do, I like to give them the deal. Now I know basically the values of everything, but back then we didn't know, and things jumped up quite quickly through those years. So early 2000s to 2010, there was a lot of information going forward, and we were finding out more and more stuff, which was great. And then you run into those situations, and today that wrapper gets you $3,000. It's just and I got $300, but you feel good as a friend sometimes.
Well,
because you just feel like you got ripped. You know what I mean?
There happens to be an Instagram post right now.
It's not me.
There happens to be an Instagram post that was posted just about an hour or so ago, talking about you specifically and your generosity in this hobby.
I saw it posted, yeah, while we were live.
I think
everything I was saying about Bobby was true then, right?
Could you imagine? Could you imagine if that person had been a pal instead of just a friend?
Don't say pal. You know what happens when you say pal?
That's
like Fred Flintstone. Don't say bet. Bet. Pal.
I'm just saying.
Somebody went out of their way to talk about what a great pal you are, and your generosity, and it's
pal,
and it's out there on the interwebs for the world to see.
Well, that was an interesting thing how it all worked out. So
Eric, and speaking of Instagram, Eric has a post. I think it's Eric and Marcel Dion giving the finger.
No,
with the emojis over the.
Did you see the comment section though, Dan? I said release the real photos.
I want to see it.
The truth is out there. The truth is out there. So Rob here is saying any moderators here. Technically, one of our Pauls is a moderator. I have one. For the most part, I kind of monitor it myself, but occasionally Paul is there. We see him. So we got Paul C and Paul V. Paul V is the one who has a wrench. Paul C, I got eyes and ears.
Yeah,
so that's the answer to that.
I got a big issue with Paul C. We'll get to that, but I got
a lot of issues with a lot of people.
You got a free ice cream from me too.
Big issue with Mr. C.
Yeah. Carlos, do you think Jeffy Pooh and TPott will forgive P. Ryan if they can all play with He-Man figures again? We can only assume that is the secret.
Well, I mean, to be honest, and I don't know Mr. TPott. I know we've had some fun here on the show making fun of his nickname, but only.
I think one of us is making fun of his nickname. One inappropriate individual soul.
Only the nickname. I've never made fun of the man. He made fun of the nickname.
Can I go get a beer for myself?
Go ahead, Dan. Please do.
By all means. You'll fall asleep. That's what happens,
You'll be fine, Dan. I believe in you. Make it happen. Me and Bobby got a Christmas Seals ashtray for Eric, maybe.
So, I mean, I've been listening to him talk. Listening to him describe who he believes he is. And if everything he says to be true about the kind of person he is and the life he leads, I think he very well could be somebody that has the ability to forgive and move on. He talks about he's very faith-based. He's, goes to church every Sunday, goes to confession, lives his life, the best way possible. If all these things are true, he seems like the type of guy that can do that. I don't think I could, but he seems like he's portraying himself as somebody that has that ability, and that's great if that's true.
And we've also well established that you are not a man of peace.
Oh no! If someone wants to attack me and accuse me of things that are completely untrue, and challenge my character, and make up lies about me that that challenge my character, no, I want to rip your head off.
So you're not going to tell them about the whole hockey thing being fake, right? You don't even like Reggie Lemonham. You don't know who this guy is. It's just a set.
I really dislike you.
I accept this. Cheers, Dan. What kind of beer you got? Oh, you're muted. You'll have to unmute yourself. Yep, you have to do it yourself.
That would be a good idea.
Yeah.
Hazy IPA from Sierra Nevada.
Nice.
Look at that.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nicely done. Nicely done. Let's see here. We need to see all the hidden emails. It's true. I'm not challenging your character, Eric, but I hear you're really a Toronto Maple Leafs fan. There's a lot of things about Eric you don't know.
So what was Eric complaining about there? Somebody saying not nice things about him?
No.
So basically, he was trying to make it about himself when we were talking about TPott, and we were also talking about the fact that he has not had nice things to say about TPott's nickname.
I have joked. I have made jokes about a grown man named TPott, but
I'll tell you,
I've never said anything personally about the man. I don't know him. I have nothing to say about his character or who he is as a person. But lately, over the last few days, he's done some interviews and he's gone into detail describing how he sees himself and how he lives his life. Seems like a good guy, seems genuine. And somebody asked a question about, do you think TPott could, forgive P. Ryan for these accusations? And all I said was, after listening to him, he comes across as the kind of guy that could forgive and forget. Me, I couldn't. You want to attack me and
look at it this way. Legally speaking, every lawsuit has to have some kind of damages. And if you could sue anybody for anything, but you have to have some kind of damages to recover anything. And if TPott, if you want to do winners and losers in this whole last couple of weeks, there are some winners, very clear winners. This guy above me, certainly. But TPott was probably the single biggest winner out of this whole price fixing scandal because he's the one that looked the best. He was like composed. He gave clear answers. He showed things. He showed some of his bidding history, and then he was exonerated. So he didn't suffer any damages at all. In fact, his profile in the hobby has been elevated as far as I'm concerned. I think everybody would agree with that. So, sure, he could sue P. Ryan, but for what? For what damages? There are none. For making him look better? So
I think that's fair. Now, actually, this leads me down one thought. So actually, it's kind of in the same vein. I think, Dan, you might be able to chime in on this because I think we can have a little discussion on it. It plays a little bit into what we were talking about earlier with the Dustin thing. Obviously, there's always difference in different personalities and different characters in the space. That's always one of the things. And Dan and I have had this conversation offline because I always poke fun and I laugh. I play it up and have a lot more fun with it than most. I talked about earlier how Mike Baseball Collector and he'll say something and I'll be like, I'm going to make fun of this. There's no question. And the thing is, at this point, Mike knows this. So he doesn't take it too personally because I'm going to do it anyway. So whether he takes it personally or not, I really don't care, just to be completely fair about it. But at the same time, he understands that that's going to be part of the game. But at the same time, he's asked for time to come on the show sometimes to talk about certain things. I've given him that time. And whenever I've asked him to reach out and said, hey, can you come on and talk about this? Like when there was an issue at the National, when they were booted out of that section there, and that was an issue. I had Mike on the channel to speak to it and talk through it and everything. We had a nice conversation about it. So I've never... Some people get the impression that I don't like Mike. It's like, I don't know him well enough to like him or dislike him. I don't know him personally. But here's the funny thing, and this is what I'm getting at here. So I'm good buddies, relatively speaking, with Mike Canadian Cards. So another Mike here, Mike on this side. And Mike Canadian Cards is good buddies with Mike Moynihan. Now, we will have a conversation where we'll chat about it and say like, hey, Moynihan said, put his foot in his mouth. And he goes, I know. Yep. So the thing is, you can have friendly relations with hobby buddies or people who then but they've got their hobby buddies. You're just sitting there going like, oh my God, I can't stand that guy. That is a totally normal thing. That is a perfectly fine thing because we don't all get along with the same people. So going back to what we were talking about a couple minutes ago, a lot of what Dustin does rubs Dan the wrong way, and he was fully entitled to say his piece. But at the same time, I don't have any issues with Dustin. Obviously, look, he invited me onto his channel, and Dan had a nice comment on there, and then he tried to push his luck a little bit. It was funny. But if you notice, Dan, and you'll agree with this, a lot of people were kind of surprised. The conversation was very low key and very chill. Like when I do this show, we'll play a lot more high energy and everything. Yeah. I didn't know what he specifically wanted to talk about, but I said, whatever you want to talk about it, man, go ahead. It's all good. I have no problem with that. It was his show. He could talk about anything he wanted to talk about. He chose the agenda, and we did it. And the people who listened to it are like, oh, that was a fun conversation. But it was very chill. It was very low key. There are some people that you can have that conversation with, but then there are other people who Dan is good buddies with that I can't stand. They're nails on the chalkboard to me, and vice versa. But that's okay. But that's the point is that's okay. But that's normal. And a lot of people don't seem to understand that the two things can occur at the same time. Dan and I can get along super well, but there are guys that he is really close with that I don't like, and vice versa. They don't like me, and that's okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing with Eric. I am a fan of Eric, but Dan from Saugus can't stand him. So, you know,
true.
Same kind of thing.
And I think you're fantastic. You, you're very generous, just like Bobby. But you need to pick your friends better.
Here's a time for a PSA. Providence. Get your new Carlos mug. Thou shalt not shill your own shit. Coming to you very soon.
So Bobby, you want a true story?
Yes.
After we were done the show and everything, I was driving back with.
It's all about the merch.
I'm getting that. It actually plays into that. So I was on my way back, and usually what'll happen is my dad will go, "Oh, you want us to give you a lift back?" It's like, well, that's fine if you want to give it. And because they also needed to fill up the gas tank, so they're like, "Hey, can you?" Yeah, I'll help you out. No problem. I'll take care of all that. And then they need to boost some groceries and stuff. Again, no problem. I'll take care of that. That's all fine. So anyway, on our way back, my mom likes to make small talk. So she was talking about it. So she, how was the show and all that? I give her a couple quick stories and everything. And I was explaining the thing. My dad has a copy of that mug. Of course, Carlos Sr. is going to get a copy.
Of course.
There's no question. He's got one of the first ones.
He's probably got the travel mug.
Oh, listen. He gets all the deluxe version. I can make one.
They're coming. They're coming
anytime. So the point is, my mom specifically said, "Oh, do you have like a merch store or something?" My mom is trying to think of ways to monetize. My mom was pitching it. My mom was pitching it. That's how you know. Yes. That's what I was saying, Bobby. It played into it. Like, no, my mom actually was pitching that idea.
Yeah.
So anyway, so what I was saying is that no, it's completely okay, but everybody. I think one of the key things, though, and it actually still, believe it or not, it still touches on this topic with the Beckett thing and everything. I mentioned to Dan when we were chatting through text. I said it would be interesting for me to see how some of the folks that are closer to Beckett would have to then. Again, you're not required. I'm not putting a gun. I'm not putting a heat lamp on anybody or putting a gun to anybody's head. Demand you must answer for his words. It's like no, that's not required. That's overly dramatic. It's not necessary. But there are a lot of folks that are very vocal in the space about everything else. So it kind of puts you in this weird spot where it's like, but if it was anybody else, you would have plenty to say, good, bad, or indifferent. And then when it comes to this situation, how do you, as the individual in this case, how do you address it? How do you figure out, how do you navigate this? And I made clear when I was talking to Dan and with a lot of other folks, as I said, look, I don't want anyone I'm friendly with to put me in a compromising place to have to try to make excuses for something I don't believe in. And if you're putting me in that position, we're going to have. Yeah, but I can pretty much scan it. We'll deal with the Eric problem. We've got solutions to that. Yeah. The point is, I don't ever want to be put in a position where I then have to figure out how to deal with something you said, something that I don't agree with that you said, because you created this situation for yourself.
It's the Don Cherry, Ron McLean kind of thing, right?
So it's weird how you have to kind of play this.
I am not my brother's keeper is the true answer to that. And, but if you are friends and a friend does you wrong in a public space, I guess you really can't really say much. You know, if you're a friend for 10 years and they fuck up once, okay, whatever, it happens. What are you going to do? You take them out of your friendship? I don't really see that happening. But they can really actually reach out to them and say, hey, listen, you know, a lot of shit's going on. I don't really agree with what you're saying. Maybe just calm down. And that's what a friend does, I think, is being honest. Because otherwise, if you just keep edging them on and making them feel good, it doesn't really help. You actually hurt them more.
Yeah, you end up with part 3.
or part 4 coming to you.
My favorite part about part 3, Dan, is like, we're not really
On the
friends. Somebody else vouched for him. And I was sitting there like, you stuck your neck out. That was my favorite part.
Yeah.
Out of all of it,
why
like
would you do
I
that?
said, there's a lot of good stuff there. But my favorite part is, so you're saying this is you. And you're not under oath because this is your own recording on your own podcast. Literally, you can say anything you want and edit this however you wish. You are choosing actively to say that your statement is you stuck your neck out under a guillotine for a dude that was a vouch from somebody else. I'm not sticking my neck out for somebody based on somebody else's vouch, Dan. I got to at least have some dealings with you personally beyond that to even get close to sticking my neck out for you.
So where's all P. Ryan's friends spouting out? I don't see them.
Well, apparently, according to his phone, they're all sending in positive
private messages.
So,
Yeah.
So quick. So here's a little bit of intrepid reporting. I will leave names out to protect the innocent. In one of those posts where he said not a single person had the balls to tell him he did anything wrong.
Really?
We know one person who text messaged him and said he did something wrong, and they were threatened with a potential follow-up and lawsuit.
Mm-hmm.
So clearly he didn't take well to anybody having the balls to tell him he did something wrong with the telephone number he provided.
Was it because that person was poor?
Because of poor?
Because, by listening to, and the way they came off, that, people beneath them really shouldn't have.
I'm beneath you. I don't know.
That's true. People that they deem to be beneath them really shouldn't have an opinion on anything anyway. So,
what my reference to Beckett though was that I know a lot of people who are friends with him, some of whom are in the chat now, and some of whom had very honest and fair responses to it, which are, I'm disappointed, and I can't believe he said all that stuff, and he's wrong.
Yeah.
Those people said that stuff, and then there were other people trying to make excuses for him. But in his little inner circle, I feel bad that he didn't have somebody to say to him, look, you screwed up. You said some things that nobody likes. Maybe it's time to go on, have some humility, and say, I made some mistakes. I said some really stupid things. I'm really sorry. I'd like to move on from this. I feel like, I have to change some things. And that to me would be like the way to do it. Mm-hmm, but that's when I said my comment to your excellent part 3 analysis was that he had to come out that way. And this part 3 was the complete opposite of the kind of attitude that he needs. And Orlando is one of the people who was honest,
very
and forthright, and told the truth about it. And I think he's probably right here too.
Like Orlando says nothing bad about anybody, but he actually stood up for that, and I really appreciate him doing that.
If you ever met the man in person, consider yourself lucky. So he's one of the best people I've ever met, and I think that is played out by the way people have come out to support him in his difficult times.
Dan, we've met in person.
Oh well, that's different.
Yeah. So you're all right. So you're the second best guy I've ever met
on this show. On this show,
we're grading on quite the curve here.
Internet lives forever. Internet lives forever. It's there.
On this show, though,
I haven't met you in person, Bobby.
No, I know exactly. So he's the second best on the show.
Oh, I do have I have a bit of a issue to pick with you, Carlos.
Go ahead.
You said to me that there was no baseball, or there wasn't enough baseball at the Expo that would make it worthwhile for me to go up to Toronto.
There was.
All I keep seeing on channels are people with baseball cards from the Expo. Apparently there was some really good stuff up there.
There's always stuff. There's always stuff, Dan. Dan, you're Dan's Vintage Baseball. Like, for the amount, like, if you are content with certain specific dealers that do have some good stuff, if that's good enough, then that works. That's fine.
Dan,
but we're grading on a curve, Dan. We're grading on a curve. We're doing it on a percentage basis.
Come to Toronto. Stop going to PEI.
There you go. Yeah, hit the like
button.
PEI's done. That's right.
It was my brother's house, and he sold it, so I can't even go there anymore.
Oh, the red soil, yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, the red beach. We went on a beach there where the the sand was red.
It's all
it was
red.
Weird.
Yep. It's all the clay, I think.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
No, we had three good little summer vacations there, and that was enough.
I went there in 1972. Oops. Yeah.
Indeed. So what I was going to say though is that one of the, to your point though, is that yes, and again I'll go back. I'm not asking anybody to do anything that would put them out into an uncomfortable place. I think it was a situation where, to your point, that's where his close associates needed to kind of be good sounding boards and offer good advice, because really the advice would have been to be like, hey, you know what? It's coming off wrong. It isn't working. It isn't sounding better. Like every time you open your mouth, you're making it sound worse. It's, you know what? Maybe just quit while you're behind and just, you know what? I got it wrong. Thank you all for the feedback. I'll learn from this and then walk away. And and then move on to something, anything else.
Maybe it's hard to talk to about that stuff.
Yeah, if you're back and it's like, let's talk about Kurt's card care. Anything else? Anything else?
Please talk about that. Yes,
we're catching some strays from Ruben Snyder in the.
I saw that. I'm going to get to it in a second. Yeah. Abby Champ says, I'm not trying to be jerk here, but Professor Sportscar said P. Ryan offered 5 figures to be a consultant. And listen, bring money.
Yes, it works.
It's possible Neo and Dustin were offered the same. They were not. I can speak to one of those people specifically that I was on the phone with while the expo was going on with. There was no monies offered. I'm sure he wishes there was monies offered for the amount of flack he takes for it.
Yeah.
I'm just saying he got destroyed in a live stream that Dan already made reference to. And if that was the case, then Dan, at least you should have gotten compensated for it.
I think so.
It would have been nice to at least get a little money.
He suffered damages.
Yeah, like he got smoked in that.
He got actual damages.
Yeah, he got smoked.
And I would shill those.
This is the Ruben Snyder comment here.
Contributions.
Yeah. What does P. Ryan need just consulting for? I have no idea, man. No idea. Don't buy all my new stuff so I can grab some pre-war baseball. There you go. Bobby of Green Gables. Nice. Yeah. See Brad Marchand reach 1,000 points. That is true. That did happen.
Yeah, on an empty net assist. I think he assisted.
Empty net assist. Is that even something?
It counts technically.
He assisted.
It does. I'm just saying.
1,000 point. Yeah, I don't know.
It's nothing to brag about. Just
listen,
saying,
Bobby,
assist.
if we're not counting empty netters, and we're not counting,
no, we can count them, but it's just nothing to brag about.
Look, I'm saying
got 1,000 points on an empty net assist.
Bobby, we can go back.
We don't like Marchand here. I'm sorry. We like Toronto Maple Leafs. I'm sorry.
I'm just saying.
And you don't like Boston, but he's not with Boston. So
Eric likes Boston.
Yes.
Yeah. Skinny jeans, man, rough scene. This is a point there. That is true. That is fair. So yeah, so I think it'll be interesting. So Dan, now going forward, this is what I'm interested in.
I'm about to sneeze.
I think we're done. I think we're done with the current cycle. That's why I kind of joke with a couple of folks. They're like, because there are some folks that would try to milk it for you could, but at the same time, like I feel this current is done. Because if you were going to do the follow-up video, the Instagram crash out would have been the video to do, because that was kind of interesting. It was wild. It was a wild back and forth 24 hours with that whole situation. But then now going forward, like I said, and let me pose the question to you then, given what you feel free to say as much or as little as you like. Beckett had promised that he was going to do the hobby hotline next week, not this week coming up here, but the week after.
So you're saying it's not over, Carlos?
Look, as a hobby doctor, and it says right here, doctor, so that must make it true. It's legit.
I don't have glasses on.
I would advise against that. I would just be like, no, you know what? I want to get as much distance from this as possible. I don't want to even deal with it and extend it another week. If it was me, that would be my advice. But I don't know. What do you think happens with that?
I could say right now, it's scheduled and it's still scheduled. No one has canceled. No one has come out and say he's not going to come on.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens. My personal feeling is I'm going to watch. I'm probably not even going to put a comment.
We're all going to watch. Don't you worry.
I'm not calling in. I'm certainly not calling in. I'm not going to put a comment in the comment section or whatever the chat as they call it in lives. Just going to watch and see. I know that the person who's hosting the show is going to ask some hard questions. That's all I'm going to say to you right now. I don't know that, how the questions are going to be, how confrontational they're going to be, what the subjects are going to be, but the subject is going to be that podcast part 1.
Right.
So we'll see what happens. I mean,
I don't
it's an open forum. It's live. You can't edit it. It's there's a chat. So we'll see what happens. If you're asking me what would I say to him if I had his ear, I would say,
advise it? Would you advise it?
No.
Yeah.
But he has to come out at some point, right?
No, I don't think he does, Bobby. I think there's nothing to be gained. I think he's already said too much.
I think
he definitely has.
He could still do what I said. That part 3 was not the answer.
No.
Yes,
but there's
correct.
still a way to. I think there's still a way to come out and say, Patrick Ryan's most recent statement, if you believe it, and I actually do believe it, because like you said, it's kind of his language, is very good for him. It's like, close the door on this, give a bunch of money to sick kids, leave the hobby for a little while, and let it all finish and be done. Right? I mean, that to me is the best way for him to proceed at this point. And
P. Ryan
No, that's Ryan. And I think that thing that came out today is actually really good. He probably consulted with somebody who objectively told him, you got to say this.
It sounded like somebody carefully vetted the verbiage used.
Sure.
Yeah.
That's. I just jump in for real quick. Excuse me. So I don't know how to take all that other stuff from Mr. Ryan, because we have seen over the last handful of years these famous people apologizing for their
he's famous.
Okay,
maybe infamous.
And if something happened to his mother, I truly am sorry for him. I'm sorry for her. I wish her the very, very best. I wish the whole family the very, very best and a speedy recovery and all, nothing but blessings. Okay. But that doesn't hurt when you're throwing in your apology to have a heartstring to tug on. Then it's I'm going to throw money because I'm not poor like all of you idiots. I'm going to throw $50,000 towards some sick kids. Sorry, dude. I if the mother thing is true, you got my full sympathies, and I got some real passionate feelings about that. We all know my mom's a part of this show.
Go, Eric.
Love her to death, and moms are special. So I got nothing to say negative about that. It's just so happens you're throwing that into your apology letter. So, nobody wants to attack you if you got a mom going through something, because we all have them. We all have moms. And then it's the $50,000 for the sick kids. Hey, I'm a rich person, so I'm going to throw money at this problem, make you feel good about me, and hopefully you'll leave me alone. No, you are a fraud. You stole money from people. You defrauded people. This is not the first time you've done this. Don't even try to convince me that you've only shilled one time in your entire life when you buy nothing but huge cards off and sell huge cards and buy huge cards all the time because you're not poor like us idiots. This is something you've been doing for a while. You are a thief. You're a con man. You're a fraud. I'm not interested in your $50,000. Forgive me. Look what a great guy I am. Bullshit. Not interested in that. You're not buying your way out of this. Okay.
But the kids, Eric.
No. Listen, I work with kids. I'm a child advocate. I've done tons for kids.
Dan, are you proud of me? The scrolling ticker at the bottom.
Okay. But this is just another rich person got caught up in something that I'm gonna donate to children. I'm going to donate to this charity. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. No, he's not going out to a youth center and, spending time with kids or working with kids or,
I'm covering us, Bobby. We want to make sure we got Eric's got nothing to lose. We got assets. We don't want to deal with any of this.
Exactly. Yeah. He's on his own soliloquy there. So let him go.
What a great guy I am. And, love me and forget about this. Well, we're not. You're a fraud. You've stolen money from people and you're a piece of crap.
But he's come a long way in a week. You have to say.
Well, he's still a piece of crap. And
positive, Dan. I love that.
And he's rich enough to have a lawyer that has a PR department that is writing all this crap for him and telling him what to do. And the guy's a total piece of garbage. All right.
We got Dan.
And if the mother thing is true, you got my full sympathies. I wish you and your family nothing but the best. The rest of it, F off.
So now that his mother is okay, it's good for me to say the joke that I've been holding in for like 3 or 4 days.
Okay.
Okay.
Go, Dan.
His mother was listening to the Carlos podcast when she was driving.
Probably. Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh.
Can you put that? Wow. Can you change the name and you put the name of the ticker, Dan?
Listen, right now, I can only cover so many legal angles. Allegedly, our opinion, allegedly, our opinion.
It's okay. Dan's covering us pro bono. And we're good.
So now this.
All right, let me. All right, I'm gonna read the rest of these comments here. Listen, I didn't think, Dan, that I would be at the point of in the live stream and the podcast and everything where I would be. Do I just need like 5 legal disclaimers going across the screen simultaneously just to make sure we cover everything?
His live just crashed.
That was the best one. I like that joke. That was funny.
All right, let me read these here. Hold on. Let me get caught up.
Only.
Hold on. Let me get caught up here. Well, except what Eric says. What he says he means to wholeheartedly. Anyway, so pre-war dreams. Question with respect. If this happened to anybody in the community not named Dr. James Beckett, would they survive? That was your first mistake. PhD in statistics. Why are we calling him a doctor? But let's be honest, though. Let me take this question. Let me reverse it, though. If it was anybody in the community not named Beckett, it wouldn't have had the legs it did. If it had just been a random podcast that Patrick Ryan had gone on with just some guy, Joe Schmo, it wouldn't have gotten the traction at all. It wouldn't have actually been noticed to the same degree. And they could have said basically anything. It goes. That's the reason, Dan, I use the analogy with Mike. I was using him as an example because I have actually had this conversation with Mike offline. And I said, the larger your platform is, good, bad, or indifferent, it changes the dynamics of how the audience responds. You actually gain credibility, whether you deserve it or don't deserve it or whatever the situation is. People look at the sub count and the view count and all those things, and they say, oh, you must be more credible in the space, as opposed to the guy who has 5 views. That's just the way this works. Beckett has all this backstory and history with the hobby. So his name is synonymous with the hobby with a lot of folks. As a result, he's just not Joe Schmo random podcast guy interviewing you. So when he says something, Joe Schmo could have said the exact same things he said verbatim with no difference, and no one would have cared.
If I had interviewed him and done that interview, nobody would have cared. No,
that's for sure.
You're 100%. That's right, Bobby. Thank you. Because I'm just an idiot who's poor. So, but this comes from the guy that the modern day. Make sure you heard that. The modern day hobby was built on his name and his back and his efforts and his magazine and his slabs. And the modern day hobby was built off this guy. And he kind of betrayed all of us with his bullshit.
My good says, I wonder if Carlos will be praising the content gods. I always praise the content gods. In the corner, it says
he's been kneeling at the altar of the content gods lately.
Listen, Bobby, at this point, Dan, I swear to you and everyone listening to this live.
Swears.
If Beckett makes a part 4, I am building a content god mega church. And you will all contribute. All of you.
The merch will be endless.
Yeah, it would.
The rapture is upon us. Yeah. I'm telling you right now. If he makes a part 4, Dan, I am building the content god mega church.
It depends which way he goes in part 4, though. Is it forgiveness or is it
true? Yeah.
It can be amazing. It's always how you react, and no one seems to know how to react after being part of a malfeasance. The correct move is always to apologize and go away for a while. So I said that as well, Hobby Champs. So, and I said it seriously. Like, people sometimes think I'm joking about that. I'm not. The hobby's already demonstrated. If you had just apologized in the first place, it could have been the most generic, basic. Hey guys, sorry. You know what? This was completely wrong. I'm in the wrong. I'm going to learn from this. I'm going to go a little away for a little while, and then just shut up. Literally, just shut up. Say nothing. Do nothing. Go to a beach somewhere. Go find one and hang out there for a while. Yeah, I don't care where it is. Just find one and go hang out there. I promise you,
Dan,
it would have been fine.
Dan, what, as a lawyer, when you have a client that's been accused of something, what is your number one first thing you would tell any client ever?
Don't say anything.
That's my job. I'm the lawyer. I talk. You shut up. Nope. This guy was like, nope. We're gonna do a podcast with one of the biggest celebrities in the hobby history.
Well,
we're gonna insult everyone else in the hobby by calling them poor and idiots. And then we're going to double down by then making accusations to other well-known people in the hobby and accuse them of the same type of crimes and fraud that I've committed, so we can all be in the same boat together. Oh, shit, that blew up. So now we're going to donate money to children. We're going to say we're sorry.
All right, as exciting as that is, I think there's a more pertinent question that Bob Booz is bringing up here. So, Dan, I've said already, and I'm going to reiterate, because now the YouTube Sports Card Hall of Fame is under new management. So it has been moved under new management. And obviously, look, we're still a little ways away, but the season will be nigh before we know it.
Yes.
Like, it's coming. In the past, I've told people like Dylan, I've told you, I've told other people not to vote for this channel. But I got to be honest. I'm either in line for a Pulitzer or this might be my year, Dan. Like, I feel like right now I've got a really strong momentum building into the latter portion of this year and beginning of next year.
Well, do you know what happened with the changeover? They have added a new wing. There's now a veterans committee.
There is.
When did you start making sports videos?
I wouldn't qualify. So the veteran committee is with Brad. It would be like before 2012. Like, it's like OG. Honestly, a lot of the people that will be up for that probably don't even make videos anymore, to be perfectly honest with you.
That's a whole different discussion, but you're not eligible for that. So I have promised that you will be one of my votes this year. You talked me out of it last year. You're not going to talk me out of it this year.
I'm putting videos
and Eric's just rooting for adjacency. Eric's rooting for adjacency. That's all he wants. But
I got videos coming out every week now. So
I just feel like look, for the record, last year, the Burrell vote wasn't counted. I know for a fact.
Wasn't that awful? That was horrible.
Well, you didn't tag him.
You know how
you didn't actually follow the rules, Bobby. There was actually rules.
I was trying to figure it out on the fly. I had like an hour. It was like a countdown.
Did it last minute too. That did.
Literally at the last possible second.
It was. But it'll work this time. And I do have videos now, and I've added videos every week now. I'm going forward adding new videos.
My vote video last year got 600 or 700 views, which is a lot, kind of a lot for my channel. It's like average-ish, but a lot for something that nobody really should care about.
Yeah, right.
But I'm going to do another one like that. I had slides and I was really into it, and it was very, I don't know, it just felt like I did a good job on it. And I did it like the second day that the voting was open. So it was one of the newer ones.
You didn't wait till the last 5 minutes?
and then do like a short on your phone? Do like a short on your phone?
It was horrible trying to figure all that out.
The answer to Rick's question is no, I am not eligible. I'm 2.5 years.
Yeah, I'm getting to I'll get to the rest of the comments. Hang on, I'm getting caught up. Rick here. Good evening, Rick. It says, if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything else. Be kind to Dr. Beck. Absolutely not. Dr. Carlos will do no such thing.
Yeah, I'm not. No, I will not.
See, people
Eric
protect
looking at the
people.
camera and saying you're.
One
second, Bobby. I'm going to get caught up.
Go ahead. Sure. Go ahead.
Bob Ozel says, Eric, look at the camera and saying you're a piece of crap. Might be worth playing each morning to keep me humble. Eric plays it for himself each morning to keep himself humble.
He does. We know that.
You guys better be careful to be offered 5.
The live just crashed is about my joke. He that went up the second after I said the joke. Yeah. So that's very funny.
Yeah, I know.
It's very funny.
I'm just getting caught up here. I'm making him offer he can't refuse. Listen, I've already made clear, Dan. I've said it once. I've said it 1,000 times. My hobby integrity is totally buyable, but you got to put enough zeros on that check. Make it worth my while, man. Make it worth my while. If we're going to do this, we're only
50K?
doing it once. Dan, if we're going to sell out, we need to sell out one time, and we do it right. One time. Put enough zeros on that thing. You better make sure it clears. That's all I'm saying. Fanatics Overlords, come at me. Let's go.
Mm-hmm.
Will Dan give Carlos a discount on representation when Carlos gets sued for dance comments made in Carlos' channel?
Maybe.
I'd appreciate it, Dan. I'm just saying. If the hobby is built by his neighbor, we should destroy the hobby rebuilding Carlos's image. That'd be problematic. Listen, if you rebuild it in my image, the rookie card's out. Victor somewhere is like, no!
Nope.
This is what I built this channel on. What are we doing? Mega Church, yes. It's coming. Look how much attention
Can I
he's
talk
giving us,
about
right?
Victor for a second when you're done with these?
Absolutely. I'll zip through these quickly. Hang on. I want to make sure I acknowledge these comments because there's some good comments. I appreciate folks including it. Again, thank you all as always. By the way, if you haven't already, hit the like button. I see there's a good number of you still. So hit the like button. And the reason I'm telling you to do it is because we charge Eric for every single one of those likes.
We do.
And that worthless son of a
Too bad
bitch,
Eric wasn't
he's
on
got-
the other one. Wow, that would have been some money.
That's what I'm saying.
Eric be broke
listen,
right now.
and
He'd
by the
need
way,
P. Ryan money.
And by the way, it's very important. I'll read Rob's comment here. How many overpriced Alexander Deggs cards did the price guy make us buy? Let's talk about the old issues. These are facts. Now, the reason why I want to make sure, Dan, that we all make sure that Eric pays for this is because despite all his claims to the contrary, and Eric, you can attest to this, I want you to tell me who wrote this. Who wrote these words? That's a screenshot. Who wrote
all
that?
the notes?
I'm gonna talk to my lawyer. How should I respond to this? What should I do? What would be your advice to how I should respond to
That
this?
is verbatim.
I believe it was to shut up. So I'm going to take the advice of my lawyer, and I'm going to shut up.
Dan's your lawyer now. He's
Look,
pro bono.
all I'm saying.
I would have
He's on the
defended you by
show.
saying he knows how to use an apostrophe, and this thing has no apostrophe in it.
And I have plenty of evidence to indicate he does not know how to use an apostrophe. Absolutely not. There's plenty of evidence to the contrary of that. Dylan says, you bought my vote with a Creek coaster. Hashtag bribes. Hashtag bribes. Add a commenter wig to the hall. There you go. Veterans Committee was my idea. I get no credit. Hey, you got to fight for it, Dan. Fight for it, Zach.
Lawyer!
Yeah. Danny eligible this year, so Dan did answer that. Bobby with the spoiled ballot. Yep. Bummer next year then. Yep. I would accept the Harold Baines of the YouTube Commenter Hall of Fame. I like it. I like the idea of Hall of Fame commenters. Let's see here. I'm just scrolling through. For views, tell a friend. Let's pump it and make sure you hit the like button. That's right. Hit the like button. You guys keep it fun? We try. Babu's and Petty would be in the inaugural class. Both of them, like I said, will they're pitching for Petty would pitch for the Commenter Hall of Fame for sure. And I was making reference to individuals. Dan knows who I'm talking about. And one of those individuals was named there. And I'm a big fan of Babu's. I'm just saying. Just saying. But that's okay. That's allowed. So go ahead, Dan. You were going to say? I'm all caught up on the comments, so go for it.
So Bobby made mention of this before. I was on Victor's channel. I think he put it out on Wednesday.
Yeah,
it was Wednesday because we did it Tuesday night. And I have made sort of anti-rookie card comments in the past, and I've come out kind of strong and said some stuff, and some of it was facetious. But Victor brought me on, I think, expecting a real sort. In fact, I think he made reference to this earlier in the week when he was talking about like his guests coming up, that there were going to be people who were going to really disagree with him. And I come on and I'm like, I agree with you on that. I was like, he was in a way disappointed that I was not as combative as he thought I might be, but I think also kind of relieved too. So it's kind of a weird juxtaposition in that show. And I had a lot of, I have a tremendous amount of respect for what Victor does and the amount of work he puts into it. And I was honored to be asked on his channel, but it was a lot of fun. And I thought it was kind of cool that he expected me to be so much worse than I was. I ended up being kind of nice. So there you go.
Yeah, it was a good interview. I liked it. And we don't really know people's thoughts on things until they actually go live or go on a podcast and decipher what they think about rookie cards and what have you, and their take on things. So it is difficult. I understand to go on there and put yourself out there, but it's what you feel. That's fine.
Yeah.
The funny part about all of that, baseball is very difficult. When we talk about pre-war, hockey is really the second sport because there's no football, there's no basketball,
No basketball.
So it's baseball and hockey. So hockey is the second most popular. Well, pre-war.
Boxing. There's a ton of boxing in pre-war.
Yeah, true enough. Yeah, not as much as hockey. No,
definitely that I agree with. Yeah.
Yes. So we are the second sport. Just say.
Okay.
That's why I was the first interview, and then baseball. You can figure that out later on because that was tough. That's tough. But I agreed with actually basically everything you said. You know, you're right on with what you said and what you felt about certain ones. Yeah. So it makes sense. It was very logical. So.
Hobby Champs is making a good case for a commenter Hall of Fame with that last comment.
All right, I'm going to get to it here. It's okay, Bobo. So one of you gets hits, the other one strikes out.
Petty is natural.
I'll leave it at that. I'm really enjoying Victor, having guys like you on, talking about the rookie card. I watched Bobby and Dan's episode. I heard he was going to have Eric on, but I realized Eric doesn't know anything. These are facts.
Hey, that's not very nice.
It's funny, though.
It's factual, though.
Hold on.
It is factual, yes.
I didn't say it wasn't true. I said it wasn't very nice. That's not nice.
Well, there's a lot of not nice going on right now, so.
It is an issue. Yeah.
We're just
It is true. It is true. Zach is also correct. It is true. If you can't figure out whether you're banned or not, I don't know if that disqualifies you.
Can't figure it out.
A private conversation with a person who shall go unnamed, who asked me about the video, the Carlos and I video, and I said, and they're friendly with Dr. Beckett, this person.
Sure.
And I said to them, I said, just be aware that I'm not that nice to Dr. Beckett in this podcast. Like, you'll listen to it, just be prepared for that. And their response was, Dan, you're not nice to anyone.
You're just vintage Dan. That's it.
Dan.
I'm nice.
We like your other side of you, Dan. We like that other side.
To vintage baseball, Dan, or Saugus Dan? Because Saugus Dan's a dick.
Wow.
Well,
he's
same about you.
Just saying. I don't like that Dan from Saugus. He's a dick.
He's hibernating for the winter.
That I think, Dan, that's why I was having a little bit of fun with that segment earlier, where I was talking about the contrast of it. Is that if I asked Dustin, his statement would be like, that you're not very nice with the comments that you leave on there, but at the same time, we talked about this, so it's like I can get along with Dustin and I can get along with you, but for completely different reasons. It's completely different sides of the coin. But then you've also got some people that you'll get along with. It's like I said, I just don't see eye to eye with, and it's not going to work. But that's okay, and that's perfectly fine. But everybody's got to say their piece. It is a good line, though. You got to learn how to be a man of peace, Dan. Got to learn how to be a man of peace. It takes a lot of work.
Dan did a lot of innuendo in that response to Dustin, so I kind of like that. It wasn't direct; it was indirect, and using examples. And you put Pee Wee Herman in there, and I got to give you credit for vintage Dan doing that.
Look, the milk toast thing is the part that I was online board with. I just enjoyed the milk toast thing there.
I wanted to go out and buy Melba toast right then.
Yeah, Eric.
That's the other thing I thought of.
86 minutes. Go ahead.
Is that I think Dr. Beckett may be going a long game here. That
so part 4 is coming.
He wants the price guide to be back back to be everything that the hobby uses. So he's trying to get rid of all of these apps that use data, that use like comp data, by calling into question all of the comps. So if you suddenly make the comps worthless, you make the apps worthless. Everybody would have to go back to the Stone Age and start looking at written guides. So Beckett,
but then those are worthless too.
Beckett guide's going to be back
from what was said, right?
Huh?
Then those are worthless too from what was said, because of the comps that he said he had to. Anyways,
But he's not getting them off of shill bids. He's getting them off of all different kinds of places.
Yeah.
Right?
So that's up to him to determine which different places he gets them from. So at that point, is that consistent? I don't know.
But this is just my conspiracy theory about.
Oh, sure.
What I'm getting right now is I'm getting a Beckett v card ladder battle brewing. I can see
that coming. Yes.
I can see the vision. Because right now, noted fan of the channel, Eric, Chris Hoge,
Yes.
It's co-signed on
yes.
this.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
There's the card.
the footage is the footage, Eric. Like, it cannot be denied.
It's an extra.
Yeah.
Look, all I gotta say is, and in case we're not, for folks that are tuning in later, just we played it earlier, but Dan, I'm just so proud.
Do you want to do it again?
I'm gonna play this piece.
I think you should play it one more time. Yes.
I'm gonna play both pieces, but I gotta play this one first because, of course, this plays to the rules, and I'm a big fan of the rules. But let's talk about the rules first.
Carlos says it perfectly in that podcast episode. He says, "Thou shall not bid on one's own shit." Period. Simple. Easy.
That's the easy one. That's the easiest one.
That's the easy one.
Chef's kiss. Says it perfectly, Eric. Perfect.
What about how about your sharp and all that stuff?
No, I'm getting to that, Dan. I'm getting to that.
Okay.
First, the rules first, Dan. For the rules first. The second clip's coming. But right there, said it perfectly, Eric. Said it perfectly. But you know what's even better than that? You know what's even better?
So there is a terrific podcast that was hosted by Because I'm Carlos, who is an exceptionally sharp guy. I haven't always seen eye to eye with him on everything, but he is a quick, smart individual. And he was just the perfect host, I think, for this discussion. And then he had on as a guest Dan from Dan's Vintage Baseball PC, who is just an all around thoughtful, intelligent, really interesting content creator and collector that I follow a lot of his work. And he also happens to be an attorney with a background in criminal defense of 35 years, actually of 35 years experience. And so these two teamed up to make a podcast that broke down the Dr. Beckett's interview of Patrick Ryan. And
believe it or not, I got another minute 45 of that. I could have just kept going, Eric, but this is a short form channel, short form live. Go ahead.
I got two problems with this. Two problems with what Hodge said. One is he stressed the 35 years twice. He's trying to tell people that I'm old. So, I mean,
wow.
The other thing is he said something about he really follows my work. I'm like,
yes,
is he talking about cards? Because my card stuff isn't work. It's like
your videos is your work.
Downtown.
Your videos are your work, Dan.
There are questions, legitimate questions.
It's not work.
But like I said, Eric, I don't believe I've ever agreed with Hodge more.
I think you should do a separate video on that and just put it as a
I'm sure you have
261 or something.
I thought about just playing it backwards and forwards, slow motion, fast motion, just so we could really absorb the words.
Would help. Yeah.
The words.
That's for sure.
Yeah.
What is that?
That's Carlos. That's my impersonation of Carlos asking someone to kiss the ring.
Oh,
I thought you were trying to give us the finger, but you did it.
Yeah, he did it upside down like his.
He's had a lot of concussions, so the motor skills
one
aren't
touch
always
thing. So it's like
he's trying to show us he's married.
Isn't that how it's supposed to be? That's how it works.
Yes, exactly how it's supposed to be.
Wow.
Next.
Happy champs. My God, the comment Dan left on Dustin's video. I actually felt that for Dustin.
That was entertaining.
It was. I enjoyed it. Look, you had Pee Wee Herman and Milquetoast in the same comment. That was pretty good.
And that you would have Pee Wee Herman means you're not even vintage.
And performance art.
Yes.
Yeah.
There are layers to this. Dan, I might have to do a video just breaking down that comment.
I think so.
Just parse it out like piece by piece. Apparently, this is what I do, Dan. So like maybe we just break it down piece by piece and go all the way through.
I can see all the videos coming in the next
week. Does that make me a content god?
Yes, quite.
You got. I think it makes you adjacent.
A demigod. It
makes you adjacent.
It's funny that you guys keep mentioning Pee Wee Herman because I've actually thought about him, and I'm being serious for just a quick second. Thought about him tonight during our conversation about how should Dr. Jimbo deal with this, especially if he's going on the 4 collectors in the future and all that. And in my opinion, Pee Wee Herman, Paul Rubens, handled his
inequities
issues better than anybody I've ever seen in history. When he had his scandal many years if you remember, he came out, he did, instead of fighting.
Oh, he came out all right.
He came out, I believe it was the MTV Music Awards in his, Pee Wee Herman character, and came out on stage, and the place went nuts because he wasn't hiding. He comes right out, and the first thing out of his mouth is, "Heard any good jokes lately?" Referring to, his scandal. That's it. It was over.
Yeah,
it was over, and everyone was then like, "All right, he's good."
Well, Hollywood is very forgiving on top of the hobby too.
So that is, I think that was the best dealing with the scandal I've ever seen. Okay, P. Ryan did everything wrong. Somehow got Beckett involved in this. That made things even worse. And we said earlier, like, when you're in this kind of trouble, the first thing you should do is either shut up or own it, say, "I'm sorry," and then shut up.
So we have P. Ryan and P. Wee Herman. Something going on there.
I mean, this guy could have taken a lesson from Pee Wee Herman and how to deal with a scandal, because I don't think a scandal's ever been handled better than that.
So what's the psychology behind Dr. Beckett doing this video? Is it more as a friend, or is it more of a thought? It seemed like it was a thought that he has that was justified, but I think it was more as a friend more than anything
I think
else.
It was a friend, and still trying to be relevant in the hobby.
But is that an abuse of power in a sense of because he does have a lot of power in a lot of different ways within the hobby? Would that be an abuse of power at that point?
Dwindling. All right.
I understand it's dwindling, but at a certain time, do you think you're above the law at that point, that you can come in and be the savior of a poor situation?
His friend, okay, somebody that he supports, which is, you have the
like
right.
Me and you, if we were friends, would you do this for me?
I do anything.
Hell no.
Bobby. I put out an Instagram post saying that you're the bestest.
Yeah.
So I think it's support your buddy, but also going to use his platform and name to remain relevant with the hottest topic that's going on right now. And that blew up in his face.
So is that on him? Is that thinking you're bigger than you are? I guess, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, he thinks he's Teflon, and now it blew up in his face. And I mean, when was the last time that Jim Beckett was involved in a scandal? Now, Beckett has
never
been not I can't think of any. Right, the company has been involved in a million because they suck.
That's after him, though.
But but the man is a hobby hero, and he thinks he's Teflon, and he is not Teflon. This blew up in his face, and he's never had negative publicity like this that I know of. And
Hobby Hotline will be interesting. I will tell you that.
I think it will be if he shows up.
Carlos will be doing 2 videos on that alone.
Let me be very clear about this.
Oh, you will.
If it happens, I'm very but the thing is, Bobby, I don't think he's going to.
If
I really
don't think so.
I think honestly, I think there's like a negative 100% chance he shows. I think he's trying to come up with the excuse right now. I think he's coming up with the excuse as we speak.
He's got to back down. Yeah. I would agree with that if I was him. Yes.
Yeah, and it would be honestly the best if he listens to anybody and they're offering him advice. If Uncle Rich Klein is somewhere and he's willing to listen to him, he should be like, run away, God
please,
run away,
Jim.
Bronski beat, run away, turn away.
Just flee for your life while you still can. Do it. Now, I was going to make a point about this since Bobby asked this question of Eric. The whole time Eric was talking, I heard the words he said. I heard them all. But I got to be honest, what I was envisioning in my head, and Dan, I think you'll appreciate this. Bobby was saying, like, if this kind of situation happened, would you stick your neck out for me? Would you do whatever? And what I was envisioning when Eric was talking, this whole explanation he was giving about all these things he'd do for Bobby, this is all I was seeing.
Judas.
I'd stab you right in the back. I don't even care.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I
right
expect that.
between the shoulder blades, I'd get you.
He'd have done
But
it.
what do
He'd
you do
have
when
done
a
it
friend does certain things? You keep quiet and you just let it go. Let him deal with it, and do your own thing.
He didn't even need the piece of silver. He was bribed for a chocolate stick. It was over.
It was fun. Yeah, it was done. Yeah.
He's like, chocolate stick? Okay. He's like, but I dropped it on the ground. 5-second rule.
That's right.
fine.
Hurry, dive. He's older, so it takes time, right? You get 3-second rule. Now
fine.
it's 5-second
fine.
when you're old vintage Dan or something.
Yeah.
No, I'm catching strays over here.
No. I'm just going what other people say, Dan. I don't agree with that 100%.
People should be more skeptical of comps from consigners. I think that's fair. Yeah, I think that's a reasonable. So Dan, for a second, for a brief shining moment, we do it occasionally. I think there are some legitimate takeaways here. This statement right here, I think, is accurate. I think comps from consigners, because it allows you that extra layer of anonymity, I think you should take them with a grain of salt. I think that's a very fair point. I think that's something to consider in an analysis.
It's not just Shilling. It's also, they have skin in the game. Consigners need the prices to go up. They need to be able to tell people that they get these prices. Otherwise, people aren't going to give them their cards. So I don't know. Consigners to me aren't, what do they call it? Objective narrator. What's the, they're not,
reliable
they're not giving
narrator.
information.
Reliable narrator.
Well, reliable narrator. That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah.
Consigners are not reliable narrators. Let's put it that way.
Sure. Good evening.
Too much conflict.
But are the auction houses, right?
Well, conflict of interest.
We've just seen this go on with
2025. In the hobby.
Well, sure, it is, especially with the Babe Ruth card being sold at $3-4 million less, right?
I think
it was
there's
promoted by REA
a situation
card,
like that,
and then it turns
proves
around.
that there are limits, though. I think it proves that there is a limit to how far you can push a certain thing, because that first price didn't really make a lot of sense in the context of it. And it comes back, and again, even if you take the most legitimate auction in recorded history to the best of your ability, if two people are pushing up something price wise,
is that the Babe Ruth?
Can I tell you what this is?
Go ahead.
It'll give you a little bit of an idea. It is it's like a paperweight with the little sort of weird Babe Ruth thing in the middle. This is one of the party favors at the cocktail party that REA held in New York City in Soho. That somehow or another, I have no idea how it happened, that I got invited to. I think it was probably like they went through the whole list of New York people who had won auctions at REA, and they got to the bottom, and there I was, because everybody else.
Dan, you're a lawyer.
But they had it was probably I got invited with like 2 days until the party, so it was pretty clear that they didn't have enough to fill the place, and they needed to fill the place. But it was free food and free beer for like 4 hours.
Damn.
So REA in like an expensive section of Soho in Manhattan has this completely superfluous party where they're giving away party favors. There was more party favors than that thing, but and then free food and drink for like 100 people. I think they knew that they were going to be making like a massive amount of money on this card via consignment, and the card itself was there. I have photographs of the card itself in like a case there. But
the schedule, you mean?
Say that again.
Schedule, you mean? The schedule. The schedule.
Yeah, the card on the back of the card is a schedule. Yeah, Bobby's calling it a schedule instead of a card.
It's a schedule. It's not a card, even.
Yeah. Oh, okay. All right.
Sorry.
Anyway, so they knew they were making a lot of money. How did they know they were going to make so much money that they could afford to just blow, a half, however much that $100,000 that party probably cost them?
Yeah,
they advertised the hell out of that. They did their own little show. They did. There was so much going on with that auction. It was actually even more than Ken Golden did.
Yeah, they invited like the people that were at this party were all the people in New York City who have a social media presence in the hobby. So like they invited people to promote it, booze them up a little bit and give them some fancy crab cakes, and they'll write nice things about REA. So it worked.
Yeah. I think, though, one thing I'll add here, just to give a little bit of context as well, is that for any auction house selling like a notable item, that is very much what you do. I've shown in the past. I have some of the old auction catalogs from Phillips. I follow the auction catalogs for, like I talked with Dan in the past. Obviously, a lot of the vintage card guys are looking at a lot of the different auctions for different items that they can pick up. I enjoy my watches. I wish I could collect more, but it is an expensive hobby as well. That's an expensive hobby as well. But I have a lot of I used to actually get a bunch of the Phillips auction catalogs. Those are the auction catalogs I have are not baseball card auction catalogs. They're watch auction catalogs. But what happened is they would have like the feature item. So one of the auction catalogs I have was for the Paul Newman's Daytona, the Rolex Daytona, but that was actually owned by Paul Newman with the engraving on the back of it from his then wife at the time. And everything. And it set the record for the most expensive watch at that time. And I think it was, I want to say it was like 12 million or 13 million or whatever it was. It was this wacky, crazy number. But you're going to promote the hell out of it. When you look at that catalog, that watch is front and center. That's the one right in front of the catalog. You're showcasing it because you know you want to get the maximum amount. And at that time, they had multiple auctions that were sequential, that they sold that watch, it set a record. They sold the other watch, it set a record. And they broke a bunch of records one after another. So it's a different category. But you don't think, Eric, there aren't people who had a vested interest in making sure, even though that was unique, that was a very special piece because that was actually owned by the man, Paul Newman. Go for it. That was owned by the man, Paul Newman. But the design, the dial, the way it was called the Paul Newman. It had the nickname, the Paul Newman. You don't think it didn't help the price of the other Paul Newmans that this one went for this crazy record price? And you could still get these. You couldn't get that specific one, but those other ones went from being like $20,000 suddenly to $50,000, suddenly to $100,000. This one was like 10 million or 12 million or whatever it was, but these other ones there went to $100,000 because it was the Paul Newman style. Even though it didn't have the association of the individual, it was still the same type, the same model. That was that because it was a limited run. The model wasn't super popular when it came out, so the production run was relatively small at the time, and it only ran for a short period. So the people that were the collectors, the connoisseurs, were suddenly paying premiums for the Paul Newman.
How many did you buy?
I'd rather not discuss the past, Eric. I'm not here to talk about the past.
Okay.
I'm just saying, when I finish building my mega church,
yes,
and my Carlos Taj Mahal,
yes,
you'll know where it came from,
yeah.
And it was not cardboard. I'm just saying. The point is that, but so can you imagine though, a high profile auction on something that can have a downstream impact? I have no idea what the auction, I saw the result, but I have no idea who bid on it. I have no idea how much they bid on it or where they topped out. Is it possible that some of those folks maybe had some very generous bidding, Eric? Maybe. It's a big high profile auction, right? Stuff happens. You never know for sure. So I'm bringing this up, even though it's a different category. I'm just bringing it up because I'm pointing out that high profile auctions create the incentive to do these kinds of things. And where there are people with money and big incentive. That's why I said this was a unique piece, a specific item, but the downstream impact on the similar models. If you have like 10 of these regular Paul Newmans that are not owned by Paul Newman and they were worth $20,000 before, and now suddenly they're worth $100,000, they just 5x'd on you. You just made a bunch of money. Is there incentive to at least place a couple of low bids on it just to get the action going? Maybe start pushing it up, right?
Yeah. I think that happens. The shill doesn't always necessarily have to happen at the end and bringing up this, it can set a foundation price.
Correct. Correct.
Which brings you back to the Madonna card that went way higher than it should have because somebody put like
and it was at the expo. And it was at the expo being shopped around by the owner.
Oh, was it really?
Oh,
yes.
So he got chilled up. He goes,
"Oh, wow!
He wants to make money back."
Yes.
Let me tell you, because this is one unique dude.
Eric actually got a chance to talk to this guy.
Unique dude. Probably weighs about 100 pounds, soaking wet. Handlebar, curly mustache, probably in his maybe about 30 years old. Very interesting shirt choice. Steve Angel would be proud. If the shirt came in adult sizes, Steve Angel would buy it. when Baubles was like, "That's the guy," I'm like, "Dude, are you serious?" And like, that's the guy right there. I'm like, that is one unique dude.
So right here, speaking of Baubles, so this is an image he took of the aforementioned card at the expo.
Where's the
so
dude?
He got a chance to see the card. He got a chance to see the card and actually hold it.
Is that Brandon's hand or is that the weird guy's hand?
I think this would be Brandon's hand because he's taking the image. So I'm pretty sure it is. So the guy like paid almost $9,100 US, which is comfortably, I want to say 4x the next highest price that I'm aware of for a similar type card. And he was out there. And I was telling guys that I was saying that, like, I don't understand what he's hoping for. Because again, you're at the show.
Makes no sense.
You're talking 9,100 US. You're basically asking for 13K Canadian effectively just to break even. Like, who has that? Who's paying that?
Did he get any offers at all?
No, probably not.
I didn't get a chance to verify. I don't think he did. Like, honestly, I don't see who this buyer would be at that, because the guys that he outbid were the buyers for it. And they were willing to go to a certain point, but then they stopped. And then it just kept going.
I think this person is a little eccentric. He would have to be with that mindset.
Well, that's, you know what it might be, Carlos. Remember I was talking in the video about the mano thing, that like the guys that just have to win, it becomes like this testosterone thing.
Yeah.
You know, like that's maybe where this guy was like headed. It was a mind game thing. He just couldn't stop bidding because he had to win. And that's what I was saying. At some point, we're just going to have to say, let it go. I don't need this card that much. You know,
some people do it for recognition too. On top of that, right?
Yeah.
You know, they're not popular, and then they have this card, and then they walk around, they, shop it around, and everyone goes, "Oh, that's that big card," I don't know.
So there is a little funny tidbit to the Patrick Ryan thing.
Go ahead. Sure.
He told a story in one of his many, the Meltdown IG stories about how he was scheduled to go to New York City to go to the Jackie Robinson Museum for some event, and that he had to cancel, and everybody said it was a good idea that he cancel. So, like, Jackie Robinson Museum in New York City had an event, and lo and behold, Darren Ravel was there, as probably that would have been, Ryan would have been hanging out with him there. Ravel was there, and he announced at the Jackie Robinson Museum, or he found out that someone else announced that their Jackie Robinson Museum is now doing, the mystery packs, whatever you call them. What do you call them?
Repack.
What do they call it?
Repacks?
Repacks. They're now doing the mystery pack repack thing at the Jackie Robinson Museum. It's like, what? They were corrupted somehow to become like a gambling den, basically.
P. Ryan is an investor in Collect, which is owned by
I know
Darren
that.
Ravel,
That's why he would be hanging out with Darren Ravel at the Jackie Robinson Museum, which is the event that he couldn't go to because of the scandal. But it's funny that he's one of the people going there to corrupt the Jackie Robinson Museum, turn them into a gambling house.
It's just kind of interesting. That's why I said earlier that this is where obviously we addressed the topic a little earlier, but this is where, if you are the news outlet, Collect is kind of compromised because Patrick Ryan is an investor. So at the end of the day, I understand that they're kind of stuck. If you want to cover this, how do you cover it? Yeah, so I know they did I think they did a half-hearted article on shill bidding concept. They did disclose that he's an investor because it was like the bare minimum they had to do in order to be like, if we're trying to pretend we're relevant. By the way, Dan, I wanted to make sure you're
relevancy.
So I did join you. So I did grab an IPA to join you. So, but the reality is, you've created a situation for yourself, and I wasn't trying to downplay it. I want to make sure that it doesn't come off as me being just flippant. I understand that as soon as you're put into a compromising position where someone else says something, and then you're associated, you're sitting there like, how do I respond then? Because people are going to ask me questions, and they've created this problem for me. Obviously, we joked about it and everything, Dan, with all those folks that are kind of peripherally associated with Beckett, who are then going to be asked these questions, and he has put them in that position. And they're sitting there like, I didn't say anything. It wasn't me. But now I have to kind of answer for you, even though I'm not necessarily comfortable. I don't agree with what you just said. Like, how am I supposed to then navigate this minefield?
I'm sure it went on in a phone call of some sort.
And then the more public a person you are, Because if you're just some rando who maybe is associated with
Nobody
Beckett, you know, you
cares,
can kind of
yeah.
get away with it. You're fine. But if you're constantly out there on everything else, if you're a person who comments on things all the time, and then this is the one time suddenly you become really quiet, everyone just goes like, huh.
Did you see whose byline was on that piece?
On the, I think, was it Ravel?
Yeah, it was Ravel himself.
Yeah,
Oh,
I assume it was Ravel.
really?
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
he
would
didn't
have
give
to
this
like
assignment
he'd
to
be the right
someone else.
guy. He'd be the one who'd have to be. He's the one with enough power to be able to be like, I'll take care of this. It has to be me. I can't blame him. Like if it's going to be somebody there, it has to be him. The buck stops with that guy. So
It does.
Yeah.
So it's an interesting situation. Like I said, if you're somebody who's like a regular news outlet, you're stuck, man. Because at the end of the day, like if you want to be truthful, you have to cover. The story became more bizarre after the initial thing. I talked about the Gong Show guys and kind of they're looking at it from the outside as someone who's peripherally just seeing the headlines.
Yeah.
So they're saying like, why are people still talking? It's not. It can't just be the Beckett thing. It's not just the Beckett thing. It's the Beckett thing combined with the Patrick Ryan thing and what they said. And then when maybe it could have blown over, Beckett made part 3.
And Patrick Ryan had his meltdown on Instagram. You know, I mean, like they kept the story alive.
Yeah, you just kept going.
Like,
so like,
it's like the
you
worst.
Can't blame. You can't blame everybody.
The worst thing in the world of being talked about is not being talked about. You know, these guys, they want attention, I guess.
Yeah,
true.
You know,
that was kind of the point that I wanted to make. And like I said, I didn't want to argue with the guys at Gong Show. They were doing the Slab Sharks watch along, so I wasn't going to give them a hard time about that. But my point that I wanted to make kind of is that I understood their perspective because they're not interested in leaning into, you know, hobby drama or whatever you will. No. And I go, in this case, though, it did open up the conversation to a bigger conversation. This was an opening to a larger issue. The idea that Shilling's been around forever, you're right, but that doesn't mean it doesn't warrant a conversation because now it's forcing people to look at the terms of service of different auction houses. It's forcing people to take that extra. Shill bidding will still happen, by the way. It doesn't matter what you do. I don't care what your terms of service are. I don't care if people get imprisoned, they get jailed. Where there's an opportunity to make a buck, someone will try to find an angle. They will still do it. There are definitely ways to do it. But you have to try then to be like, no, you can try to take care of yourself to the best of your ability. There are ways that you can do that. You want to be mindful, but it's like a lot of the power brokers in the space are some of the folks who kind of let it slide. That's why when we were talking to him, I said, Beckett can't disappoint me because I didn't hold him in this high esteem because I'm sitting there like, you were around during the day. If you're the survivor in the day, even if you weren't participating, you knew who the players were. You knew what was going on. You knew what they were doing.
I mean, I wasn't really, like I said, my preface to that was I don't really know Beckett. I've never spoken to the man other than a 1 hour hobby hotline.
By the way, Eric, that's for you.
It wasn't.
I did see it. I thought he did.
It wasn't that I was disappointed in like Beckett.
Good.
It's that I was disappointed in like that the hobby, the stuff that they revealed, the curtain that they opened up.
Correct.
That's what I was disappointed at, seeing what was behind the curtain, really, rather than Beckett himself, because I don't know him. I don't know the man.
No, and that's completely fair, and that's completely fine. But that's why I said I understood their perspective, looking at it at like the 50,000-foot view, just reading the headline. Like they're used to certain controversies happening. People get worked up about it. The wind changes direction, and we move on with our lives. And it would have.
Because you can't do anything about it, Carlos.
Next comment is a great comment. Yeah. Hobby Champs, great comment.
You want to read that out, Carlos? I can't.
Whether it's been happening or not for a long time is irrelevant. What's happening now? How does that affect the prices of our cards? Or are we paying more money because the data is systematically corrupt? That's important.
Is it though?
Is it? Of course it is. I don't want to pay more money.
I know, but is it? Can we prove it? You have to understand, in 2004, the same stuff's going on with Mastro, and nothing changed. It was hype.
I don't agree.
And then it was gone. They went jail time, gone, and it stayed stagnant. And it comes up again.
It had a deterrent effect on the hobby. I think that the hobby was clean for a little while, maybe, or cleaner.
Well, it's never been clean. Come on.
The prices went down.
I'll back Bobby up on this. I think it became more subtle. I think people became more careful for a little while. So I'll read Hobby Champ's comment, though. Why is anyone talking about this? It's been happening forever. It's one of the worst takes imaginable, which is a fair point. The reality is, let's just be clear about this. And we already talked about this a little bit, but let's just reemphasize. So let me give you a simple example. I'll give you a tangible example. That way we're all on the same page. I mentioned already that as part of the errands that I was running at the card show, there's certain things that I do. One of them is that I drop off stuff for ComC because I've got some cards that they can handle for me. And you know what? It takes work out of me. Awesome. Those guys take the pictures, they do the stuff. And I'm like, that wonderful. It saves me so much time. For one of the things though that I did is for the first time, I dropped off a couple of cards of Slab Sharks. I had a couple of cards. Yeah. I had a couple of cards that I would totally sell on my own. But right now with the paperwork and tariffs, I actually sold a card on eBay that I did through Chit Chats. And I was able to get it done. And I don't know if have you used Chit Chats recently, Bobby?
No, not in a while.
Okay. So it's doable. So to be clear, just to let you guys know, maybe I'll do a video talking about it a little bit. It's doable, but I will tell you that it is a lot more of a pain in the ass because of a lot of the extra
Well,
things.
you have to get the app, right?
No, you can do it online. You can do it through the desktop. But what happens is specifically what I needed to do, and by the way, it allows you then to get a reasonable fee. So it's not too bad. But what happens though is the extra work is now there because now you fill in the stuff you had to fill in before for the customs purposes, which has always been there. That's part of the deal. It was a US buyer and I was going to send it, and Chit Chat gives you these different options and all that. And what happens is there are items that are tariff exempt based on the country of origin. I won't bore you guys with all the details. The point is based on the country of origin.
I understand that. Yeah.
Yeah. Certain items are not okay. Now, one of the things you have to do in order to make it work is you have to pull up these numbers. I forget what the acronym is, but there is a number you can quickly look up based on different items. So if you put collectible trading card, it'll give you the number. And based on that number, you can punch that in. And then also, so for example, Upper Deck, they print the cards in the United States. And that's right on the card. It literally says printed in the USA. Great. So you can punch that in and say country of origin is actually the United States, which it is because that's where the product was produced.
Well, if you take O-Pee-Chee, they're owned by Topps. They own the license. So technically made in the United
States. But in this case, though, it's not even technical. It's literally physically on the item. It's physically on the item that says where it's printed. So country of origin, you fill it in. You put in the code to represent the type of item it is. You put in the value and all the normal stuff that you did before, but you had to do all that other stuff. And then when you complete that, it then allows you to create the labels and you can drop it off and print it and it's all good. Great. So I was able to do it. And I went over to the Chit Chats for the first time. I actually had an account before, but I finished filling it in and I was able to drop it off. And I generated a USPS printing label. So they're actually going to drop it off. And based on that, it will have tracking. So the user is going to have tracking and they're happy and they're good. Great. But it is a hassle. It's a pain in the ass to do that little bit of extra work and have to drop it off there.
Extra work. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's why a lot of people wouldn't ship to Canada because the US guys always said, "Oh, it's too much extra paperwork," and it's like, yeah, it's like another minute, really.
Yeah. Now, for the cards that I had there, I was like, you know what? I'm okay with you guys. You guys can sign it, you list it, you do all that stuff, and I'll tell you this. And I'm actually going to do a video on this, so I'm just letting you all know in advance. This is a heads up. I'm going to do a video talking about it. Slab Sharks actually has like a whole platform. So you log in, you get your number and everything in there. And when they list everything, you can actually see it. By the way, you don't have to bid on your own stuff to put it to watch list. Really? They actually give you the complete list of everything that you listed.
I said that.
Are you allowed to bid on your own items though?
Well,
I'm just asking. I'm going
to get to that, Bobby. Okay. I'm going to get to that. I'm going to get to that. Hang tight. So anyway, so what happens is on the platform, it actually shows you everything you can sign. It shows you the listing title. It shows you the picture. It shows you how many watchers it has. It shows you how many bids. It updates it. It's connected to the eBay API. You don't even need to go on the eBay platform to see what the pricing and all that is and the countdown timer. Wow. So it's all there. You can see it at a glance without ever touching eBay. You don't need to. For people who know, you don't need to touch it. It's already there in the platform. But here's the thing. Going to your question. In the terms of service and everything they have, they're going to say, yeah, don't. But here's the thing. It's a consignor. I'm not the eBay seller. I could totally bid on it.
So you're a third party.
100%. Like eBay can't stop me. Yeah. It's a completely different seller. It's not me.
True enough. Yeah.
Now the thing is, I'm not going to tell you what the card. Now in the same vein, I'm not going to tell you what the cards are. It's not.
Please.
I read eBay's. That is against eBay's terms of service.
It should be. It should be. Absolutely. Yeah. But catching it is the tricky part with them because they're like, well, how do you connect the two if there isn't a direct connection that's obvious? And that's kind of
they have more information about you than you know. You know, they have information about who you are, where you live.
No, I agree.
You know, all that stuff. They could find out in a second. I think, eBay, if you're looking for shill information, if you're trying to figure out if you're getting shilled on a card, eBay gives more information than the auction houses do, because you can get you can't get the name of the bidder, but you get the beginning.
They actually modified it slightly, Bobby. They added a little bit to it back. They used to be even better because they used to show everything. Yeah. And today they do still show a little bit, but they also show some data. You can click on it and see how many times this person has bid on your auctions.
How often they bid, where they bid, what kind of things they bid on,
correct,
and how many times they've bid with this particular seller before.
That
to me is important.
Yes, correct.
That's really important.
And so one card, I was in 2 auctions this week on some mid-level cards. I didn't win either one of them. One I just didn't win because I don't want to pay that much money. The other one I think I was being shilled on because I was looking and there was somebody that had like 1,000 bids, but they hadn't bid in the last 90 days. And they bid, or they bid 3 times in the last 90 days, and they were all with this particular seller.
Yes, exactly. Okay.
Those I know what's going on here. And it was going up too quickly, and it looked like it was going to go up way above comps. So
we used to see that all the time when guys used to bid on wrappers.
eBay,
go ahead.
What eBay gives you should be at least the minimum of what the auction houses give you, and they don't. They do not give you that much information. Some of it maybe they just don't have the infrastructure in their platform to be able to give that to you, but they should.
We used to back in the wax days, we used to look at guys who used to buy a lot of wrappers, and then you kind of realize that he had another account. It was always the guy who bidding, and then all of a sudden he had packs available. This was Barry, I forget his name now. He was out of South Carolina or something like that, and Mike Barry. And this guy used to do this all the time, and everybody knew. And then you see him win wrapper lots, and then all of a sudden packs came out at the same time. So, we used to track things because we could see the user numbers. The username had disappeared at the time, and it was just how many feedback they had. And then we used to track them. And we had a group of like 8 or 10 people that we all knew. We like to see that, oh yeah, he's doing that, so watch out. And there's not much you can really do about it, to be honest. He's probably still around today.
Yeah.
Can you go back to Stooks? Stooks had a comment about
here
the Mastro thing.
Oh,
I don't know if you got to it yet.
This one here. Yeah, I already skimmed through it. Go ahead.
Yeah, so this one, I love this one because I think it reflects like the real truth of the demographics of the cheaters in the hobby. They went from being the old school guys, the gray haired guys, with the t-shirts, to guys who actually have college degrees, who know how to do stuff, who present themselves very well, who can do videos, all that stuff. Those have become what the old school guys used to be. So the con artists look different than they used to. Let's put it that way. That's what
they're well dressed. Yes.
Yeah. The con artists in the hobby were a different type of person 20 years ago or 40 years ago, and now they're like Google employees kind of people. So
40 years ago, it was
that's what I think he's talking about, and so I think it's a really good comment.
I think that's fair. And one thing I was going to add, it's kind of playing into that story that I was explaining. So what I'll do is I said already that I was going to do a video anyway, because since I was dropping off some cards for them, I'm going to talk about the experience of that. But then also one of the cards, again, this isn't a mystery. I said at the time that I opened the Gong Show repack, Eric, I said that the card, I was going to open the repack. I was going to take a look at it. I pulled a nice card. It's on the channel.
Right.
I've shown it.
Yeah.
So like we all know what it is. It's serial numbered. It's not hard to figure out what it is. But one thing I'm not going to do is I'm not going to share links to it. And I'm not going to tell anybody to bid on it. You find it on your own. That's your business. The point is that it's already part of the auctions. It's currently in the listing. And I'm able to monitor from my side of it just through that platform, the desktop platform that they created. I can see how many bids there are on things, how many watchers there are on things. All that information is being provided to me from the eBay API, which is super handy because now I know exactly how things are going and I can watch it from over here from a distance. But the point is, what Dan said is true. The problem is, and I'll just tell you this truthfully, Dan, when I've created my account, that account has no link whatsoever to my eBay handle. The two things could not, other than the name, you really can't make the connection between. And if I use the different name, you wouldn't be able to tell. So I'm not saying that they're doing anything wrong, but as a consignor, the consignor's the consigner and bidders are bidders, and it's kind of hard to connect the two unless you make it easy.
Yeah,
well, Hobby Shark has your personal data because they have to pay you at some point.
They
right?
have one piece of personal data, but that personal
That's it.
data doesn't necessarily link to my eBay personal data, because the way I get
No,
paid,
but they have
it's all-
your
Go ahead.
they have like your credit card or your address. You had to
That kind of match
sign up for it,
No?
right?
The
No?
only thing they have is an email address that connects to electronic payment. And that
Mhm.
email address doesn't
Oh,
have to be
everybody
the same
froze
one that I
on me.
use for eBay.
True enough, yeah.
We can still hear you, Dan. So anyway, just to answer Dan's question, no, not necessarily. It's whatever. So you have two options with them. I'm using as an example. You can do through PayPal, which is totally available. That's an option. And then another one is, so since they are a Canadian-based company, they can use what's called Interact Direct Payment. So Interact Direct Payment is just an email address that you can use that sends an electronic transfer. That email address doesn't have to be the same one I use for eBay, Dan.
No, it doesn't.
I'm
Most people keep
I'm
it the
telling you,
same,
I'm
though.
just telling you the truth. The reality is, outside of the fact that my name is the same, there is no connection between the account that I have there and my eBay information.
I think you've just given all the shillers out there a good way to avoid getting caught.
It's always been there, Dan. Like, I'm sorry. I would love to tell you guys that, oh yeah, they do like a 50 point. No, that's not true. I'm just flat out telling you that's not true.
Well, I don't know. Auction houses are a little different. Auction houses, you have to sign up. You got to give references. They know who you are. Like, they don't make it public, but
they don't know who your friend is, though.
Yeah, no, exactly. But what you're saying though is that the standard is different. In this case, we're talking about a consignor that posts on eBay. So like, that's exactly the reality, is that it's a different thing. So it's like, sorry, that's how that works. As soon as I looked at it, I was like, yep, no, in this scenario, this setup with this configuration, it's like, no, actually, there's no connection between A and B. Sorry.
Did any of you, Eric, you used to do stuff through Probstein, right? Did you ever like consign with them?
No, I only bought things from them.
You only bought?
Yeah, that's.
I wonder if with Probstein you have to give like a sign up, like you have to do with the auction houses, or is it like Hobby Sharks where you just give them a PayPal?
It's a good question. I don't know.
Well, I mean, and with his new company, I mean,
probably now, yeah.
Well, the new company is an auction house, so they have to. It's like eBay.
Yeah.
Yeah, eBay has all your information and a credit card.
I'm not very good at selling.
As a consigner, however the consigner does their business affects how transparent it would be or how untransparent it would be, so to speak, with shillers.
Mm-hmm. Now, what's funny is, like I said, I'm using this as example because this is my first opportunity to see how the process goes from A to B to Z, because I have never used it before. So I'm experiencing it in real time. I'm merely sharing the information. I'm giving you all the information just so that you're aware that this is what's there. But if you're a US-based one, you could do the same thing with Zelle. You can do the same thing with electronic. So, Baz here is making a point. You're right. Interact is not available to the American folks.
No.
But I'm sorry, if I'm a U.S. auction house, you can do Zelle and do the same thing.
Like
it would be the
Venmo,
same general idea. Venmo, Zelle. There's a couple of options there that aren't available to us, but it's the same principle.
We can't.
It's the same principle.
Yep.
So this is what I was saying with Baz here. It's like, no, I get what you're saying, Baz, but it would be Zelle or Venmo.
Yep.
So there are American equivalents to that kind of thing. Then they gave you the option. You can also do PayPal as well, but again, you can have multiple PayPals. I'm just pointing out reality. Like, if you need me to explain that to you, then you're not very good at your business, because the point is, it's not that hard, is what I'm getting at. That's it. All I'm telling you is it's not that difficult. But it is interesting that is the case. So here's saying, Gordon, here's saying, it should be connected when I click on the items in and it opens up my eBay account. Here's the thing though. It's not your eBay account that lists it. It's the consignor's eBay account.
Yes.
So you can see the listing, but the listing is through the consignor. The consignor is the one actually listing, taking the pictures, doing the whole thing.
You become the third party.
Yeah.
So you remember part 1, right?
Yep.
The quote in part 1, which is, I asked,
Can I? And
he said, it's not your card, and it's
Correct.
below what they
Correct.
expected, so you're okay.
Correct. Yeah. But also, by the way, if you remember in my part 3 review, I showed you the difference. I said flat out, why would you even ask if you could? Why is that even a question that would come up? Like, That shouldn't be a question you're asking.
That was the best question.
Yeah, like
and
why?
that was the supposed to
Like,
be the
why
correction.
would you do that?
Part
Why?
3 was supposed to be the exoneration.
Correct.
And it ended up being even worse.
Oh no.
Exactly.
Wait
So
for
that's
part
why I was
4,
like-
guys. Part 4 is coming.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
No, because nobody's satisfied at this point.
If you remember what he came out with after part 2, his next video, people were joking about this, and it's actually funny, was defending PSA.
Yeah, I like so Dan, I like that. If you're gonna do the smoke bomb, the smoke screen, like yes, you know what? PSA upchargers are great. You know what? They're great. Let me explain to you why they're great.
Yes.
His next guest is going to be Woody Allen.
Maybe.
Anything at this point. Anything at this point. Anything. It's fine. I just thought it was incredible.
Shilling would freak out.
He's gonna become a John Rocker super collector.
Oh my goodness. Better Ryan says that folks are feeling bad that Eric has to pay is the only theory. Listen, we need more likes because Eric's sitting there going like, man, I got so much goddamn money. Did you guys see the quote? He said, and I quote, I'm rich, bitch.
Oh no.
People, like button. Let's go.
Eric, you said that.
He did.
It was taken out of context.
It was not. I can't believe Probstein actually thought the name of his platform Shilstein. Yeah, maybe he should have. American sellers can also send the Gong Show guys to forward. Yes, that is true. That is true. That is an option as well. Slapshot is so transparent they even show all their paid and unpaid listings on their website. Yeah, the issue. So just to be clear, I'm using Slapsharks. I wanted to try it. I know a bunch of folks that have used it and everything. And again, for me, Dan, it comes down to convenience here. I'm using Exsigner for convenience. I put cards that I kind of had an idea what they should sell for, in my opinion. If it was less of a hassle, I'd sell them myself. But the reality is, like at this point, you know what, Dan? I gave him 5 cards, and I said, "You guys, take these cards from me, list them, do your thing." No worries. I know you're all good. So anyway, I said, take these 5 cards from me, take the images, create the listing, do the whole thing, whatever it sells. The key here, Eric, is whatever it sells for is whatever it sells for. I know what the percentages are. I know what their consignment fees are and all that. I'm comfortable with all that. I don't give a crap. For me, what it comes down to is I just want to be like, okay, you guys handle it. I don't even want to deal with it. And when it's done, since I can see the list and I see what the totals are going to be, and it's all going to end in the same week, then I get the final total, and then they send me the transfer, and I'm good to go. And I'll be able to make the video where I'll show you guys. Because again, one of the cards you saw me pull out of a pack on this very channel. Right. I'm selling it on eBay. It is my card. It is very clearly labeled with the Gong Show sticker on it. So it's very clearly the same card.
I was looking at it.
So what I'm going to do is when it's done, I'll let you know what it's sold for because I can do a twofer. I can tell you about the slap
can I give you some advice?
Yes, sir.
Please don't bid on Carlos's card.
Please don't do that.
What if I mega bid? But what if I mega bid and I pay for it?
Do not under any circumstances bid.
Yeah.
Now I watched the video. I watched the video.
Yeah.
I remember you were talking about it and opening it up, and I know the player.
Yeah. But I was very clear what the intention was.
Who was the player again?
Jean Beliveau.
Okay. Yeah. So it's a really good card.
It's a nice card. Yeah.
It's
just not one that fits in. It's not one that fits in my collection specifically, but I think it's a very nice card, and I think there is an audience, and I think there's people who would enjoy it.
I'm surprised you didn't sell it to Steve.
eBay's the perfect place for it. No, like you're gonna get the enough eyes so that you will catch the guy who wants this particular card.
That's the hope. That's the thought. Yeah.
Yeah. How's it doing?
So far, literally, it's been less than a day. It's actually doing okay. I think right now it's. Eric's looking at it.
No, it's not. Not at the moment. You get 6 days though, so I wouldn't sweat it. But no, it's not.
Eric, considering it's literally been less than a day, the fact it's got 6 bids right now is really good. I'm sorry. I don't care about the total. I like the fact it's got 6 bids on it. Yeah. So right now it's about $41 Canadian. 14.
How many watchers?
14.
Yeah. Yep. What do you need to clear about 100, something like that?
Oh no, I'm not going to make the money back on the repack. It would have to be like $325 Canadian. There's no chance. I don't think
that's how much the repack was.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Whoa.
They're expensive.
Yeah. I don't think it's getting to that number. I don't think it's getting anywhere near that.
No,
I don't think so. I mean, the guy has 10 Stanley Cups, Hall of Famers.
I think it'll do okay. I think it'll do okay. It's a nice card.
He signed a ton. You can get an autograph from him very easily.
So what are you looking for? Like 200?
I think I'd be satisfied with that. That'd be fine.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
more than anything for me, it's going to be
kind of a hit. That's a repack with kind of a hit, right?
Yeah, but it is going to be, so for me, it's going to be closing the loop. I did the video where I opened the repack, and then also the video of the follow-up video will be like, okay, so I consigned it, I did all this, blah, 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 and here is the card, and here's the result. This is what I paid for it initially. This is the result that I got out of it. Here's what it ended, and here's what I actually netted after fees. So I can include all the information, all the details will be there from beginning to end.
Yeah.
So it's a separate, it gives me 2 videos out of it. I can actually explain both sides of that piece. So for me, it's fine. I don't care.
Sorry, I just saw a really good comment.
Yeah, I'm just standing ahead here.
Sure.
Yeah, Zelle and Venmo, a combination of security measures to prevent money laundering and auction shilling, including encryption, multi-factoring, and fraud detection. It can still be done. That said, it can still be done. Doc Beck is going to need a miracle to whip the scandal. Eric will say something scandalous. It'll be fine. Dan, I got to tell you, the one thing I'm disappointed in.
That was a whipped cream joke.
The one thing I'm disappointed in, though. That
was a mayonnaise joke. Sorry.
It was a mayonnaise
Maybe.
joke. I am disappointed, though. There is one specific thing I'm disappointed in. If I was Beckett right now, I would literally wire Geoff a bunch of money to do like a series on Louis Taint. Anything. I would be like, Geoff, listen to me. I will send you money right now. Say something ridiculously scandalous right now. Give me an out. Save me, bro.
I don't know where it was, but I saw Jeff. Oh, I think it was on Twitter. I think, or maybe TPott said something somewhere, and it was a comment section, and Jeff responded, just as long as you learn who Louis Tiant is, you should be fine. And I'm like, he kind of gets the joke. Good for him.
Yeah. Well, the reality is, like, look, for a lot of people, and like being serious, Dan, a lot of people don't understand that he has people who literally monitor the social medias. They monitor the comment section, whatever. They know exactly what is. So at a certain point, like, and the thing, what's funny, the irony here is that TPott has specifically said that there has been a changeover where now Geoff is leaning into it. He's going out of his way. He's like, hold on, I'm going to say the thing, knowing full well it will elicit the reaction and do the whole
publicity.
Like now
Sure.
it's a shtick. He'll play into it. There's stuff he.
But he responds to Sports Card Radio on Twitter.
Sure. Yeah.
They go back and forth on Twitter. Like, he's not running away from them anymore. It used to be he ignored them, and the first time he ever had any information, any contact with them was sending a letter from a lawyer. But now he interacts with them. So, like, he's leaning into the whole sort of hero, anti-hero kind of thing.
There is
and all the songs that they have.
There is a choice that now what's happening next is that now it's almost like what kind of video can we produce that will elicit that response? It's like they're almost like brainstorming, be like, what kind of ridiculous take can you take? What angle can you choose here? Again, I'll use the perfect example recently, where he decided to brag about his upcharge. Unsolicited. It wasn't mid-conversation. It didn't come out of it wasn't like a haphazard comment off there. He led with it. It's like, hey guys, let me brag to you about, I'm paying this big old upcharge. You know what? That's great. That's swell.
Mm-hmm.
You guys can't enjoy
it.
He set off a week's worth of conversations.
Totally. I think
I love this one. Dr. Beckett's going to do a prequel. He's going to do it with the voucher for Patrick.
Maybe.
Dan, I got a question though. Like, in this vein, since Stu brings this up, and I think it's valid. If the person who vouched for him, aren't you talking to this dude? Like, what have you done to me? What did you do? Hold on. Do I need to bring the Judas image back, Eric? Do I need to bring the Judas image back
for that situation? Most definitely.
Judas.
I'd love to know who if it's actually somebody that we know, like it's somebody in the hobby that has a public face.
Gotta be.
Yeah. I get you. It's like, no, Rob, don't bid on it. Don't find it and don't bid on it. Whatever you do.
It was Mastro.
It was Mastro.
That'd be amazing, actually. That'd be amazing.
I wonder if it was Brian Gray.
Oh my God!
Oh my
don't say
God!
that.
Big Bry. Oh, Big Bry. Big Bry.
So, Big Brian used
Victor
to.
would say
I'm back
Big
on
Bray.
Twitter a little bit. I said I can't do the sale on Wednesday. There's a vintage sale every Wednesday, and it's really popular. And I've sold cards in it for years. But when I left Twitter, I left that behind, and that's like a way that I was selling cards successfully.
Okay.
So I had a backup Twitter account that I've gone back on, and I only sell cards and talk about cards. I don't do any of the other nonsense.
Okay.
And so I've been seeing a lot of card stuff, but I'm also not blocked anymore by Brian Gray. So I saw a Brian Gray tweet.
How did you get blocked by Brian Gray? What did you do?
What happened? What'd you do, Dan?
I said something obnoxious.
Of course you did.
Think of it like a mini version of the comment to Dustin from this week. So something like that.
It only takes a little bit to get to Brian. Yes.
Yeah.
So he tweeted a few days ago. It wasn't like yesterday. It was like, I'm going to have a full video on this whole shill bidding thing. I'm like, dude,
everybody wants
like
to
2
listen
weeks
to him.
behind.
Yeah. Oh God.
That's the world
trying to be
according to
relevant.
Brian Gray.
Big Bry is, look, I'll say this, and like Simon's not right. Simon's not wrong. And we talked about this. And this also goes into the video that I did with Dan. For regular viewers of the channel, it might have been a little different to see that I didn't lean into a lot of the shtick that I usually do. Because I was like, no, we'll have the conversation, we'll go through it, we'll break it down, we'll do the whole thing. But it's like, and again, I don't really need to go too hard on breaking the fourth wall to say that we toe the line between serious discussion and a little bit of goofiness. We'll have a little bit of both incorporated into it, because it would be really boring for me, Dan, if all I did was ever just, okay, we're just going to have a straight-laced conversation talking about hobby topics, or, hey guys, you want to talk about some cards? All right, let's talk about, I would be bored within about 4 seconds. I would die. It would be horrific. But that doesn't mean there isn't the knowledge base here. That doesn't mean we cannot go into certain topics and certain items and be like, no, actually, we could speak on this without any problem. It'd be perfectly fine. But it's not really fun. But old Big Bry, he's a special boy. He is a special boy. It's a whole other level unto its own thing. And again, I would still love to know who other than Brian Gray ever called him Big Bry, ever. Other than ironically when referring to Brian Gray
himself.
That's the name of his Twitter account.
I know. I'm aware. My goodness.
But like I said, that was like 2 days ago. Dude, you're already like 2 weeks behind the curve, and now he's waited a couple more days. It's like, what is he going to do? I mean, the only thing he could do is come out and say, I was the vouch for Patrick Ryan to Beckett.
That would be something. Yeah.
So the thing is, I think to your point, though, I think the only way he can now enter into it, he's got to make it about Big Bry. Somehow it has to be about him.
Yes.
No, I'm the biggest shiller.
Yeah, he goes, he makes a podcast. Psh, I've been shilling before he was even cool.
Yeah.
Joke's on you. And it's like, wait, is that what you want to admit to?
Is that way before?
Are you sure?
I initiated shilling because I was there before everybody else.
Hold on, Eric. Eric, because I'm too lazy to update it. Hold on, Eric, because I'm too lazy to update it, even though it was me that said it. I just want everybody to read the bottom here. So based on what I just said, in case any big prize people come in, just to be clear, right there. You see that right there?
Oh yeah.
Yep.
So anyway, bottom line is, I have no idea. Like I at this stage, you pretty much have to come up with something really scandalous to even register. It's like, we're already past that portion of it. I said it earlier tonight. I genuinely think, unless God help this man if he goes for part 4, I swear to you, I will stop whatever I'm doing.
I will stop whatever. Part 4, right there. You know it is.
I swear to you, if this, like I say this with love, I say this with love. If the not Dr. Beckett goes for a part 4, I may just go live. I don't
Live
even
would be
like. I
good.
may just do it live. Like,
I
why
think that
even
would be
bother?
good. Yep.
I'll just do it live. If he wants our advice, if he's listening somewhere, or one of his sycophants is listening, listen to me.
Sure.
Here's my actual piece of advice for you. Run away. Run away. Talk about anything else. Talk about 1991 Fleer for the next week. I don't care. Pick something else.
Somebody needs to break in, take the microphone. Just take the microphone away. So there's no more microphone. Like one of his friends needs to break into the house, take the microphone, leave, and that'll be the end of it.
Do you think it's ego?
It's like taking away the car keys.
God, yes.
I know. I was opening the question. That's it.
Yeah. It was like unbelievable.
We're going to have to come up with a new saying. Never, ever go full Beckett.
Isn't that somewhere in there, though?
Not going full Beckett? I don't think that one's in there. Yeah, Prime
Big
Content
Bri
God
does claim to have invented repacks, right? Doesn't he say he invented repacks?
Oh, of course.
He does say that, yeah.
He did it 20 years ago. Are you kidding?
Come bullshit. On. There were mystery packs like 40 years ago. He didn't invent anything.
Yeah, he invented everything. Don't worry.
Well, Dan, hold on. To be fair.
To be fair.
Decent effort, especially later on in this show. What I was going to say was the same individual that you refer to, the aforementioned Big Bri, was also the same person who came on this very venue. By the way, by request, he contacted me through a third party to request to be on, and we did a live stream. And through third party.
Watch out for those third parties.
Neck disconnected, floating heads. But anyway, so through third party, he contacted me to get on there, and he told me, and you can all watch the footage, it's all there, we talked about it. He was talking about the Bill Mastro interview he did, and in the course of the entire Bill Mastro interview, he's elaborately telling everybody, like, for the first time, he's going to talk about this thing. And literally on that live stream, where I'm talking to Big Bri, I'm telling him, Mastro literally asked him about this exact same shit 2 years ago.
Probstein.
Yes. Sorry, Probstein. Probstein talked to Mastro about this specific thing 2 years ago, and not only that, I'm link in the description because I actually do that. I may have archived the aforementioned Instagram interview discussion between Bill Mastro and Probstein, and it may be on the channel in a video, link in the description. Allegedly. I'm just saying. So this guy is telling this to me, and I'm literally sitting there. Not only did I cover this, I have the goddamn video archived on my channel. I listened to this conference. No, he already gave this story. He literally said this story already. Not for the first time. Literally, he's already done it. I haven't.
I never watched the Probstein one. Is it as bad as the Brian one, or is it worse?
I'll be honest, it's only like 30 odd minutes. They babble on for a little bit.
Good.
But the advantage is on YouTube, you can speed through it a little faster than Instagram. The problem is on Instagram, you have to listen to it in real time. That was the part that made it kind of miserable.
Right.
It wasn't terrible, to be honest. Look, the takeaway that nobody actually caught on at the time, and I'll repeat it now, since apparently no one caught on at the time and didn't seem to care, even though like 1,000 people saw it at the time. He did, Bill Mastro did Probstein stated for him that Mastro was selling some stuff through Probstein a couple of years ago.
Yes. It's been going on for a while. Yes.
By the way, that's not an allegation. It's on the goddamn footage.
And that's when I said, well, but I guess I'm not buying from you anymore.
Yeah.
Dan, did I mention that no one pays attention and no one cares? Did I mention no one pays attention, no one cares? Like, never mind.
Eric, that's speaking with your wallet, as you explained earlier, and if we do that and we understand that we go forward, we can kind of slightly affect it, but I don't think we can do anything that's marginally different than what it is right now.
Dan, I'm not sure I could recover from the scandal.
Look at this. It's gonna happen. It's
totally gonna happen.
Wouldn't that be something? I'd be there.
Eric acquitted himself quite well in the live stream on 4 Collectors, so he'll.
I clicked the like button 4 times
on Beckett.
So Dan, when Dr. Beckett flakes out on you and makes a bunch of excuses, maybe you should bring Eric on to explain himself.
I think that would be good. You should do that, Dan.
I'm one of the 200.
I don't control Hobby Hotline. It's not my gig. I
No,
just
no,
get
the four
called in to
collectors.
talk a little bit. I'm just the talent.
Yeah. Dan told me I'm one of the 294 collectors now because I was on the show.
No, you're
Very
four collector
adjacent.
Jason.
Yes.
Yeah, very adjacent. Super adjacent.
Yeah. I'd say.
Yep. I love my simple life on the East Coast where we love everyone. There you go, Rob. Live the dream. It's all good.
Where? Not on the East Coast that I know about. We hate everyone.
The wrong East Coast. I think he meant Canada.
Eric, you're East Coast adjacent. Settle down.
We hate everybody.
Yeah, you're
Pretty
East
much,
Coast
yeah.
adjacent. You're a different thing entirely. Big Rose versus to bring a Bobby or hockey stick on a line and shoot a three-pointer. Yes.
I hate baseball card curmudgeon. There you go. See how easy that was?
There you go, man.
Eric, you got a Bobby Orr stick.
Yep. Hyper show bit.
I do. And that's why I put it on the Instagrams today.
So this is kind of a good question, Dan. What do you think about this one? So Brandon Ryan's saying, so it is a valid question. So serious thought on this. We'll take a second to think about this. So if you know, so this is like the Honus Wagner PSA 8. We know it's trimmed. So does that take away from the issue? Like, does that play a factor into it? What do we think about this?
So want factor is the key phrase here. Does want factor mean I want it no matter what, or I want it for this amount of money or this amount of money? It's there are plenty of cards that I would buy if they were cheap enough, and I don't really want them that much. But yeah, in this collection for this money, this fits my collection. So it depends on how much you're willing to pay. So if the card is shill bid up, you already know that you're not paying. Let's say it's shill bid up to 1,000. You're not paying 1,000. But if you could get it for 600, maybe, right? I mean, I think there's a sort of a sliding scale here. It's a great question, a really great question. I think that it does affect it, certainly. Whether it affects it to the point that you won't pay for it ever or for any amount, I don't think so.
Mm-hmm.
But Carlos, you used the because it was that Bruce McNall, because it was trimmed, because the fame behind the card, opposed to just the card itself. Wagner.
I actually think that specific card gained infamy because of its issues. Yes.
So you would rather own it. I think we asked this question before, that you would rather own it, that one, than another one that isn't trimmed and doesn't have the so-called lore behind it, I guess, right?
Mm-hmm.
Whereas
as
I'm
opposed
different.
To a generic version of it. Yep.
Yeah, and I'm different. I'd rather have a real card, and I don't know Dan his thoughts on that, but
if it's a trimmed situation, certainly you'd want to have a card that wasn't trimmed. But what if there's only 4 of them and the other 3 people aren't selling? You know,
but there's 50 of them. There's 60 of them, right?
Yeah.
So.
No, I'm just saying, genuinely, just rhetorically speaking,
sure.
It depends on how many there are and how much money you're willing to pay. I have plenty. I have cards in my collection that I know are trimmed, that are min size or evidence of trimming, because it's the only copy I can get right now.
Yeah,
right.
No, I understand.
Mm-hmm. Now, real quick, I don't want to bury the lead here. This comment is right now my favorite. I love it on levels. So this is Orlando saying, if Beckett does part 4, I'll invite him on my channel and tell him to shut up. Listen to me, Orlando. Listen to me. Should this come to pass, now, in fairness, I will be very busy building the mega church. I did already make reference to this. I will be busy building the mega church. However, I will pause anything I'm doing, and I will make time out of it. I need you to invite me onto this. I'm not even going to say anything. I will mute myself. I just need to be there to cackle in person. And in case you're curious what that would look like, Eric, it's going to look a little something like this.
We need to invite Orlando on right now.
That will be me while it's happening. That will literally be me. Me.
I think if he did that, if I had $50,000 to give to the charity, I would give it to the charity.
Give it to charity?
Yeah.
Any charity will do. It doesn't even matter. I don't care. I need to give money to this charity on principle.
The Lawyers Fund of, vintage Dan baseball cards.
That's fair. Okay, so real quick, we'll go for a little while longer. So thank you, Dan. I appreciate you, and I appreciate you cracking open a couple of beers while we're hanging out here. All right, so real quick, we're gonna go the usual time. We're all good so far, but I have a question. It's an opportunity. No, it's fair. I got a question,
Carlos.
Yes.
Well, your question is important, and we need to get to it. But before this show ends, and while Paul is still not sleeping and still awake, we have a story.
You mean the Paul of the West Coast?
Yeah. But he goes to sleep early.
All right, real quick. Tell the Bill Ranford story. Do it super quick. Go,
please.
Do it super quick.
Yeah,
Bill Ranford. Go
real quick. Quick.
So I just want to remind everyone that Paul sees an asshole.
All right, hold on. I'm going to zoom in on you. Go ahead,
Paul. No, Paul, are you still here? Because this isn't fun. You're still here. Are you still in the chat?
All right, real quick, Eric, while you're doing that, hang on. While you're doing that, Eric, hang on. So what I was going to say, real quick, I can still set this up while you're giving the story. So Orlando, just out of curiosity, I know you're doing your thing, so you might be at home. You might not be able to. I am extending the offer. If you are able, and if you wish, would you like to come on for a moment? And after Eric has done his story, potentially just chat for a couple of minutes with Dan, Bobby, and myself about this. We'll basically ignore Eric. But if you're busy or you can't, no problem. Don't worry. But I'm just offering in case you would like to, because I really did enjoy that comment. All right, Eric, tell your story. Go.
Oh, okay. So Paul's in the chat. Good. So for those who've been watching, a long time, that I'm a huge Bruins fan. And in 1990, the Bruins went to the Stanley Cup Finals and faced the Oilers again. And of course, they ended up losing one of the games in the middle of the night, thanks to that piece of shit, Peter Klima, who I absolutely hate. Rest in peace. And the goalie was former Boston Bruin Bill Ranford, who stood on his head and had one of the greatest playoff performances of all freaking time. And the Bruins lost to the Oilers in 1990 Stanley Cup Finals. And I have become friendly. Now, keep in mind, not saying friends. We don't send cat memes to each other, but friendly with Bill Ranford because I've worked with him a couple of times. This past weekend or whatever it was up at the Expo, he was up there. I went over talking to him, caught up. Hey, how you doing? Blah, blah, blah. Good to see you, shooting the shit, the whole thing, right? He then goes out and does the public signing. Okay. I'm out back. I just finished talking to the guy. He now goes out to the public. Well, Jackass Paul has a little practical joke he wants to play on me. And he brings a puck up to the table for Bill Ranford to sign and has him write this.
What does it say, Eric? Read it. Read it.
To Eric, never forget 1990, Bill Ranford. Paul then says, this is for somebody, my friend, and which we're not friends, Paul, ever. And you may know him. He's out back right now, Eric from Sports World. And Bill's like, yeah, okay, yeah, I know him. And then Paul's like, don't tell him. He goes, okay, I won't tell him. This fucking asshole then comes back behind the curtain. Bill Ranford's a fucking asshole. And proceeds to sit down with me and talk to me roughly 30, 35 minutes. He's telling me about how after he leaves the show, he's going to the airport, he's getting on a plane, he's going to Nashville to meet his family, he's already there, and they're going to go to this place and that place, and he's going to go listen to country music. Half an hour, we're sitting there talking. The whole time he knows he wrote this for me because of Paul out on the other side of the curtain. Sitting there talking to me for a half an hour, knowing that he effed me over. So we go out to dinner, me and you and Paul and Amanda, and He slides this across the table, all wrapped up like a gift, and go, "This is for you." And I open this up. I'm like, "You have got to be kidding me!" It's bad enough that he had Bill Ranford do this. The real kick in the balls is that Bill came back and talked to me for a half an hour, knowing that he did this to me. So screw you, Paul. Screw Bill Ranford, and you both can eat shit and die.
That is absolutely brilliant. Both of them.
Yeah.
They really
both.
They really took it to the next level. Both of them.
Absolutely. It's one thing that Paul stood in line, did the thing and got Bill Ranford to do this. It's another thing to know Bill's going to come back behind the curtain and talk to me for a half an hour, and they have a secret blood pact, secret handshake clubhouse thing going where he's not going to tell me, "Hey, your buddy just made me write on a puck, so you might be getting that later." No.
Fantastic.
So Eric,
tell me about his kids, the whole thing.
So Eric, I did want to make sure I came off camera so that I could put the hat on. And the reason that I put the hat on was because it was the only hat within arm's reach, and all I have to say is, well done, Paul. Tip of the hat right there.
I sat there, mouth agape, when he told me the story, and he's giggling the entire time he's telling me this.
So Eric, I got to be honest with you. And like I said, the reason why I put the hat on is because, tip of the hat right there. Deservedly so. And Brendan Ryan is right. That is next level. That is beautiful. It's a beautiful thing right there. As an appreciator of a good troll, I love it. And like I said, I feel the extra steps took it another level. Although, to be fair, realistically, you got trolled several times. I presented to your wife the 2 posters. Do you have the posters with you, Eric? I made sure that Michelle had them because they were not going anywhere. They needed to be in his possession. I made sure of it.
Mm-hmm. There they are. Yes.
It's a beautiful thing. It's magnificent right there.
Not beautiful. It's not magnificent. I hate them.
It's glorious.
But
notice they're just, he can reach them in a second, so he does.
Oh, like yes.
Screw Paul, Ranford, and the next time I see Ranford, I'm kicking his ass.
You're not doing any such thing. He will destroy you. Get out of here. I've never had more respect for an Oilers goaltender. There you go, Rob.
I can't freaking believe it. I could not believe it when Paul was telling me this. That I could not believe it. Still can't. That he conspired with a 2-time Stanley Cup champ and Conn Smythe Trophy winner. They 2 conspired against me. I'm sickened by the whole thing.
Eric, in a world where our hobby goats let us down, you are shocked that people conspire against you?
And you feel offended about that?
You got a gift out of it, dude.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Most of us get conspired against.
Positive. I like that.
We lose money. We get money taken from us. You got a gift given to you.
That's right.
That's a cool gift, right?
That's the reverse of a shill.
That's
all I'm hearing.
That's a 1-of-1, that signed puck.
It is.
All I'm hearing, Dan.
You know what 1-of-1s are worth.
All I'm hearing, Dan, is ungrateful swine.
Yeah. Look at look at his last comment. That's exactly right. I was trying to be a nice guy. I'm like, God, no problem. I'll get you an autograph. I'll ask you.
Did Paul actually get his own autograph, or did he do the thing? Did you give him the favor for this puck, or did he get his own autograph? I need to know if he did more than one autograph.
I offered him a ton of shit. I'll go back. I'll get Bill to sign it for you. I got a whole bunch of stuff at the shop. Back home, I'll mail stuff to you. He's like, I really want to Bill Ranford. I go, dude, I'll hook you up. Whatever you want me to do, I'll hook you up. And then the 2 bastards get together and screw me over.
Way it goes.
If it was the only autograph that he wanted, that he got,
yeah,
like he did the whole thing,
I know,
just to get the troll,
I'm
that
not
would
sure.
be.
I just know the guy was like, I really always wanted a Bill Ranford autograph.
He already has some.
I will totally hook you up. It's not a problem.
He already has some.
Yeah.
He didn't even need it.
No, he's just an asshole. I felt bad. I'm like, dude, I know Bill a little. I'll hook you up. No problem. No, the whole thing was just a plot against me.
So Dan, I hope, and obviously you've been watching the lives now for a while, but I really feel like this segment has really put an exclamation point that we have cultivated our people. We may not have all the viewers of some of the fancy folks out
or
there.
the 50K.
Got a lot of viewers tonight.
We're doing all right. But the thing is, Dan, we've been upwards of 65, 66, 67 tonight. We're pushing 70
so
tonight.
It's up from 40 something, yeah.
We're pretty good. But the point is, though, these are our people, Dan. These are the people that would take extra steps to troll Eric.
Yeah,
these are our people.
It's unbelievable. Who does
I
this?
took you away from Ranford, remember?
What individual does this?
I took you away from Bill Ranford. You said, I'm talking to Bill Ranford. I said, come here.
Yeah, that's
Eric
another. And what did I do? That's a great point. I was in the middle of talking to him the first time, right? Mm-hmm. You called and said, I want to talk. I want to talk to you. And I said, all right, I'll be right there. And I said, excuse me, Bill, I got to go. I got to go see his friend about something. I left Bill Ranford to go talk to you.
That's crazy.
See, not every price guide making hobby legend great guy ends up disappointing you. See, sometimes they do good stuff, right?
Sometimes Jim Beckett does good stuff, yeah.
No, I wasn't talking about Jim Beckett.
Someday it'll happen. So by the way, Bobby, as a quick aside, obviously since we talked about it earlier, I've been I've been joining Dan. I wanted to make sure he wasn't drinking by himself. Nickelbrook IPA, very good. I will say though, Nickelbrook IPA. It's called Headstock is what the specific one. No, Brook. It's spelled Brook.
Brooke.
Correct. No, without the E, but yes.
I like adding things, so yeah.
All right, fine, add the E. So it's a West Coast style IPA. I actually should have looked at the strength of this one. To be honest, I've been drinking it no problem.
7.9.
No, this one's 7.0. 7.0.
Okay.
Now, mind you, remember, Eric drinks Guinness, which is 4.2, which is water, dirty water. So anyway, basically, I've drank a bunch of these tonight, and if I was Eric, I would have burst into flames already.
Pretty much, yeah. He'd be asleep, and yeah.
If I drank that one can, it's a very good chance I'd die.
That should be what they call a double IPA. Does it say double IPA on it?
No, they can say it's just a regular IPA. This is single.
Where's it brewed?
It's Canada.
This is Canada.
This is
we like
the strong stuff.
Because I think in the United States, if you're at 7, you have to put a double IPA sticker on it.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Or a name on it.
So Bobby, you'll appreciate this. I knew of Nickelbrook, but this one's in Burlington /Etobicoke.
Etobicoke.
Extra local.
And speaking of the drinking,
and they deliver
the drinkings and the alcohol contents. Today's is a special day. Special day.
Mm-hmm.
Today is my baby's 21st birthday, and she's out with friends.
Ooh,
she can drink now. Like 21.
Fancy.
21 is silly.
Well, 21 is in America.
Yeah,
I know.
You don't think she's been drinking before with this one?
Well, it's 19 in Canada.
She was drinking since she was 10. Listen to Eric.
Pretty much, yeah. You listen to Eric, yeah.
So she's out tonight with their friends, and
she's drinking for the first time.
Thing is, I still pay for her phone, so I got the find my phone thing, so I can see where she's at.
That's creepy.
Oh, hope she's not listening.
If she's listening, her 21st birthday party is not going well.
Eric, she wanted to know about the
that's the entertainment for her, though.
She wanted to know about the Beckett thing.
Yes,
it's important.
It isn't very important. Yes,
she wanted to be informed.
Yeah,
the world has changed a lot. If my parents had a way to track me when I was 21, I literally would have gone to Europe. It's like, I don't want my parents knowing where I am when I'm 21.
Were you
Seriously?
that bad, Dan? I'm 21.
No, it wasn't that bad, but
Well, obviously you were, because you didn't want your parents tracking you. So
Yeah, who wants their parents tracking them?
I didn't care.
We don't track. My kids
Look,
are 20 in their mid-20s. We never tracked them. Never.
I'm not gonna invoke the statement here again, but I will say that if Eric is the one manning the technology, it'd be like, oh, okay, she hasn't even left the house. Literally, you would have just left the damn tracking thing right there. Like, it would have never.
Basically, yeah.
It's like, she's 5 feet from me, according to this. That's weird. Is it in the tickle trunk box? That's so weird.
Maybe, yeah.
That's weird.
So today's my baby's birthday. So
Well, there you go.
Congratulations.
Happy birthday. Happy
Yeah,
birthday.
Seriously, Eric, congratulations. It's wonderful when your children grow up and
she's a
they're
good
still
kid.
talking to you.
Yeah, no, she's awesome. She's a good kid. She still makes me proud every day. So
there was a story you had with her. You took her to a game of some kind and she got an autograph or something. I forget what the story was. Was that daughter, or you went to a concert or something with her?
I've done lots of things. Yeah, I only have one girl. Yeah, so
yeah, I remember you telling the story probably about a year ago, maybe on the live, about some event you went together and you got like an autograph or something. I forget what it was.
Ace Frehley, concert. Yeah,
it was a nice story. So good for you.
We've been to a lot of Comic Cons and we've gotten a lot of autographs from she enjoys that type of stuff, superhero TV shows and movies. So we've made sure that we've, within reason, have gone and done a lot of things and met some of the people she cares about and got autographs and pictures with people that she cares about, because I know how much I enjoy it. And, so if she wants to meet some actor
Bill Ranford
that played the Joker.
Bill Ranford.
Yeah, if she wants to meet Bill Ranford, Paul will hook that up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Clearly, Paul is much better friends with Bill Ranford than I am.
So
that is such a low bar, Eric.
Okay,
it is.
Because I don't play practical. I don't like Bill and I don't play practical jokes on people. We don't have secrets. Okay, so I mean, obviously, Paul and Bill are like this, and Bill and I are like this.
Well, they have one thing in common.
Yeah. Now, fuck you, Paul.
Ooh.
They bonded over their dislike for you, Eric. That was the joke.
I was about to say, like, I could. We need to have a conversation with a lot of these players. Like, oh man, Eric, fuck that guy.
Yeah,
I hate him.
No, he's like, this guy Eric was out back bothering you. So, oh God, I'm so happy I'm out here talking to the public and got away from that guy. Yeah, let's mess with them. Oh, let's do that. Yeah. I think that's probably how the conversation went.
Well, look, Eric, hold on. I feel like in the spirit of transparency, first of all, obviously I didn't do the scrolling ticker tonight. We always want to make reference, and we didn't get a chance to talk to any of the Expo folks. They've let me down. There will be Judas memes going to the appropriate parties involved. Mm-hmm. I just want to make clear. Yes. That said, though, obviously the AMG is always a big supporter of the live stream and the channel and the podcast and everything. So we always appreciate them. We didn't get a chance to talk too much about it tonight because obviously we had other things to talk about. It's all good. But I will say the AMG podcast hit 450 subscribers. Wow. It's a very proud moment. Very nice. Very nice. So that was good. But again, in the spirit of transparency. So there was a commenter that I will make reference to now that I will also reference later, since you brought this up, Eric. At Sanderson Orr. I don't know who that is, but we'll figure it out later. Anyway.
No idea.
It says, on there, it says, Carlos, thank you so much for allowing me to get those jerseys signed for you. It was an honor of a lifetime to be chosen to get them done. I am so appreciative of your graciousness. Well, first of all, truth. Truth to all things.
And it ends with what, Carlos?
There is an emoji of some type. I believe it's reverential.
No.
That's all I saw.
No, it is not. No,
I believe it's reverential. No, I don't know. It's kind of a small emoji. I have to make it larger on the screen. It looks
eyes looking up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is one of sarcasm.
Luckily, the responder takes care of this. It says, of course, your passion for adjacency made no one a more appropriate choice.
True.
Yeah, he kept calling me. I have people for that. He kept calling
Yes.
me.
We have
He's
people.
got
We
4
all have
collectors
people.
adjacency.
Yeah. So
I have people for show bidding. I have people for everything.
I have to.
Oh, Bobby, you gotta have people, man. You
I
gotta
have
people.
to name
How
drop.
else?
I have to name draw. I have to go. I have to call Saugus, not Dan from Saugus. I had to call Phil from Saugus and say, "Is it okay if I name drop you?"
Is that your brother, Dan?
And
Phil?
Now you
so
copying? You got a new
AJ
guy, Phil from
Yeah.
Saugus.
So AJ will give me access to Mike Madano for not even myself, but for someone else. And yeah, sure, no problem. So then I got to go find AJ and be like, "Hey, I'm friends with Phil." Oh, that's great.
You just had to say you were friends with Bobby, and it would have went through real quick.
Are you an acquaintance of AJ from AJ Sports?
Probably for 30 years. And when Andrew was a young kid, I was dealing with them. His father, Harvey, he was a dealer for the longest time, and he passed away probably about 10, 12 years ago. And Andrew took over the business, and he's been running it, sporadically. But yeah, I know Andrew very well, and he's known me, and like he was a little kid when I was collecting, so I was in my 30s, so yeah, I do know him very well, and he would do anything for me. So
well,
I've always been good to them. They're good to me. So.
If I ever have to do business with Andrew again, I will. I'll drop your name.
Fuck you.
All right, I'll ask. All right, forget it. I'll just use Phil's again.
Just Phil.
That was the technical term. Did you hear that?
Yes,
good.
It was very technical. I know.
So by the way, Dan, one of the things, Dan, that I do. One of the things that I do, Dan, is whenever I do these lives, these are wireless. So while I step off for a second to come back,
you can
listen to everything.
Yes,
I'm listening to everything.
Mm-hmm. We know
I need
that.
to make sure. Well, I needed to make sure while Eric was doing his thing, it's like, you know what, Eric? Burst into flames double.
Yep.
Maybe you can burst into flames by adjacency.
Yeah.
I do have one request before this is over.
Please do.
Can you play the little clip from Chris Hoge where he kisses both of our asses
again?
So Dan, no, hold on. I have played about 45 seconds of it. I have. I want to be clear about this. The actual clip that I have is 2.5 minutes long. It's actually 2.5 minutes. So if you'll all indulge us here in this last segment, and by the way, we'll hang out for a little while. Eric, I've literally cracked open this beer in Eric's honor. So while I pour the beverage,
that's your fourth. Wow.
Can you give me 30 seconds to get another one?
Go
right now. I'm going to read a comment. Go for it. I
don't care about you being sharp. I just care about how great I am.
Oh yeah. Go.
Of course it does.
This is how the ego situation goes, man.
So it seems.
Yeah. But look, I got to be honest with you, Bobby. It would be hypocritical of me to have an issue. I proclaim myself a doctor. You've already discussed your own greatness in your own mind earlier in the show. So, like, honestly, we all agree Eric sucks.
Okay.
We all agree Eric sucks. So, other than that, we're all like basically basking on our own magnificence. So it's
pretty
fine.
Much, yeah.
That's it. It would be hypocritical of me to question at that point.
I've put my time in.
Yeah,
I'm good.
Busted
I just didn't get the check. I didn't get the check.
You got to get the check, man. You got to work on it.
We haven't got the checks, and I don't see it coming.
Eric, and I've tried so hard to sell out. I'm trying.
I know.
Like, there's no lack of effort here. Like I'm happy to sell out.
I put the time in, but I didn't get the check.
You've gone straight. I know. You've done everything you can.
Real quick,
what are you
before I
drinking,
hit
Dan?
the button,
What is your
the IPA?
What is your
Is
choice
the
there,
one?
Dan? What are you drinking, Dan?
It is Sierra Nevada IPA, the hazy IPA. Here's the thing, though. It's only 12 ounces. So Carlos is 16, right?
What's the
I'm sorry. You don't do ounces. What is it?
You can do milliliters, or you can
milliliters.
It's equivalent of a full pint. It's a full pint. It's a full
pint, yes.
Yeah.
So it's
Each one
16
is
ounces.
What's your content of that?
6 point something.
Oh, that's not bad.
6.7. It's a little high. I didn't think
you're
it was that
close.
much.
You're close to Carlos on that. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought this was like 5.5. It's a little
Well,
more.
that's the reason why I told Eric. Because no,
Oh,
each
that's
one
a
of
nice
these is
head
big.
you got on that one. Wow, good
I
one.
know how to pour beer.
Yeah.
You do.
Each individual
that.
one of these, is Eric bursting in flames.
Pretty much, yeah. Honestly, it would
I'm
be.
uncomfortable just
I
looking.
think I think he handles the can, he bursts in the flames.
He might get, yes. He
I'm
might go.
uncomfortable just looking at the can from here.
I didn't even realize it was 7, Bobby. I was looking at it, I was like, damn, okay.
Well,
Maybe
6.7
like
and
that.
7, that's pretty good.
Yeah,
it's up
pretty
there.
solid. It's pretty solid. Can't complain. It's all good. So real quick, can you save 25% off your XPSA order so you can use the BIC code? Listen, this is where we would get look, if Dustin ever gives me a kickback,
it's merch.
I'll let him
all
use
about
the,
no, it's merch.
the merch.
Yeah,
it's the merch.
You got to make the money for the merch.
Maybe
subscribe, Patreon,
I have an offer for
merch. It's all.
I have an offer for Dustin. Here's my offer.
An official offer. Okay, go on.
If Dustin pays me $10,000, I will flip the switch entirely, and all of my really inventive comments on his channel will be how great he is.
Full fan.
So that is my.
So you would sell out for $10K.
$10,000, Dustin. I am your biggest fan.
Then you can get the DeLonge, and you're good.
And you got to donate it to charity, right, for the children.
No.
Oh no.
Oh no, Eric. Look,
Dan has his own charity.
Eric, we're selling out. We're selling out to ingratiate our own. We're lining our own pockets. You fool!
I just thought that was the trend.
No, Eric. You give money to charity if you're trying to buy your way out of trouble. If you're just trying to buy sycophants, it's we're lining.
He hasn't learned. No, he doesn't.
I will be spending the. What did I say? 10 grand. I will be spending the 10 grand on something. It will be cardboard. It will be a picture of a very old picture of a man playing baseball. I can guarantee you that.
Nice. All right. So Dan, you have your beverage. I have my beverage. Are you ready for us to bask in the warm glow of our own magnificence? Via the Hoj. Here we go.
Oh, Jesus, I'm gonna throw up.
So there is a terrific podcast that was hosted by Because I'm Carlos, who is an exceptionally sharp guy. I haven't always seen eye to eye with him on everything, but he is a quick, smart individual. And he was just the perfect host, I think, for this discussion. And then he had on as a guest Dan from Dan's Vintage Baseball PC, who is just an all-around thoughtful, intelligent, really interesting content creator and collector that I follow a lot of his work. And he also happens to be an attorney with a background in criminal defense of 35 years, actually 35 years experience. And so these two teamed up to make a podcast that broke down the Dr. Beckett's interview of Patrick Ryan. And, I would refer people who want a more in-depth analysis than we're going to be able to do to go take a listen to that, because I just thought those two guys were the brain power and the analysis was amazing. And the reason so the segue here is that Carlos makes an observation that is a subtle one that, a lot of the comments, and it hasn't really been discussed because it's sort of to the side of the main point, but it's still a very important point. And the point that gets made is that even the presence of a low bid on an auction in the beginning has consequences, downstream effects for how that auction might play out. It can change the perception of the auction. It can move the auction to the front page. It can send a notification that there's activity. It's creating an impression that there's this early bidding and there's demand for this in the early goings of this listing and so on and so forth. That there are consequences. There are domino effects, butterfly effects to early bids that it can be sort of, we might sort of nonchalantly say, well, there's no big deal there. But as Christina just said, actually there is. Actually, it could discourage a bidder who genuinely wants to own that item. Or it could create extra enthusiasm and energy surrounding something, giving it the perception that there's this early activity and excitement for it when it's inauthentic. It's really not that. It's either a placeholder bid or, it's a bid to put a floor on a card. But for that, from a dealer's point of view, like I don't really want the card, but I'll add it to my inventory if it goes for this low.
There you go.
That was wonderful.
It was indeed. It was indeed.
I like the butterfly effect. That was really.
I love this comment. It's yeah. That's the comment of the night, by the way. Dustin going from milk toast to filet mignon. All it takes is $10,000. I'll give you my bank account information. I'll give you my Zelle. However you want to do it.
It better be Wagyu filet.
Listen, Brad.
Like Wagyu 5. Wagyu 5.
Listen, Brad, I'm only briefly familiar with your work, and I appreciate your comment. Thank you. I will say, if I am subtle, like a sledgehammer to the face.
They're coming for you, Eric.
Just saying.
That's another story we didn't get into about how I was detained by the Toronto Police Department.
Oh, yeah. No, the
Border
Patrol.
They heard about you.
You buried the lead, man. That's the story.
Yeah, he got searched. Yep.
The Toronto Police.
That had to be a troll. It was a hobby guy who knew the cops who sent them to do it.
Look,
I think so.
Dan, I'm not admitting to anything.
I would.
I did it for Marcel. Go on. Go on, Aaron. Do you want to tell the people?
Please.
I think the name of the commenter with the Chris Hoge thing. I'm sorry. I'm interrupting. Go ahead.
No, that's way more important than me being detained by the Toronto Police Department.
It was
Eric, if they had done it properly, you would have at least been beaten a couple of times. Like, what are we doing? What are we even talking about here?
Yes,
were you beaten? Did they whack you? Did they whack you? Did they tase you a couple of times?
I thought I was going to get tased when I first came up on him. I thought he was going to tase me.
Maybe that should have happened. That would have been good.
I wouldn't have liked that.
The rest of us would have. Go on. Do you want to tell the rest of the story or get on with it?
Don't solo him. Last time you soloed him, we lost like 10 viewers. So just keep it this way.
All right, Eric, tell them about the proctology thing you wanted. Go on.
Okay. So I went to the Thursday night gathering.
And that is why you were detained. It's basically Jeremy Lee's fault. Go on.
And had a wonderful time. And it was
wonderful time.
And
you conducted in criminal activity with questionable ne'er-do-wells. Go on.
I was with Lapper and Chuck and
don't try to drag decent people into your den of sin.
And some others, and it was time for me to go. So I wished everyone well, and out to my vehicle I went. And as I got to my car, it was surrounded by the police. It was a person on the phone yelling hysterically into the phone. And I walked up to this nice police officer who didn't really like the fact that I quietly and calmly walked up behind him. And that's what I thought he was going to tase me. But he turned out to be a pretty good guy. And I explained to him my vehicle, who was parked next to this beautiful, huge white pickup truck. I was like, that's my vehicle. Can I please take it and leave? No.
Really?
Okay. Why? And come to find out, the people of Toronto, and we've joked about this a little bit in the past, the people of the Toronto area and Toronto seem to have a very, very, very bad car theft problem. This was, made a point a year or two ago when the police chief said, leave your car keys outside so the car thieves can steal your car easier and not break.
And by the way, Dan, in the spirit of your legalities, we already explained to Eric multiple times that it was not actually the police chief who said that. It was a random constable, and Eric keeps saying police chief. So if they ever are listening, you can actually hold him and throw him into a jail and beat him mercilessly because he doesn't understand the difference between a chief.
A police official during a televised news conference at a podium said,
So Eric, if I watch the local news in Massachusetts and a random trooper starts talking, they're a police official. Is that right? Is that how that works?
If you have the podium during a televised news conference, yes, you're an official spokesperson.
I'm here and I didn't hear and I didn't see it. So tell us more.
Okay. So, anyways, this officer is explaining to me that there is just a very serious car theft issue up in that area, and they're getting many, many calls a week. And my car was next to this attempted car theft, and they were bringing the forensic team in to look at the tire tracks that were behind my car in the dirt, and dusting for prints on the truck that was attempted to be stolen.
In the dirt?
Yeah.
You parked in the dirt?
It was a dirt parking lot. And I couldn't move my car because it was going to disturb the crime scene.
Oh.
So I had to go back inside and say, hey, guys, just kidding. I'm back. And told them what was going on. And then I spent another hour plus inside the restaurant, came back out, and now there's more cops. And there's the guy with the mask, and he's got the little thing dusting he's dusting the door handle and the photos and the whole thing. And I had to wait a little bit while longer, and then they finally let me back out of the parking spot, which disrupted the dirt tire tracks, and I was allowed to go home.
So what I'm getting out of this, just so we're all on the same page, so I'm getting out of this. So first of all, Eric, can you read your subheading?
Known witch and ne'er-do-well criminal element. Yeah. Okay.
There you go.
Yeah. So
said.
Honestly, it was covered. So between that and your association with known questionable elements like floating heads and such, honestly, I would have just arrested you just to be on the safe side.
I think so.
It was.
So he's crime scene adjacent.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
My car was literally
crime scene adjacent.
And they had to go over my car and everything to see if my car was attempted to be broken into or anything like that, which it was not, because no one's really interested in the 2012 Honda Pilot when you have this like $100,000 plus maxed out, just gorgeous brand new pickup truck next to mine, which is what they tried to.
So there's this thing, I guess they call it a French exit or an Irish exit, and it's basically
the Irish goodbye. The Irish goodbye.
Irish goodbye. That's what it is. French exit, Irish goodbye. Same thing. Go out slowly. Don't call attention yourself. Don't drag it out. Just get the hell out. You leave and say goodbye. Go. Right. That's how you leave a place.
Unless the
but you never come back. Don't come back in. If you come back in, you've just not only have you spoiled any exit you had, but now people are like, "Why is he still here? Didn't he say goodbye?"
Yeah.
So you went out, got criminally adjacent, and then you came back in.
Yes.
Party. I wonder what the reaction was of the people in there. Were they like looking at each other like,
must have been good?
Yeah, they were like, "What are you doing back here?" And then I got to tell the story, and everyone thought I was really cool.
So anyway, I'm gonna mute Eric because I'm Dan. I got to be honest. I'm sick and tired of listening to Eric continue to build on his tone of lies. What I'm hearing, again, I am an expert in this. I do break these things down. I've done it many times on videos. What I'm hearing from Eric is that he basically went out there and threw a Molotov cocktail and was basically an anarchist. And he did his best. He was trying. And they were so nice. They said, "Oh, this poor boy has had a lot of concussions. We're trying to give him a break. We're trying to help him out a little bit here."
Yeah.
But he seems unwell. He's randomly talking to janitors and going, "Listen, Peter Forsberg, help me. Help me, Peter Forsberg."
You know what he admitted to, right? He admitted to attacking a police officer from behind.
He really did.
Oh, shoot.
No, I did not admit that, no.
I believe that's exactly what he admitted to.
I think so.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, guys, I'm going to exit out. I'm
Go
getting cold in here, and the garage of knowledge is chilly.
Hey, it's getting chilly, yeah. That's why I got the heat pump going. Have a good night, Bobby.
Don't blame
Take
me.
it easy.
Okay,
have a good
guys.
night, Bobby. Take it easy.
Have a good night.
Later, boys.
We're gonna hang out for a little while longer, folks. We're gonna hang out for a little while longer, folks, and then we'll call it a night. But thank you all for joining us. It's been good. We'd have a good time. Dan, appreciate you joining. Appreciate you grabbing a beverage and joining us as well. So hopefully everybody enjoyed. Everybody got it. We've had great viewership tonight, and also I showed it on the screen, but I acknowledge Chris from Missouri. Good evening. Good evening to you.
Yes.
So thank you everybody who has participated. Great chat tonight. A lot of folks have talked about a lot of things. For the most part, we ended up talking a lot more about the obviously a lot of the videos that came up this past week. So it's been good. I did mention to Dan, and we were kind of talking on the side as well, is that if the opportunity presents itself, we'll collaborate again on a video. It's just finding the right topic, the right situation, everything, because obviously it worked really well. I was very happy with it, but that was a very specific circumstance.
Oh, so let me say this. It's funny because I was thinking this like a month ago. I was like, okay, so Eric has been on For Collectors at my invite, and he did great, and it was a lot of fun. And Bobby Burrell has been on my channel to talk about, like, you know, deep knowledge of like a particular like set and an era. So he did like his shtick. So like I got the information, I got Eric with the whole Shriners thing, but I've never done anything with Carlos. We've never actually done anything together. And I was like, well, I'd like to do something. And I didn't know. And then the content gods came up, they rained down on me, and I got this thing. So it was really, really good. So I feel like I finally, like, you know, didn't insult you by inviting everybody else. And Michael Ham. I'm sorry. Michael Ham was also on For Collectors. So it's like I'm inviting everyone else to collaborate but you. But now he's done it and it worked out.
Well, it's a timing thing. I joked about it with folks. I didn't take offense to it. What I've talked to a lot of folks, and I'm being very transparent, just so we're all on the same page here. What I'm doing is very specific. I joke with folks because it's like, I collect a hockey player, and it's one of my big things, but I'm not a hockey card collector. I'm very specific niche things. I've got vintage baseball sets and things that I've literally, I was during the card show, we did that. And we talked about it with Brandon / Bobbles. And I'm working out all the details and I'm figuring it out. So this box right here, just, I wanted to quickly show this. I've shown it before, but so this box right here, you see all the cards that are sitting here? These are all 1956 Topps baseball cards. These are all from Brandon / Bobbles, who had built like a starter set of these. And I'm basically got them to upgrade a set that I'm working on. So in the end, I just said, basically, we'll work out a deal and I'll just buy them all off you and whatever. So there's a lot of nice cards in here. I just haven't had the chance of time to go sort through them. But the thing is, I collect a lot of different things. I'm not just one thing. And this channel isn't just me showing cards. That's never been a thing. And the live stream is kind of an extension of that. And the thing is, I like to do a lot of different stuff. I like to talk about the news topics. I like to talk about all these other things. I don't mind it. That's why I said when the Gong Show guys said, you know, they're not into the drama side of it too much. I get it. I'm not offended by that. I respect it. I get it. But the reality of it is that I do enjoy some of those topics. I'm not a news channel. I'm not going to do every single news topic that comes across. But there are some that pique my interest. And when that's the case, I am happy to spend a little time breaking down. That was fun for me. The part 3 was fun for me.
Yeah. Think of it this way. When you have something to say, you say it. When there's a topic that comes around or whatever drama or whatever scandal or whatever that doesn't really affect you and you don't really have any feelings about it one way or the other, like you don't say anything. I think that's perfectly fine. That's the way it should be. You don't need to weigh in on everything that comes across your desk, so to speak.
Yeah. And that's exactly the ethos that I've taken to this channel. There's some stuff that I think I could spend some time talking about it. It's not that I don't have an opinion on it, but I don't feel that strongly about it. There are plenty of other people who will do a very serviceable job covering it. And if I feel like that's sufficient, great. If I feel like it's not sufficient, then maybe I'll dip my toe in it and be like, all right, look, here's my angle on this. This is my twist on this piece. And we got the Friday live stream to cover everything else that we missed. So, and what's funny is, thank you, Brad. Here's the thing. 56 Topps is actually my favorite set. The great irony, Dan, is that your Dan is vintage baseball. Obviously, I have a complete 56 Topps set, a couple of complete Bowman sets, and I built it. This is going to be an upgrade for me. I built the set, but a lot of them are kind of beat up copies, and this is nicer cards. So I'm happy to grab them.
That's what I've done. I completed 56 a few years ago, and you know, in certain lots and stuff, I've gotten cards in, and I upgrade consistently. So my cell box has a bunch of sort of my 56 Topps rejects, some of which are perfectly fine. They're just been, you know, superseded by something a little bit better. But yeah, no, 56 Topps. I did a show on it. There's a guy on Instagram called Matthew, 56 Topps guy. He's a really thoughtful guy. And we did a great show together. So it's one of my favorite sets also. I've had it complete now for, like I said, a few years. and I love it. I mean, I think and it goes back to like when I was a teenager collecting vintage, and like that was one of the sets that were like really like caught my eye. Mm-hmm. So I had a bunch of them back then. Even.
Absolutely. But the reason I bring it up is that I don't fit neatly into one bucket. That's why it's been kind of fun for me. Is that I collect some modern players. I'll collect, Medano's been retired, but he still has modern cards, and some cards are for the past, and I can talk to some of the 90s stuff because I've been in that bucket, but I can also talk about vintage. I can suddenly flip the switch and I'll suddenly talk vintage.
Well, the first time I was ever on this show, my first appearance on the live was showing off 53 Bowmans because you had done, you're sort of slowly finishing the set. So it was something we had in common. So I understand that. Yeah. That's good. I mean, it's one of those things where like we're all talking about cards ultimately, whether it's scandals or whatever. But I feel like you saying that we would collaborate again is kind of a veiled threat for people who might come on the wrong side. If you come out on the wrong side and you expose yourself, guess who's waiting?
Listen, Dan, I'm not saying anything. Like off in the distance, Eric, if it wasn't for copyright issues, I would already played the Law and Order. Dun dun. We're just waiting for it. We're there. So I don't know, Dan. We got to figure out the right situation, the right combination. I'm always here. I joke with a lot of folks in the chat and everything else. Here's what's funny. Anytime anybody's ever invited me, hey, would you come on the channel, or would you do the live, or would you do a video or collaboration or whatever? I don't think I've ever said no. And it doesn't have to be like my main topic. It can be like, well, what do you want to talk about? I've got a lot of thoughts and opinions on a lot of different things, and I cover a lot of stuff on here, but we're also kind of playing to the chat. The chat has a lot of say in the direction we go and the topics we talk about. This right now is the moment. Next week, go for it. Yeah, that's fine. By next week, we're probably not. Yeah, by next week, we're not going to focus on this too much because unless God help Beckett if he makes a part 4, I swear to God, if this boy makes a part 4, I will go live. I am threatening you all.
Please no,
Dan, whoever is involved in Foreign Collectors, anybody, you get this to Beckett. And this is a promise. If this boy goes to part 4, I will go live. I'll go live in the middle of the day. I don't even care. Do not play with me on this. Don't do it. Run away.
I don't think we're going to see part 4.
I don't think so either. But I'm giving the appropriate warnings to whom it may concern. Don't do this to yourself. It's not worth it. Whatever you think you're going to get out of this, it's not going to work. Just leave it be, move on, talk about anything else. Anything else.
Yeah. Even, like I said, have Woody Allen on. Anything else.
I don't care. Just pick something. Have Eric on and talk about Reggie Lemon. I don't care. Pick anything. Anything.
Do that. That'd be fun.
I'm sure it would be for somebody. But the point is anything. Pick anything. I don't care what it is. I'm so Dan, I say this partially in jest and partially in serious. I am frightened that he is so insulated at this point with yes men who agree to whatever it is he decides to say that he doesn't understand. Like, no, we're not kidding. It is in your own best interest to please shut up. Or talk about anything else. Talk about Beckett in 1994. Pick a different topic. Anything.
You need reality checks in your life. You need somebody to tell you when you're being ridiculous.
Yeah.
So, there's Dr. Beckett needs that. Eric needs that.
Unbelievable. Maybe Eric could espouse his love of other former Bruins goalies. Yes. Could have a Beckett annual Shilling guide. Maybe. I don't think he can stop. I totally expect a part 4. Like I said, look, I am here for the content gods. I am here at the will of the content gods. It is what it is. I cannot control it.
Oh, God.
It happens. Eric, would you prefer we talk about a different topic? Is there something you would prefer?
No, it's just if I hear the word Jim Beckett again, I might vomit.
Would you prefer Jimbo? Jimmy boy.
I said I wanted to talk about someone. I gave a description of who they were, and it ended up being Bobby Burrell, not Jim Beckett. So I wanted to talk about Bobby Burrell.
Yeah.
Bobby Burrell wanted to talk about Bobby Burrell too. The opening game, I was sitting there like, Eric, Bobby ruined this. Like, Dan was setting out so beautifully, and Bobby like literally jumped in. He goes, "That's about me."
Wait, did he not know? Was he not
No.
clued into the joke?
Dan, I'm not joking. No, he did it all. No.
Because I wanted to stop and have somebody say, "Are you talking about Beckett?" And
Dan, I know. Dan, I know. I'm aware of this. So Eric, quick aside. Dan let me know that he was going to do the setup, and then Bobby literally interrupted and said, "It's about me." And I was like, "Well, there's no point in me saying anything. Like, he did it all by himself. There's nothing for me to do."
I was
at that point, just leave it be.
It was a joke that I'd been paid off. That I got the 5-figure payment.
Nope. Dan, you know, at this point, I let things play. I let it play, and I was just sitting there, like, nope. As soon as he started talking, I was like, no, he figured that one out all by himself. He went for it. Yep. Let's hear Eric on Tuukka Rask. Damn, Brad. Damn.
I'm not a Tuukka Rask fan.
Scandalous.
I wish he stayed in Toronto.
Wow. Just wow.
I mean, his playoff performance is just horseshit. I don't care that he has all the records for the Bruins, regular season wins and all that stuff. He literally would shit his pants in the playoffs. That final in the what was it, 2015 against Chicago, when he let up like 3 goals in the last 2 minutes for the Chicago to win the Stanley Cup, instead of getting us to a game 7. That just absolutely disgusting series with Philadelphia, where we were up 3-0 in games, and then it ended up going to a game 7, and we were up 3-0 in game 7, and we still lost. He couldn't shut any door ever. You go to his house right now and the door is open. I am not a Tuukka Rask fan. I thought he's the worst playoff goalie I've ever seen in my life. Wow. You either love him or hate him here. There isn't anybody who's in the middle. You're either a huge Tuukka Rask fan or you think he sucks. And
this is shocking coming from the Bostonian.
I'm a Timmy Thomas fan. I just saw Tim a couple of weeks ago at Shriners, hung out with him, talked to him for a bit. Great guy. And he's one of the greatest playoff performances in the history of hockey.
Is he a great guy? I remember Tim Thomas kind of like went off the deep end.
He's a goaltender. They're all off the deep end.
Oh, all right. No, let's be serious, because it's a serious subject matter. He had some mental health issues. He's talked about it. He had to work on some things. Some of it was some kind of pretty much CTE type related stuff. Some brain damage, hockey related, and it took him a long time to get healthy. And now that he's healthy, he's back out in the public. He's doing signings for the last 2 years.
Yeah, he was at Shriners. Yeah.
Yep. He was at Shriners, but he's also, before that, like last year, he was at Toronto. He's done stuff for us at the shop. He's done a couple of other signings, so he's back out there. He's doing events. He's working with the Bruins again, doing events. Like after Shriners, he drove down to Boston for a season ticket holder event. So he's back out in the public.
CTE doesn't go away though. CTE doesn't get better.
No, but he's working on some things and getting healthy and getting as healthy as he can be. And he's not sitting in a locked room anymore in the dark. You know what I'm saying? He's doing really, really well. And he is a really good guy. Very, very good guy.
Okay.
So
I believe you.
And he's talked about some of it, in different interviews and things. So it's not a secret. that he's had some hurdles, and he's definitely on the upswing, and he's doing really, really well. Yep. So it's it's great that it's great to be friendly with him. It's I'm always happy to be around him. He's very positive and outgoing. He thinks the accolades are silly. He's very humble. He doesn't get why people want anything to do with him. He doesn't see himself as anything special. He lives up in Vermont still. He doesn't live in some fancy, place or anything. He just lives up in Vermont and lives his life. And he's going out and being around the public and again doing stuff for the Bruins and having a lot of fun. And that's the thing. Well, he's really
right. You always hope that for the retired players that they can actually sort of, just talk with the fans, have their moment, be able to be appreciated and not be like, holed up somewhere with like brain damage. If he can actually get out and be fun. I mean, I see this with Johnny Bench. Johnny Bench is at all the baseball stuff these days, and he's having a great time. He's shaking hands, he's laughing, he's talking about stuff. People are saying great things to him, and he's like, his hands are all like gnarled from being a catcher for 20 years. His knees are shot. He's probably in like chronic pain, but at least he's out and he's having fun. And that's like what you would always want for retired guys, like that they can, spend their older years just like basking in like admiration. So it's good to hear that.
Yeah, he's literally enjoying himself. Like he's laughing and having fun when he's out there doing that stuff. I've worked with lots of guys, and most of the guys are nice, but you can tell that they're there because they're collecting a paycheck and they go through the thing and they're nice and respectful to everybody and they're good guys. But as soon
as I show you this, can you give me solo on this?
You got it.
So this is from Shriners.
Yeah. Okay.
This is Bernie Carbo. So I go up to the table and I have the photograph that I purchased from one of the guys there that's selling photographs, and we're chatting about it. He says, the worst swing I ever had in my career was the one right before this one. And then this one, it's a home run. So he signs it, he inscribes it. It's a free, and then he's giving away, if you can see it, this like he was giving these away. This is a picture of him hitting home plate after hitting this home run. Yeah. And like he signed them and gave them away. And he was just having a fantastic time. Like and he's there, he's got a handler or whatever, but it was only one person. And he was just, every person that came up to him was giving him something. He's laughing, he's talking. It's like, this guy he's having a great time. And, he's a guy who had like real problems with like drug abuse and alcohol abuse. And like he cleaned up and now he's having a great time. He's like 78 years old. So like, that's the life, right?
Yeah. I mean, you come up with a certain picture of him doing something. He'll be like, oh, I was high as a kite that game. Oh, I was like smoking coke, in the dugouts, I mean, the stuff he'll tell you.
Eric, that sounds an awful lot like what you say post-show. Oh, man, I was high as a kite that episode. I have no idea what was happening. What did I say?
Exactly.
Did I offer Dustin $10,000 to shut up?
Yeah. Like you did, Eric. Like you did. You did that. But, Dan, I got to tell you. Look, I've had 265 of this particular brand of live stream. And I always kind of have to remind people, it's like, no, this is 265 of this. There's other live streams on this channel separate from that number and separate from the consecutive. Yeah. It's been more than 5 years of live streams every single week without fail. And Eric is trapped in a permanent contract in perpetuity. So this just continues on and on and on.
Got to respect it.
But, Dan, I have the
consistency.
I have the one and only, because I asked him, I have the one and only autographed Bernie Carbo hockey puck. He has only signed one hockey puck his entire life, and it was for me.
Nice.
Yeah, he was like, what the hell is this? I explained, I get people buy hockey pucks. He's like, all right, no problem.
Chris's comment.
Yeah, I'm getting to it, Dan. I'm getting to it. Hang on. I didn't. Dan, I'm seeing it at the same time you are. I've got it in front of me, but I always try to go in sequence. I want to make sure I don't miss.
You're very good at it. Your comment is putting on the screen, whatever you want to call it.
It's all timing.
Curating.
It's all timing.
Your comment curating is excellent.
It's all timing. So Chris from Missouri says, Dan, you knocked it out of the park the other night with the Hall of Fame, but you suffered by comparison to Chris from Missouri. So the humility is honestly
Ray
inspiring.
From Philly, right?
It's inspiring.
You know Ray from Philly? He's like a Hall of Famer. He's a Hall of Famer.
Dan,
old
school. Ray from Philly. I've never talked to Ray from Philly. I've never met Ray from Philly. I have no association with Ray from Philly. But Dan, let me tell you, for reasons that have nothing to do with anything else, Ray from Philly is one of my favorite from Philly people. And it's not because he's one of the people associated to the YouTube Sports Card Hall of Fame, Eric, that we will now shoehorn ourselves into. I've decided to go the other way. You know what? Fuck all y'all. I've decided that I belong in it just by proxy. Vote for me. Fuck everyone else. Vote for me.
Vote for Carlos so I can be Hall of Fame adjacent. Thank you.
That's as valid a reason as any.
You know, you all want to see me do the single person kazoo parade down my street.
And Dan, to be clear, I will make him do this fucking kazoo parade thing that he's babbling on about. I will make that content. This is my commitment and promise to you people. If you make this happen, whatever you have to do, I don't even care. Find friends, get some friends. If you're a card collector, you probably don't have friends. But if you can find some friends, get them to make YouTube videos on sports cards so they can also vote. We will stuff the ballot box. I want to completely rig this thing. Let's stuff the ballot box. And when we're done, we're going to get this idiot, and he's a moron. We're going to get him to do a kazoo parade up and down the street, and it will amuse us all. Don't do it for me. Do it for the entertainment value.
I've been saying it for like 2 years now. I will, if we get into the Hall of Fame, I will do a one-man kazoo parade right down the street in front of my house.
Yeah, but last year he was telling people not to vote for him. So,
well, Dan, like honestly, look, just to be clear, we're all on the same page here. I still think it's the dumbest shit in the world. Like, it's one of the stupidest things I've ever heard. However, Dan, at this point, for a one-man kazoo parade, I am building the content gods mega church. I am the Pope. I am the fucking Pope of the content gods. I am hearing an opportunity for content.
Can I tell the Ray from Philly story?
Please do.
Nice guy. Nicest guy you're ever going to meet. Invites Chris and Greg and I on to do this Hall of Fame thing where we go through all the candidates and we say all our stuff and we, it's fun. But he starts the text thread and Chris and I immediately insult each other, like back and forth, like 4 times. And Ray is like freaking out because he's like, wait, did these guys hate each other? He didn't realize that it's all good natured. So that was kind of funny. So when Chris is talking about the show we did together, which you can watch because it's on this thing called YouTube on Ray from Philly's channel, it's funny because all we did was insult each other in the text thread, and then we get out on the video, and all I do is agree with Chris for the entire time. So there you go.
Nice. I like it.
Oh, yeah. Also, here's the other thing. If you get into the Hall of Fame before Dustin, because Dustin has been on his channel begging for it for like 3 years.
I know that. Yeah, I'm aware.
Yeah. You're going to break his heart. So here's what you do. Get on a live stream and offer him to pay you $10,000, and then you'll let him in the Hall of Fame instead of you.
Oh, if for $10,000, I will totally. I don't care about any of this foolishness. Like, that's an easy sell. Vote early, vote often. That's right. Dustin gets a vote. Yeah, like we'll all take that. No question. If Dustin and Carlos get in the Hall of Fame, who gives the first enshrinement to? Look, here's the thing. I understand what Suke's asking, but let's be real. It would take a miracle of miracles for Dustin to get in.
Yep.
Because it's not about like I said. The reason I think it's silly. Let me explain something. And Hall of Fame 7 rookies here says Buzz Carlos is spicy. Listen, man, these have been 7%. Like I said, Eric would have burst into flames by now. He would have keeled over and died.
I would have
on the screen by now.
I'd be dead.
Testament to my skills that I'm continuing on.
I'd be dead.
But here's the reality of it. Part of the reason why I thought it became silly, I think the concept, the original concept, wasn't necessarily a terrible idea. Like the original, I'm talking about the OG concept, was basically shouting out channels. That's effectively what it was. It was basically shouting out channels. Hey guys, these are some channels I like, blah, blah, blah. But then, of course, the moment you do it, it immediately devolves into these are my buddies who I like, who meet the qualifications, vote for them, blah, blah, blah. And it's one video after another of that. That's what it became very quickly. Like it took about 4 seconds for it to become that. And it kind of wrecks the whole concept. Like the idea of, hey, here are some channels that maybe a lot of you don't have on your radar that might be interesting for you or whatever. It became a joke. And part of the reason, Dan, that I get so much of a kick out of it is that it is, to me, silly, but also it was funny. The year that I think it was the year that Jake took over. He went from like 10 channels, is what it was previous to that. And you guys got to go back in the archives. There's a bunch of stuff on this. It went from 10 channels to 5.
Yeah.
The very first year that it went to 5, Dan, this channel was number 6.
Yes,
we were on the bubble.
Right.
We were on the bubble. And,
right.
and to be honest, I got more mileage out of that. I'm sitting there like, y'all changed the rules, right? Yes, we hit our apex at that moment. It became hilarious. And the thing is, there's going to be a bunch of folks that are going to hit the 3 years. And like I said, the problem, and I'm being serious for a second here, buzzed or not, many beverages or not, it's a broken system because as soon as you got a bunch of folks that just hit the 3 years that are kind of popular channels that people like, well, guess what? That's immediately going to shoot up to the top. What about the other channels that have kind of been hovering right around that number for the whole time? Well, it's like you're punished for being older. You've been doing this too long. Right? So you kind of get like, yeah, you know what? Or you have to go the other way and you're basically forced to campaign. Dustin is kind of campaigning half-heartedly. He doesn't actually give a shit one way or the other. Honestly, he doesn't give a shit.
I think he does. He needs what's it called?
You would
positive reinforcement.
Dan, you would be shocked how little he actually gives a crap. He would love to do it because it would make people angry. That's actually the part he's interested in. He doesn't actually want to get in. He doesn't care about the thing. He would just love the anger that would come from him being in.
I've got one more deal with Dustin. If he gets into the YouTube Sports Card Hall of Fame for $5,000, I will write a glowing induction speech and give it like non-ironically on YouTube.
Wow,
$5,000.
It's a good deal. It's not bad. It's pretty good. I like that. But the channels quit making videos once they're like, that's become a running joke too. That's happened a lot. It's been very amusing. And once Jake created the website that actually contained the channels, you're sitting there like, that channel doesn't make videos anymore. That channel doesn't make videos anymore. That channel doesn't make videos anymore. Look, here's my commitment to you. I'm still making videos because I need to torment Eric.
So last year 5 channels got in. I voted for all 5 of them. You should watch my video. It's really good. It's like I gave credibility to the whole concept because I took it seriously and I went through like steps and what I used as a criteria and all that stuff.
Okay.
And I voted for channels that I didn't even know them, like people who didn't even know my name, had never heard of me. I voted for them because of their channel. So it wasn't like all your friends, although friends of mine were in this because I'm friends with guys who have really good channels. But this year's going to be tough because this year a bunch of guys crossed 3 years. I'm talking like there may be friends of mine who crossed 3 years that I can't vote for because of the numbers. That's how much it is. So, but I've already committed to voting for you guys. So,
well, we got you hoodwinked. We just got to get some more people.
Yeah. But I think I think because I got out early last year and because I took it seriously and because I did a long video with a lot of explanations, people who watched that were in fact persuaded to vote for certain people. I think I rigged it.
Oh, it's a completely different conversation. It's actually one of the running jokes here is that because we have the waves of different videos, You can't actually sway people. It's actually very funny the way that works out. Now, Chris is correct. Now, Chris, I'm going to be honest with you. Look, you need to take this into consideration. I need steroids. Have you listened to Eric tell a story? Have you?
Twice tonight.
I'm sitting there.
Put him on the full screen once.
Listen, Chris. I need you to understand this. This is
4
important.
hours to kill.
I want you to have. I want to have a heart to heart with you right now, and it's not like 5 IPAs in, but it's important stuff here. Yeah, like listen, it's a lot. And look, this is 7% shit. This is the good stuff. This isn't like, Guinness, dirty tap water. Look, here's the thing. Eric likes to tell a story, but when he tells a story, he'll begin with his youths, and it just goes on. And then we hear the middle part, which is like the Middle Ages. And then eventually we reach the modern day. And not only do I have to maintain that, listen to what he's saying enough to be able to make fun of him. And this is important stuff. I need to listen closely enough to be able to ridicule him mercilessly. But then on top of it, I'm kind of monitoring Instagram. I'm kind of checking in a couple of things here. Look, and I haven't even used this tonight. I could have earlier, but I feel like it's appropriate, Eric. I don't want to miss out on an opportunity. This was actually developed earlier tonight. I don't know if you realize your background has taken a change.
I am well aware of Paul doing this, and I sent him a very clear message that he should go F off.
Okay, well, it's important. So the point that I'm making here is as follows. Despite all the things related to it, I am managing to monitor that. I'm managing to keep track of Instagram, YouTube, the chat.
You're amazing.
This, make fun of Eric. Like, dude, I need the steroids just to survive. Just to survive. There's no other way. It's not possible. Speaking from experience, it just can't be done. There's no other way. Otherwise, you just keel over and die. It's bad, man. It's bad. So, take that into consideration. Understand the conditions that I'm working under here in order to maintain this. I need all the steroids, everything that's out there, even stuff that's experimental that hasn't been used on human consumption yet. I need it. I need it all.
And if you don't like my storytelling, you should fire me.
No, disagree. I have an alternative option. Dan, I don't know if you know this. This is another option that I've utilized. Here, I can just hit this button, and now we don't hear Eric anymore. It's great.
Can I say one thing while Eric is muted?
Please do.
Chris from Missouri, and this is exactly what I was about to say. Chris from Missouri, past 3 years, I believe in October or November. And when the voting comes up, he will be on everybody's ballot. He will be a Hall of Famer this year, and I'm proud to vote for him because he's a good guy and a good friend. And literally the guy who is most responsible for Strongsville becoming a thing is Chris from Missouri. Like, he literally invented Strongsville as a thing. So there's going to be like 400 content creators there. Thank you. Oh, can I bring up Dustin one more time?
Go on, Dan. Right now we're into the good zone here. Do what you got to do.
So Dustin, in the response to one of my insults of him on his channel, said that I really should learn to have some fun. So this is for you, Dustin. I'm having some fun.
Indeed. Voting polls could be an outlet for shill bidders. Damn. Can Carlos shill bid his own votes where he gets multiple shows? Listen, that might be important. That's a valid point, Rob. Chris says, I'm 4 gins in and Eric and Carlos get it. Amazing. Sensational. That's all Eric ever wanted. That's all Eric ever wanted. To be adjacent. That's all he wanted. But hopefully, I don't know if you heard it, Dan. I tried to make my appeal. Chris is right. I am using all the steroids just to keep this thing going because it's tough, man. It's tough out in these streets. I'm doing my best, man. But I got to tell you, in order to accomplish what I've been doing, Dan, listen, for collectors, you guys have done live shows. You don't understand. I am doing 4-hour plus live shows week after week. Dan, you think I can keep this up? You think I can keep this up without some help?
Well, here's the thing. I do 1 of 5 live streams in a rotation for an hour or an hour and a half every Sunday. Every fifth Sunday, I have to go live. And it's a challenge to go every week for 3 hours or 4 hours. I couldn't do it without steroids.
Yeah. It's just can't be done, man. Like, I'm sorry. I've seen people try. Bless their hearts. They try. They use every gimmick in creation. No. I
use piss.
I've seen it.
I will when I in my nomination speech I will make reference to steroid rumors. So
yeah, they're not rumors. I will cop to everything. I'm going for it. Let's go. And you know what? Proudly, into my veins. Let's go. How do you think I manage? I voted every year for Carlos. Sorry, Carlos, I have no pull. It is what it is, man. It is what it is. Doesn't simply work here. I know. If Eric is adjacent, and the chat is adjacent. I like that.
I like that. I accept your terms.
I think that's fair. Why does 4 Collector have 5? Do they? So Dan, at this point, like officially they have. But listen, at this point, like it's a lot going on. Like, are we sure it's even 5? Like, is that if 5 even right?
Way more than that.
Oh my God.
We got all the guys from Hobby Hotline, which is like, I don't know, 400 people.
37 people.
We have Sammy Thunder did a live last night called what does it call it? Beer and cardboard and cold ones. That's what it's called. Cardboard and cold ones. Like he and Jason drink some beers and they interview somebody and it's fun.
Yeah.
And they do it on Sammy's channel, but they brought it to 4 Collectors. So now Jason was a host of a show on 4 Collectors. So now Jason's in 4 Collectors. Of course, Eric is in. And, you know, anybody who's ever been on the lives, Mangini, Rick, all these guys. So this 4 Collectors is hundreds of collectors at this point. So the 4 is supposed to be an FOR, not a 4 like a number, but, you know, that's how it goes.
Yeah. So what you're saying, we were discussing this earlier. So wait, so what you're saying is we got the 4 Collectors that's like the 400 collectors. And it's like, to your point, it's like, wait, so now I haven't found an angle on this channel. That's disturbing. Like, Eric, what is that bullshit? What is that trash? What are we doing here? That's a failure. The system is broken, Eric.
It was a Shriners show. Eric has been to Shriners. He was going to be there again. He knows Boston. He has the accent. So
I'm sure he knows Boston.
You know what?
I'm sure
you know what happened? You know what happened as a result of that live stream? Eric and Mark Hoyle, who inexplicably did not know each other before this event, became friends. And now they share like information and now they're like friendly. So like that was a good thing, right?
I've seen him in the shop and stuff, but you know, there was no like relationship there other than how can I help you today?
So to me, that was the best thing of the whole live stream was that these two guys now have been connected, and chatted like multiple times, and they should. So that's good. But Carlos, you haven't been on 4 Collectors yet. It's going to have to happen.
Oh, then you could become one of them.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I have one of the damn cards.
Join the hive.
I have one.
Join the hive.
Like, what the hell, man?
The hive.
Look, he doesn't even like me anymore, and I've been on the Jeremy Lee Floating Head show. These are facts.
True.
These are facts.
I got invited once, but I couldn't do it.
Yeah, my favorite thing about the your appearance on Jeremy Lee's show was it was during COVID and there was no haircuts, so your hair was like this big.
Oh, I had the Spanish fro going. It was good. Yeah, it was good. At that time, it was funny because the only closest thing I had to a haircut was that actually it's just at my parents' house. Carlos Sr. would trim it up a little bit here and there, but that was about it. That's all that was going on. It was funny. I like Rick though angling for the Misfits channel. See, the problem is I'm actually I was joking about that.
Never heard of
him. But here's the thing though. Like, in all seriousness, there are so many channels that are going to hit that threshold. And then, like I said, the new channels that hit the threshold are going to get bumped up naturally. It's a failure in the way that the concept works. And it's always been an issue. how do you deal with the fact that every year there's certain channels that are going to hit the zeitgeist? And if they're newer channels, they're probably producing videos regularly. Therefore, they're kind of front of mind. So how do you deal with that
Well,
when
it's
there's
like
other channels
voting
that you kind of forget?
It's like voting for the Hall of Fame while the guys are still active.
Yeah.
Like you've got a guy who's had like, 3 really solid years and now he's in the Hall of Fame. But I don't know what happens to him. He stops making videos. Should still be in the Hall of Fame?
We should do that.
Start emptying them out.
We should do that. We should stop making videos. Yeah. Yeah.
Or
let's look into this some more. I think we should look into this.
Alternatively, we could just do this.
I don't want to.
I fixed it. I like it.
I don't like it. I don't want to.
It's amazing.
So
it's
two of the guys, seriously, the 4 collectors is 5 guys. But 2 of those guys are eligible for the Hall of Fame this year. Theo and John. Sammy's already in. Pepino Man's already in. So we're talking like 2 guys that like I know what they do every day. I talk to them every day, so I know how much they're involved in the hobby. So I got to vote for them because they're eligible and they're awesome. But like, what do you do after that? Like, that's 2 votes that are just automatic, and now I have all these other guys I have to vote for. So it's a little tough. So some of the guys I voted for last year who didn't make it in, I'm not voting for this year because the numbers aren't there. I'm a little. It's problematic.
That's a tough scene. It's a very tough scene. Suk says John and Theo on my list. Yeah.
I mean, I think they're both going to get in. But if only 5 get in, I don't know. Carlos is going to be tough.
Well, that was the joke. I said that the bubble year, I joke with folks, and I actually think it's true. I said the bubble year is probably the closest we're ever going to get. Because it's like, as soon as you get a little bit of a wave, that's it. That's your wave. That's it. You can't rebuild the wave. Like,
can we?
There are new channels that are going to show up.
If you had done the Beckett video in like mid-December and rode that wave in, that would have been good.
Well, listen, I believe in Jimbo's arrogance, Dan. I believe somehow like he'll find a way to be like, listen, Dan, I already said I'll build a mega church if he goes to part 4. But look, I say this with love. I'm trying to. I promise I'm trying to. I say this with love. This fucking moron will make like a part 8. He'll just keep going. Like I swear to God, like he just won't quit. He won't not give up. Like, what are we doing? No. And I was like, why won't you stop? Stop yourself.
You know what Jim Beckett is doing, right? He's playing 3D chess to get you into the YouTube Sports Card Hall of Fame.
At this point, it's like 12D chess for that one to work. It's like, good Lord, we need multiples of multiples. Was an answer, because I'm Carlos, was an answer to who lost an MVP because of steroids. I know. Like my moment was nigh. It was right there. I'm trying to think. I want to say the year I bubbled was the year that I want to say it was Wade Boggs fan. I think John got in that year. And there were a couple of other folks that were there, but it's one of those things where, look, it's a popularity contest at the end of the day. It's a popularity contest combined with a timing thing. It's a weird thing. It's always been a weird thing.
The Carlos Delgado reference is good because he's the Toronto guy.
Yeah. Well, that was the conversation. Godlike Collectibles did a video talking about because we got the contemporary ballot going on right now. And I've got a couple of Delgado cards.
That's what Chris and I were on. We were talking about that ballot on Ray's channel. And Carlos Delgado could have won an MVP one year because the guy who actually won the MVP was a steroid guy.
Yeah, it was Alex Rodriguez. I think it was 03. Yeah. It was Alex Rodriguez. Yeah.
Yeah. So, like...
It's just bad timing. Bad timing for him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, John still makes videos, though. Wade Boggs fan, he still makes videos. He's been as strong as the last year and the year before. He's still involved in the hobby, so.
I think he's
He
one of the
deserves
few
to stay in.
current Hall of Famers. I think he's one of the few Hall of Famers that might actually be doing videos still at this point.
Well,
Because a lot of
Genie.
well, I think his videos just exist in their own vacuum. I made the joke with Bob Lewis years ago, and I just said I'm not convinced, Dan, that Bob Lewis has actually made multiple videos. I actually believe it's just one video, and it just exists in time. Whenever you click on the channel, that's the video. That's it. That's the video, whatever it is. He exists out of time.
Things are a lot more produced these days. The newer channels.
I like that. I don't know, Eric. You might have to cut the man a check. This might be your path. We need to bribe people. Just bribe a whole crap ton of people.
This, you know, if it doesn't happen this year, I don't see how I can, you know, move on with my life. So
I will. All right. So I said the last mention of Dustin was just before. I'm going to mention Dustin again. So I offered him $10,000, and I will switch all of my negative comments to super positive comments.
Yeah,
$5,000. I will write his Hall of Fame speech, but for his vote, he's got to get in first. So his vote for $1,000, I will vote for Dustin for Hall of Fame. So those are my deals: 10, 5, and 1.
10, 5, and 1. How can
that's
you
not bad?
That
that's half decent.
1,000 for a vote. That's easy.
Eric, I should offer a similar kind of deal because I don't know if you ever saw this, Dan. One of my favorite things to do with this, in the realm of poking fun at it, was I had one year where I joked about the idea of just taking the same footage and replaying it.
I saw that. I saw that video. Yeah.
And then I started one video and I literally just hit play. But I paid it off a year after I threw it out there. And it's like, that's the long con. That's how you do it. It's like, I set up the joke a year in advance. And then finally, like, no, this is when you're going to get it. Execution. It's the timing. It's everything. Giambi, year 2 for MVP. Dustin's giving me $2,000. Hey, listen, bid it up, man. Bid it up.
I only need 1,000. Only want 1,000 for the vote.
You know, yeah, you're not greedy. You're not greedy.
Well, that's to say the least.
Yeah.
When you talk about like pulling videos down, I think yeah.
Video's still up. Hit the like button. Eric pays for that one too.
It's not
just
fair.
saying. Just like everybody else, the Misfits are going to start making videos daily just to get the word out. It's campaign season started. Yes.
When was the last Misfits video? The last Misfits video was probably like, I don't know, July.
Okay, so real quick,
they were doing a live stream for a while. It was a Wednesday night live stream. It was
so
good
Eric,
too.
If you need to click off, go for it, because I'm only going to talk about one or two more things and then we'll close it off. But I did want to make mention since they brought this up. I enjoyed the brief era when we had all the little collaboration channels. So the Misfits being one example of. But obviously we got the Four Collectors. That's one. Four Collectors, they've kind of built on the brand and added more elements to it as they've gone on. So that's kind of worked in their favor. But now we also have, Greg and those guys are doing like a podcast network and they're building all these. So we're in the network era right now. We are currently in our network era happening.
I'm a contributor to that podcast, by the way.
No, I get you. But I think it's interesting that we've entered into that realm now era where you do that. And listen, you might need to be making daily videos, Rick. This might need to happen because, like, look, we got the Four Collectors. They're like the Borg. They just go and assimilate everything. They just bring it all into the in-house. We got that going on, and then we've got the name is escaping right now. Is it like Sports Card Clubhouse? Is that right?
Sports Card Clubhouse, yes.
Yeah. So that's kind of the network thing that they've got going on. That's their network. So they've got that one going on. And so right now we've got the combination. So right now we've got a lot of folks kind of combining things. And it works, to be honest. It's just a matter of it takes a lot of coordination. I have no idea. I don't think Geoff is even aware it exists.
Yeah, he doesn't care. Which makes it even more pathetic that Dustin cares, even though you say he doesn't care, he does.
He cares-ish, Dan. I think he cares from the perspective. Like, I'm not even joking to you. I'm being very serious. I think his entire desire, and I've had kind of semi-offline conversations, he wants to be in because it will make people mad. The actual thing is less interesting.
I think there's more to it than that.
All right. You interject. He's got like 46 kids. You do realize that. He's got a lot of time to spend on other things. That's the reason why Alf is the co-host. Like, there's not a lot of production value being interjected into it. Yeah. Here you go. I want to come on sometime to talk bad about Dan and all his ties. Are you talking about physical ties or his ties to other people?
Ties are up in my office over there. Red tie, yellow tie, blue tie. They're all nice ties. My wife buys them. She's got great eyes for that kind of stuff. Me, don't buy any of my own clothes.
Good tie taste. Yeah.
I was gonna say, have you employed a lot of ties on your channel? Has that been a thing?
No, I have to wear them at work.
That's why I was kind of curious. Look, I actually would like to have Chris on for no other reasons than I want more information on how often ties are even employed on the channel.
If I could make a recommendation to have someone on your channel, I would say Chris would be terrific. He's one of the funniest guys that I know in the hobby.
Oh, he can take my spot.
You have to be patient. He's one of those guys that has the story, but you got to stick with it. And if you stick with it, the payoff is always there. Oh, is he coming in?
No. Right now, I've actually got a couple of versions of my setup here. I actually thought it would allow me to shift Eric over into the corner. I actually have one that actually puts him in the corner. It doesn't seem to be working the way it used to.
Nobody puts baby in the corner.
Oh, we'll put you in the corner if I feel like it, Eric. Don't even play with that. Don't even think for 1 second I won't. I gotta get to working after the new setup. StreamYard keeps changing its setup all the time. And this is not an issue for non-live stream folks. But I got to tell you, like, I literally have one designed where it would put somebody in the corner. It didn't seem to work on that one. I don't know why it doesn't work that way. I got him with the old rules. 1 year making videos. Yes, that was.
I think he means ties. When you get down to it, yeah. I think it's a typo. If it's not, it's weird.
I don't know. We'll have to get a clarification on that.
No. Chris is talking about ties. Wait till I get to the bottom.
Okay, I'll get there. Yeah. There's an old timers vote too. Yes. Brad 8671. I always forget the numbering part wrong, but anyway, Brad is the one who will kind of advocate for the old school YouTubers. A lot of them honestly aren't making videos anymore, so it'll be kind of on him to create that segment of the ballot and kind of contribute to. They're basically folks that were making YouTube videos forever ago. I think it works out.
I thought you were going to say 8675309.
I don't think it's quite that many numbers.
But that's a song. You weren't born yet.
So you're saying you're old?
We all know that.
I'm just saying.
But Dan was born.
I remember it. Tommy Two-Tone.
You got it.
Wow, look at you. That's wearing the suit to make his appeal was very funny. Yeah. Make him sound like that old TV show 8 is enough. Eric just moved to the host spot. I know he did for a brief shining moment. It would have worked so well if the actual. So I don't know if you've ever seen this, Dan. There are different kinds of setups that you can have on layouts on StreamYard. I have one designed that was actually literally shrinking someone into the corner, tiny. And I clicked on it and I was like, damn it. I had set up Eric in that corner because I thought it would shoot him in the corner. Never mind. Oh,
wait, go back. My toes are none of your business. My ties are not ugly. But if you have to know, my toes, I'm 62 years old. My toes are ugly. Just the way it happens. I played sports for like the first 25 years of my life. So.
And Eric cycled a lot. So that's the thing. You should see how often he crashes into a tree. It's very athletic.
I do. I'll be riding tomorrow. There's a good chance I'll crash into some trees.
Video, please.
Well, I keep telling Eric, if he would just make a legitimate YouTube channel where he showed all the crashes, that channel would outpace us all. It would be like 1 million subscribers.
I don't know
Absolutely.
when I'm going to crash. It just happens. So I don't always have the camera out.
You just record them all.
One would hope you wouldn't know when you would crash, because then you would not do it.
No, I'd still do it.
He'd be like, I'm going to go faster. I'll just make sure there's a tree there. I'll just go faster.
Yeah.
I just want to say one thing. There's still 37 people watching.
I'm aware. Well, I've actually got 38, but it's about right. Yeah.
It's insane.
It is. Yeah. We'll wind down.
We had good numbers tonight.
It's been good. Yeah. I have more Bruins talk. I'll save for the next time. We're an hour ahead of you guys. Thanks for the fun. Nice to meet you, Dan. Got the song reference. There you go, Rob. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Nice.
All right. So we'll finish up shortly here. Last comments, throw them in the chat. We'll finish up here shortly. I did already have this on a window, but I felt like we wanted to make sure. Let's at least include it. I feel like all your credibility is really here encapsulated in a single image, Eric. Is there anything you have to say?
I just hate you.
Hey, why no glasses?
Listen, I don't know what Eric's doing while he's hugging a jar of mayonnaise.
I was about going for back surgery. And my wife took a picture.
Yeah. Stuke, I say this with love. And I really do. I promise. I say this with love. I'm trying, and look, I'm going to be very blunt and very honest about this. I am trying to figure out why on For Collectors, they've moved it over to the channel. I'm still trying to figure out why I should give a crap about Hobby Hotline. Like, the opportunity is there. Like, let me be clear about this. So we're all on the same page. I want to be clear about this. The potential is there, but it just never seems to be met.
Put a scroll on the bottom. These are not my opinions.
I will in a minute. But look, just to be clear about this, I watch it on replay on a semi-regular basis, and I'm sitting there going like, you have the call-in section, but no one uses it. You'll talk about the topics, but at the same time, it's like, it's an hour. What are you going to do? It's there. But like, it's not must watch. I keep waiting for there to be like, so what's the segment that's going to be the must watch? By the time we get to that, it's like, why are we don't need to watch this live, pre-record the damn thing at that point. If the chat element isn't really playing into it, why are we doing it? And I by the way, I've given this feedback to Victor and some of the other guys previously. So this isn't new. I'm trying to figure out like, it's there. You've got people with hobby knowledge, but when does that happen? I don't know. I keep waiting, and I'm not going to get up to do it. Like, I'm up late on Friday, so I need to chill. I need to relax. I want to sleep. If Carlos gets into YouTube Hall of Fame, Eric must also eat a jar of mayonnaise. This is all facts.
Nope. Not gonna happen.
It's for the people. Do it for the people.
I don't like the people.
Do it for the people.
So, in terms of Hobby Hotline, I called in from the floor of the Philly show and gave a report.
Okay.
So that happens. I felt in both of my hosting appearances that I wasn't at the top of my game, which is more sort of probably a result of it being 11 o'clock in the morning when I'm not really a morning person. Do we have the talent to have more sort of deeper and more sort of, interesting discussions? Yeah.
Yes.
But I think it's tough. It's tough to actually deliver every week. Like we do our 9 o'clock in the evening Sunday night. People are relaxed and stuff, but like we don't deliver a plus performance every time. It doesn't. It's hard to do. So I feel like Hobby Hotline needs to get its legs. I think things are happening a little bit obviously this thing has sort of thrown a monkey wrench into the whole thing, but like, I think we were picking up steam a little bit. So I don't know. I would say give it time.
Is it a spot where, so can I ask a question? Is it a spot where, again, I agree with you on the Saturday morning thing. Again, for some folks, it might make sense. But is it a thing where the Saturday morning thing maybe move a little later or find a different time slot that might make more sense?
Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Here's the other thing. Moving it over to for collectors, you may have noticed a change in the people. So some people have said, I think I'm moving on. I have other things in my life or whatever. So we've had people come in, people go out. It's been sort of a change in the, thank you. We've had sort of a change in the personnel, which also it's like, when you get new players on a team, like you have to adjust to it. And so, I think, again, it started in September. It's been 2 months. Numbers have improved since the bench clear days. And I hope that they keep improving more. So,
yeah, no, that's fair.
Thank you, Chris.
Yep. No, I'll get there with it real quick.
Yep.
So, like I said, I have no issue with that. I will simply give my critique. At the end of the day, it's their show. Like, do whatever you're going to do.
I think Dan's making some bullshit arguments here because.
Yeah. Wow.
Well, I'm sitting here listening. All right.
Go on. Hold on. Wait. Eric just got it. Wait, Eric just got interesting. Go on.
All right. I'm sitting here patiently and quietly listening, and he's making these bullshit arguments about this. We've been at this crap for like 5 years now, and we've never, and I mean never, had an A+ performance. All right. Like the best we've ever done was like.
Hold on. I am throwing a flag on the play. I have had fucking A+ performance after A+ performance. Eric's crap suck has dragged this down into the muck. Dragged this down like an anchor. Straight down. It is through the miracle of my efforts and the efforts of Burrell and the Garage of Knowledge. Yeah, and steroids. And steroids. You got to do what you got to do. It is only through that we've been able to drag it up. But like, let's face it, Eric's from Boston. Everything he does sucks. No matter what he does, what he says, it's all trash. It sucks. Everything's terrible. But all right, I'm going to continue. Go ahead, Eric.
There was one time that I think we may have hit like a C+. And, listen, the sun's got to shine on a dog's ass every once in a while. All right. So I don't want to sit here and listen to any more about how give us some more time. We're going to get no. We've been at this for 5 years, still going, and we suck. So I don't want to hear it. If your goal is to have A+ performances, just flush that goal down the toilet. It's not going to happen. And you don't need it to happen to keep going.
Interesting, Eric. Counterpoint to what you're saying.
Carlos says it perfectly in that podcast episode. He says, "Thou shall not bid on one's own shit." Period. Simple, easy.
That's the easy one. That's the easiest one.
That's the easy one.
And I am pretty sure I came up with that one.
You keep choosing the easy one. Why are we doing the easy one? I was doing the hard one.
Where's my credit? I'm pretty sure I came up with that rule. I'm pretty
How sure are you? How sure are you? You had a lot of concussions.
Well, that's a good point. I can't argue with that. That's a good point.
You can't be 100% sure what your name is at this stage. Let's be honest.
I've had a lot of concussions.
See, Chris at least appreciates you.
Yeah, he's saying.
I don't know why. Lord knows why.
Listen, he's saying that sarcastic.
It's the gin and tonics.
Nobody really.
It might be
that.
Jason doesn't need A+ performances.
That's right. That's a good. Jason does not need A+ performances.
Oh wow! Ouch! I can't speak for the last 2 years. I can only speak for the last 2 months.
So here's the thing. I included Foulball's comment because I've told Victor and I've told a couple of the other guys. Look, I have critiques, but it's not my show. I don't run it. It's not my deal. But look, I'm looking at it as a viewer. And as a viewer, I struggle with it. I think the Four Collectors guys bringing it on is great because you bring in some different hosts in that. I think that's fine. I keep struggling. Look, and I'm just telling everybody this just so, and I'm being transparent about it so that we're not, oh, it's behind closed doors. No, it's not. I'm trying to figure out what role it plays right now. It's not the issue of who is available in the cast of characters that you can bring in, because you have very good individuals that you can bring in who have varied expertises and experience in the whole 9 yards. I'm looking at the format. I'm asking the question like, okay, it was kind of a call-in show, but for the practical purposes, it's not most of the time because most people won't take you up on it. So, okay, fine. So that's out. So that I'm sitting there looking at Dan at a 1 hour variation. And I'm saying this just truthfully. I'm almost looking at a 1 hour version of what I already do on Friday nights combined with the shtick and the other stuff. So it lacks the entertainment. You don't really get to play into people's strengths in terms of their knowledge base. So what are we really doing? So that's what I keep struggling with this format. It's like, okay, fine. You guys want to do like an hour-ish, fine, no problem. But then you're doing it live. So if you want to do that, then the chat sort of plays into it, but really doesn't play into it. Why don't you just pre-record the damn thing then? Pick your topics, pick your hosts, and be done with it.
No one would watch it.
I'm struggling to figure out who's watching it now.
Carlos, I just
like they're there.
Let me ask you an honest question. Do you, let's say, do you get more views on the Friday live or the podcast that drops on Tuesday morning?
Friday live.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, 100%. But I think though, in contrast, I'm doing a Friday night into Saturday morning. So my time slot kind of works for that. The reality is, if the podcast episodes specifically focused on certain types of topics, I could probably drag more viewers into the pre-record because it's about the topics as much as anything else. This is a hangout. Folks are in the chat. They're engaging with it. Yeah. Yes. So that's an element of it.
That's where you get your numbers from, you know?
Yeah. But engagement, are you
like people want to see their name on the screen, you know? And I think Hobby Hotline didn't do a great job of integrating the chat in previous incarnations, and I think we're doing a better job of it. In fact, we've had people do backstage just to do the chat that weren't on the screen so that we could actually have more chat put up and interact. And I think I tried to do this a little bit more during my hosting. My 2 hosting is that I wanted to get the chat interactive and get more of it in there. And I think that kind of gives it like, you know, yeah, sure. Is it like this? Yeah. But it's a Saturday morning and these are the topics, stick to these topics and we'll talk about that. And that's what we're going to do. You know, I mean, free form is great. And I love it. I had a fantastic time tonight, but like, it's a different show.
Oh, totally. Like I'm not comparing the two saying that they should be the same.
Yeah.
To be clear, because if I was doing that, then I would rebrand what I'm doing. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that I'm looking at it from the information and entertainment side of things. It is, I keep trying to find its role. During the pandemic, I actually felt like its role made more sense to me. I'm still struggling to find the role in it. Stuke is saying here, enjoy the chat group Hobby Line. Fair enough. Hobby Hotline group. For the folks hanging out in the chat on the Saturday morning, fine. I get it. But like I watch it on replay. I really do. I watch it on replay. Yeah. So realistically, I'm sitting there going like, okay. And I'll play it at 2.5 speed or 3 times speed. And I'm just sitting there like, okay, well, it's a show. I guess what I'm looking for is, maybe to put it this way. What I'm looking for is, I understand who is available from the hosting perspective and who's available as the guests. And I keep sitting there going like, I keep waiting for that moment or that specific topic or whatever that kind of like sticks, because if you're not watching it live, then you can skip it because the individual creators might give you a video on it.
I kind of felt that way before I was involved. Now I'm involved, so I kind of have to watch it. You know, to be able to input. But back before then, you know, but it was a different show on Bench Clear. I think it's a better show now. But yes, I get that, and I don't disagree with you. Like the topics should be more sort of topical, but every week to come up with something that's going to draw viewers in every week is a bit much. But you know, we've had some good shows. the show that Greg did with Mike and Beckett was on it, pre Shilling stuff. That got like at peak like 120 viewers, which is like 4 times what they were doing on Bench Clear. And the ones that I hosted did not do obviously that well, but again, did like double the numbers of Bench Clear. So like I feel like the show is growing, and it just needs some time.
Carlos,
2 hours live is too long.
Carlos,
hard to do.
I just don't think it's appropriate.
Yeah, 2 hours live is too long. I'm just pointing at the corner of the screen. Yeah, too long. You're right, Dan. 2 hours live is way too long.
It's a different show. It's a different type of show.
But,
why is Eric showing us his profile?
He's giving a tribute to Uncle Rich Klein.
So I just don't feel it's appropriate to make fun of another show. They're giving their best effort. They're being entertaining. They're doing everything for the people, and we really should be here.
Beckett's not tomorrow. Beckett's a week from tomorrow.
In theory, I stand by my statement. I don't believe it's going to happen. I really don't.
The Rich is on tomorrow, though.
Bless this man. Bless this man.
I don't know if he's going to look at the screen, but I do know that he's very good friends with Dr. Beckett, so the chat might want to be nice.
We'll see. Eric's got his impression on point right now. It's going. Why did Hobby Hotline go to Bench Clear in the first place? More viewership.
I don't know.
I again, I'm not privy to it, but Bench Clear had. Remember, at the time, this is all timing. At the time that Hobby Hotline went to Bench Clear had and still has a lot of subscribers, and at the time they were producing content consistently. But then after a while, it became the Hobby Hotline was literally the only piece of content they were producing. That was it. Like that's all it was. Because Hobby Hotline today, as it stands, I think it's 19,000 subscribers.
Bench Clear, you mean?
Yeah, Bench Clear. Sorry. So Bench Clear had, they had actually a pretty good subscriber base, but that's when they were producing stuff on a regular basis. 16.7. So 16.7, which is pretty good. Like in this space, is pretty solid. But after a while, the only thing that was on there was Hobby Hotline. For months and months and months and months, and there was nothing else being produced on it in any way, shape, or form. Collectors is at least producing live streams. They got videos. They got a bunch of different things on there. So if you're going to do other stuff on it, then it's a complement to the content as opposed to just relying on one thing.
Counting Hobby Hotline, we do three minimum a week, sometimes 4, and that doesn't include all the special events and the trade nights and the shows and the national, all that stuff. So we produce a lot of videos.
Exactly.
And consistently.
And that allows then to do that. And Mike Good here has the right comment here. If you had more people calling in. But the thing is, you can't force people to call in, Stu.
Yeah.
So can I tell a quick story? This will be kind of the last thing as we tail off here. By the way, last comments, throw them in there real quick and we'll finish up. So when I was doing this live stream earlier, back in the early days of it, I used to put the chat link in the chat. I used to put it in there. And it's dangerous, let me tell you. We had some fun times. It was very interesting, the kind of characters that you would get in there. Like, imagine there was a piece of trash. I won't say who. I won't say who it was, but there was someone who at the time I dared pathetic cowards, wusses, pansies to come on. And some people who may or may not be on the screen took me up on this and are now trapped in a room in perpetuity forever.
Worst day.
Mistakes were made, Dan. Mistakes were made. But in those days, it was actually like an open call-in. So that's why I laugh. That's why I kind of chuckle. Again, I'm giving Harvey Hardline a hard time. But I did the open call-in thing years ago. Years and years ago. I stopped doing it years ago because it kind of becomes dangerous. You kind of have to really monitor it very closely and all that because you don't want everybody and anybody in creation. Lord knows you don't want everybody on there without a button to yank them off the screen.
Professor Sports Cards has done that a couple of times where he's let people on and then somebody flashes a porno thing or something on him. It's like, Dude, you gotta vet a little bit.
Yeah, it is more dangerous than people realize because people on the internet get this idea. So, like, Stu's not wrong, but as it is right now, like, I could be mistaken. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe as it stands right now, Hobby Hotline does provide the link. So in theory, anybody could like try to go on the show and contribute in some way. Am I incorrect in this?
You're not incorrect, but it's just, it's going to get filtered. So
no, I understand that, but
the call-ins are all pre-planned essentially. Like when I called in from the Philly show, it was pre-planned.
Yeah.
So
yeah. So what I'm saying though is like Stu kind of said it. If you had more people calling it, well, that's up to the host. Like you have control over that.
It's not an 11 a.m. thing,
Yeah. Yeah. 4 collectors infuse new hosts and more people in the mix, which is true. Totally. Listen, you got 4, 5, 47 collectors. Like that's a lot of people you're throwing in there. And the Hobby Hotline, Lord knows, it's a lot. Your friends, she'll call it. Yeah. Some didn't leave. No, they didn't. But yeah. So good luck to them. I know that they've moved it on to the new format, the new channel. We'll see what happens. With much love and much respect, I won't be watching live. I'll watch it on replay, as I usually do. That'll be the approach. So I don't get to take advantage of that live, Dan. I can't do it. I already do this long enough the evening before. So
yeah,
I gotta get a couple of minutes of sleep. That's all. That's when I get my sleep.
I have some news to deliver for you. I won't be watching Hobby Hotline live tomorrow morning.
Wow.
I will be sleeping.
I'll be getting up and riding my bicycle and then crashing into a tree because I'm freaking tired because this stupid show was supposed to end an hour and a half ago.
Eric, what I'm hearing is that you want to be left here on your own device. Dan and I can leave. What you're saying is you want to be left here for another 5 or 6 hours.
No, I want to go to bed so I can get up tomorrow morning and go ride my bicycle.
Scandalous. On that Bob Show, thank you all. It has been a very active chat tonight. Very good chat. Been very good. Appreciate all of you that have chimed in. We've gotten into the wee hours of Saturday. The East Coasters, my goodness. Y'all are glutton for punishment tonight. The West Coasters, I kind of understand it. I kind of get the West Coaster thing. I get that.
And I don't understand anybody who watches this crap.
This is brilliance, Eric. This right here is moi, chef's kiss. Thank you, Dan, for joining us. Thank you to the Burrell in the Garage of Knowledge, where he is right now. Who knows? But we appreciate him joining us as always.
That's where he is. He's in bed. It's 1:30 in the morning.
It's not 1:30 in the morning where Lapper is.
Oh, God. Oh, my God. He has to start all over again. Freaking Lapper, man.
All right, we got to start from the beginning again on the shield bidding. So yeah.
Start again. So Eric, could you explain? Hold on, and draw diagrams. Could you use stick figures? That'd be great.
Holy Jesus! It's 1:30 in the morning. I want to go to bed. I got a bike ride tomorrow.
Eric Chandler, the Queen song Bicycle. I didn't realize there was a Queen song Bicycle. I wasn't familiar with that one. That's a good one. That's a good reference. Replay. I know.
No.
Only defensive bid. Is that allowed? Eric says yes. Eric says yes to everything.
Jesus.
Have a good night, Rob. All right. So that's it. We're done. So thank you. Everybody here is on the East Coast, by the way. That's what makes it funnier. So thank you to Dan for joining us as always. Thank you to no, you know what? I can't go that far. Thank you to Bobby for joining us in the Garage of Knowledge, and Eric was here.
I was.
That's about as far as I'm willing to go.
My will.
It's okay. So HH about the cars hobby hotline. I think that was pandemic period. I believe it's been a long time. Love you, Eric, says Lapper. There you go.
Liar.
I'm sure it was a good show. Watch the replay, man. No, like my friend. Replay this thing. Dan, I think this one stands up. There's a lot of good content on this one.
Go back and replay 5.5 hours of this shit. Go ahead.
Can you, Carlos, tell Dustin to watch the replay? I need the money.
Dustin would immediately go like, "Oh my God, can I have timestamps?" And I'm like, "I'm not giving you fucking timestamps. You give me some money from your sponsors, and I'll give you timestamps. Until then, I'm not giving any goddamn timestamps. Watch it at 3x speed. You can afford YouTube Premium. You get YouTube Premium and watch it at 3x speed, and you'll be fine. You'll be fine. Anyway, that's it. Thank you, sir. All right, folks. And Lapper, great chatting with you in the expo as always. Appreciate that. Listen, Dustin has to... Dan, this is a real thing. Dustin will often ask me, oh, can you send me timestamps if you guys say anything, or if Eric says anything crazy or whatever? No, I'm not doing your work for you. Go find your own damn timestamps. Do some work for yourself. You've got you've got 47 sponsors and Alf and all this shit. You can find somebody, tell Alf to watch the damn show at 3x speed, find your own damn timestamps, and do your own work.
Yeah, that.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Right. Anyway, that's it for us. Eric will be here for the next 16 hours, so have yourselves a good night. He'll be here. He has nothing better to do.
Bike ride.
All.
Bike ride.
Why do you always have to do the lamest things in the world?
Bike ride.
Get out of here. Anyway, that's it for us. Those of you on the West Coast, you still got some time left on your Friday. Those of you on the East Coast, it's already Saturday, man. Go to bed. Tell your loved ones you love them. Or tell them you hate them. I don't care. One way or the other. Figure it out. But remember, when you go to sleep tonight, think in your minds, if you do YouTube related to sports cards in the next couple of months, we're going to come back to you. Vote for this channel. Because at this point, that's the only way Eric's going to be adjacent. That's it. That's our only hope. We basically have to steal this. Stuff the ballot box. We're going to use all the steroids. Whatever we have to do, we're going to make it happen. That's it. We're done. Have yourselves a good night. Take it easy. Catch you next week.